Well. What have we got here? A bunch of people. What are y'all up to? Well, we've got Ahsoka. Dog in the Proto. Hello. Katrina Face. Lurking in the background, are we? Very sneaky. I hardly noticed you. Nawaki, are you spinning? Is there any other spinners in the chat? Hello everybody. It's me. I'm stuck inside of a small bottle this evening, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to escape by the end of the stream. Help! It's very cold in here. Yeah, it's kind of sticky as well. I don't like it. Hello? Alchemic! Thank goodness you're here. I need as much help as I can get. Alchemic, please. Get the rope that we prepared in the mod meeting. We prepared some... We tethered together some rope using Twizzlers, and I feel like this is the time. I need to get out of this bottle one way or another. How is everybody doing? Hello? I'm stuck. Dana, what's up? How are you doing? The rope is supposed to be for the thing. You know what? Oh no, I don't know what. Now I'm nervous. Did we make some agreement that I don't remember agreeing to? Oh no. I still have until June to get ready, right? Okay, I'll probably figure it out before then. Dana, hello? I'm stuck inside of a bottle. Please help. Please help. I can't get out. You guys, I hope you've been having a lovely Tuesday. I know I have been. This bottle's very comfortable, but it is, like I said, a little cold. I probably should have put on clothes before I got in here.
You want to go to medieval times? We could. Is it actually running at that time? We could go to medieval times. That'd be kind of fun. I could dress up like a duck. I have a duck costume that I could put on very quickly. No, I can't wear that. I cannot wear a Zetai suit with my mods. that would be, I could. Okay. Sometimes I run into choices in life that make me, question whether or not I'm crazy. And this is one of those moments.
I'm still stuck in this bottle, by the way, brother. Please, can you transfer my soul to something else besides a bottle of lean?
We'd be used to it. What, you would? You'd be used to it? You're used to me being in a Zetai suit? Oh, wait.
I was gonna keep talking into this bottle for the rest of the stream. I forgot about that. Hey, everybody, it's me. I've been stuck inside of this bottle.
Oh, wait. I just turned on the camera. Hi there, everybody. What's up? I can't hear what's going on. Oi, how's the Tuesdays going, everybody? Hope your Tuesday is is there still music playing? There is. It got super relaxing, dude. That's not good. That's not good. We don't need any relaxation. We need some excitement. Zick won't zoom in. Okay, well, we need some excitement, you guys. Now listen here. We're gonna get up to some co-op shenanigans today. There's gonna be nothing but shenanigans this evening. In fact, I almost set it straight to game because we're gonna listen, you guys. I'm here on behalf of Core Keeper. I have been paid to send you this message. Please buy Core Keeper. Let's play together. You're falling asleep? What? Listen. Speaking of falling asleep, I took melatonin last night. And that sucker knocked me out. I took an extra nap today, man. What's a blueberry? What is a blueberry? Wait, what? What is that? What does that mean, Nawaki? What is a blueberry? Dude, you can't ask me questions like this early in the day, Nawaki. Sponsored? Yes. Very totally sponsored. Sponsorship above. You can check the link in the channel description if you want to download Core Keeper for 50% off. Just use code Earl. Brother, you're supposed to set aside 8 hours for a reason. I had like 6 hours. I took the melatonin. I was knocked the frick out and I had really weird dreams. And then I woke up. I got some coffee. I got moving. I drove somewhere. I felt safe driving. Don't worry. I felt safe driving with the melatonin. And then I came back and I was trying to read a book. I was like, okay, we need to take my 30-minute reading time. Then we can do my 30 minutes of Japanese. And then I can do some art. Then I can do this and that. Like I was ready to go. I had the day planned. And then all of a sudden the melatonin was like, no, it's time to take another nap. So I slept on the couch for like 2 hours, and that's why my hair looks the way that it does. This is only because of napping. It doesn't normally look like this. It's normally very smooth, but at least it's still voluptuous. Your internet keeps going and dying on you. Please don't. Gonda, don't leave us. Listen, I need you. I need your support as much as possible support as I can get. You thought the hair looked good? That's what washing and nap gives you. Washing, nap, and air drying. Also, TNT Cosplay, what's up? Hey, it's good to see you, good to see you, good to see you. We're gonna be playing some Core Keeper. Everybody's welcome to join. I figured out that you can just snap people into your Core Keeper game. I figured that out. You can just send your game thing or invite people to the map. I could just invite y'all to my map, but I'm kind of curious. Alchemic, do you want to start do you want to start a new map? Do you want to start something fresh and original, something new, just for us? I was thinking that we could start a new co-op map. Maybe we can sucker a few people into playing. I don't know. It's only $13. $13. Okay, that's not that much money. Okay. You're currently crocheting. What are you crocheting? Ooh, needlework. I want to learn how to do. I've already said it a million times, but I want to learn how to knit. I want to learn how to knit so that I can make my own blankets. I want to be able to make my own blankets. No walkie. All right, I'll read this. All right, so you said, what's a blueberry, Earl? And then you said, it's very good to be home. I don't get it. I don't understand how that's a joke. Nowaki, please explain. Please explain. It's very good to be home. What's a blueberry? It's very good to be home. That doesn't mean anything to me. That means nothing whatsoever. You made a berry joke. I get berry versus very. What is this strawberry shortcake joke that you're giving me right now? That's half of the jokes in that show where they're just like, it's very good to be a strawberry. That's the entire joke of the entire show. Whatever you want to do, bub. Whatever I want to do. I want to kill some bosses. I want to slaughter some bosses. Oi, speaking of slaughtering bosses, I hope everybody's day at work was good today. Hey, did anybody work today? Any workers? Any workers in the chat? Hope that you didn't deal with anybody annoying. Care Bears. Oh yeah, the Care Bears have the berry jokes too. I'm very happy. Oh wait. I'm very happy to be a bear. You don't get your jokes either? That's all right, Nowaki. We'll figure them out together, okay? You just post your jokes live, and I'll critique them, and I'll help you edit them. So I was thinking it's what's a blueberry? See, I was thinking blueberry, maybe sad berry. Maybe we could make a joke in there where it's what's a blueberry? A berry that I don't know. I'm thinking of really dark jokes right now. Never mind. No jokes live. A blanket for my eventual stepmom. Oh, stepmom started crocheting after my grandmother passed away, and I've taken that craft over. Ooh, crocheting. Ooh. Sadberry. Yeah. Sadberry hours only. Everybody, listen. It's 7 a.m. Sadberry hours only. Listen, we've all stayed up for far too late. Now it's Sadberry hours have just started. A blanket for eventual stepmom. I see. That's very nice of you. Very kind. I remember my sister she didn't crochet it for me. She knit me a blanket. My sister knit me a blanket. It took her months and months and months, and I don't know where that blanket is. I think that my family has it. I think they stole it from me. Very upset. Very upset. My precious blanket. My blanket that I cared so much about that I don't know where it is. Darn, how dare I? It was really, really dark blue. It was a pretty nice blanket. It was pretty nice. You guys, listen, I'd love to chat with y'all, but I can feel the call of the wild. I don't know if y'all can y'all hear it? Can y'all hear it? It sounds like caw-caw, caw-caw. It sounds like oh. It's the call of the wild. I think I can hear it. Do y'all hear it? It's the call of me showing off my horribly dirty desktop. Judge me. Judge me. Look at my desktop. Look at all these icons. You guys, I don't even use half of these icons. What is this? What are all these? I have a joke audio here. Hang on. Judged? Thanks for the judgment. Let me see. Can I play this?
This doobie is no good.
See, I'm funny. I've got jokes sitting on my desktop. What are you talking about? I got some joke lines, got some joke recordings around here. Very dubious. Oh, very dubious indeed. I'm just gonna sort these by item type and bingo bango. It's a super clean desktop. Thank you for judging me. Yay! Thanks for the judgment. Look, I've got a bunch of things from the bat animation. Look, I even have the bat animation right here. Ta-da! Ta-da! Look, I made a green screen. Whoopee! It works! Did you know that that's how that worked? It's just green screen, you guys. Shucks! I even downloaded every single moveset for Ness, just in case that I wanted to rip it straight off of there. Yeah, I've got Ness's entire moveset sitting on my desktop. Did you know that? It's been a long time since I would have used this thing, but it's about 8 minutes of Ness moves. Very good, very good. If I wanted to animate every single move that he does, then I could, if I felt like it. Also, John Robert, what's up? How are you doing, Di? Oi, oi, oi. We're gonna be keeping the core. We're keeping our core in check, you guys. Vampire Survivor update. Another one? Oh my God, there's so many achievements that I don't have. Oh my gracious. They've been bussing. Holy mackerel. Look at this. Sword Guardian. Who's that? Dairy Plant, never been there. Evolve the Song of Mana, never heard of her. Get the Pentagram to level 7. Woo! Holy moly, Pentagram. I don't know if I can play this game anymore. My mom checks my Steam account. Although, funny story, my mom actually did check my Steam account one time, and let me show off my playtime really quick. My sister looked at my games one day because she friended me on Twitch, and she freaking ratted me out. She ratted me out. Let me see, how long have I played this game? Don't you mean very dubious? Here's my most played games. Where is it? There it is. Crush 51 hours. This is the game that my sister ratted on me for. Ratted on me. My mom was like, "What is this game?" And I was like, "It's it's a clicker game. It's very fun. You get to date girls clicking. It's really great." What are you talking about? Yeah, I got in trouble. My mom was mad. She was mad. 60 hours. You know what? I'm a serious gamer, all right? I'm not gonna be slacking on my dating skills. I gotta look where I'm at now. Now I've got a boyfriend, okay? So clearly practicing dating girls was a huge success. A huge success. I can't believe it. Now I'm a dating god. I've dated like 3 people now. It's fantastic. Also, Vange Games, what's up? Your desktop is just all icons. You can't find anything anymore. That's good. That's exactly what a desktop is for. It's for losing all of your stuff. There's no point in being able to find things. No. I think you truly misunderstand the desktop. It's just an all-encompassing copy paste of everything. Ta-da! You can just paste all the things that matter to you. Everything that deeply matters to you. This really fits with the music that we're listening to right now. This is me IRL whenever I'm inviting my friends to play Core Keeper, but they say that they're too poor to pay $13. This is me. Does this look like a mirror? Okay, you guys, it's time to get serious. Time to get serious. Are we still doing berry jokes? No, we're not. Don't you mean very dubious? Yes, extremely dubious. It's like having to babysit 7 siblings, making sure that you... Wait, what? It's like having to babysit 7 siblings makes sure that you don't want to have kids of your own. That's the same thing as digital dating. Digital dating games make you not want to date people anymore. Wait a minute. This is starting to get too deep for me. I don't think I understand what's going on anymore. You guys, are y'all trolling me? Is it April 1st? Is it April 1st right now? I'm pretty sure that y'all are dropping some heavy trolls on me. Dropping some heavy trolls. Okay. You guys. We got to keep our core up, all right? I want to start this. I want to start this so that I can start suckering people into playing this game because it's very fun. We're going to be able to do farming, you guys. Farming. Are you still looking to date Cthulhu girls? No. Guess it worked. What? You have to beat you have to beat an entire game or you hate it? Is that how it works? Oh my gosh. Listen, we're gonna play the Cthulhu game next February. We'll play it next Valentine's Day. No problem. We'll play it on Valentine's Day. Don't you worry. Okay, we need to make a new world. This is going to be a world for everybody that wants to join in. Everyone that needs to join in. World of Robbie! Please don't yell. Please don't yell at me. How are you doing? What's up, World of Robbie? Why'd you scream my name and my full name? That's the name that's on my you know what I've been using as a book note? My voter's registration card. That's what I've been using as a what is it called? The little thing that you put in a book that lets you know where you are. That thing. World of Robbie! It's been a hot minute. I've missed you. Robbie, I've been stuck inside of this box. Where have you been? Robbie, help! I'm a little man in a box, and I need your help. You need to send lots of letters to this specific address that I'm gonna post in chat right now. Also, how are you doing, Drex? What's up? What's up? I thought we'd play some more Core Keeper. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Fair warning, I already mentioned it before, but I took melatonin and I feel really weird. You guys, I feel very strange. No, not the squeegee, not the eye squeegee. We can't do that. That's no good. Do not squeegee my eyes. Wait, we could make a golden nugget world, you guys. Golden nugget. Would you like to make a golden nugget world? A world entirely made up of gold. Golden Freddy. Wait. Is it funnier to say Freddy or Feddy? Freddy. Why did you take the melatonin? So that I could go to sleep last night, and I still feel weird. Let me see. I'm okay. I'm at work. How are you? I'm doing fantastic, Drex. Thank you for asking. Drex really brought me back down to the world. Everybody else in here was just like adding to my chaotic energy. But you know what? Now that Drex is here, I feel pretty calm, and I think it's time to do a little stream, you guys. Hey, it's so good to see you, Drex. I hope that today at work's going well. Sorry, I hope that today at work's going well. We're gonna play some Core Keeper and hang out together, you guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no, not calm, Kenny. Everybody quick scatter. Scatter, he can't see you if you move quickly. I'm like the opposite. I'm the opposite of an animal. Animals, they can see you if you move, so you want to stay still. But me, I can't see moving things. I can only see still things. So as long as you move around a lot, I won't be able to spot you. So if you go to TwitchCon and you're worried about running into me, just make sure that you do lots of dodges, do lots of dances, like run around really quick. I won't be able to see you. I'll just see a bunch of blurs and I'll be like, wow, there sure are a lot. This place sure is blurry. Oi, Erie Coffee, what's up? Do I still have, I don't have my coffee on this screen anymore. I need to get my coffee. Oh wait, what? Oh, the music paused whenever I clicked away. Chaos for Aries season? Oh my god, is it a rising Aries moon? Dude, hang on. Wait a second. Let me charge my chakras. You guys, I've got on my pendant. I think we're ready. Is it Aries season? Hang on. You guys, I thought that this was a Taurus zone, but I mean, my inner chakra definitely is fighting with the moon right now. Can y'all feel it? Can y'all feel it? I feel it. Do I need to send you a fresh cup? No worries. No worries, I already got it. I've got some squad ghouls. Squad ghouls, everybody. Together. But a fresh cup, I mean, I'd still take one. I'd still take one Erie Coffee. This one's a little cold. I was watching you play co-op last night. It was super cool. It was super cool. I didn't say a word because I'm shy, okay? I saw you playing with like 2 or 3 other friends, playing some Stardew Valley, up to shenanigans. We're basically playing underground Stardew Valley tonight, which is very exciting. Filthy lurker, a filthy lurker. That's my only job. It's my only job. You noticed my name? Oh, no. You didn't scare me off. No way. Did it like go away, Erie Coffee? I will admit, sometimes I'll jump in for a second, I'll mute it, and then I'll like walk away, and then I'll come back and I'll like unmute it and listen for a little bit, and then I'll like change a bunch of stuff. Playing with keyboard is much easier. This has co-op. You bet it does, Brad. And it's really good co-op too, because you can play on like any map that you make. Brad, get this game. Let's play it. Brad, come on. You're probably at work right now, but we should play. This would be fun. I was thinking I'd make this new map right now. We can get up to some shenanigans. Everyone's invited. Whenever Earl's in town, everyone's invited. Let me see. Should I use my same? Nah, I can't use my same character. We gotta grind out a fresh one, you guys. We gotta make up for a fresh character. Okay, I'm gonna do standard. What kind of person should we make? I definitely want the pretty eyes. Sorry. Now listen, this is why you pick female in every single game, because look at those boring eyes. I'm sorry. Beautiful. I want to upgrade my eyeballs with a little bit of eye makeup, okay? It just looks better. And also Ahsoka, thanks for the lurk. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Okay, we're gonna start with the pretty eyes and the skin that matches my pale skin. And now we have to pick the hair. What kind of hair should we have? Oh shucks. I didn't even look at the other angles. There might ooh, that bun is cute. Cute bun. Yes, we fellas can have some pretty eyes too. That's true. I mean, listen, I thought about putting on makeup today just for fun, but I decided against it. Ooh, we could look like a grandmother. Hello. Hello, welcome to my core. Welcome. I'm the keeper of the core. Granny's got a... Can Granny put on a jumpsuit? There is a jumpsuit color. Could we all be prisoners? We could do a prisoner role play. Wait a minute, you guys. Should we do a prisoner role play where everyone has on a jumpsuit? Like we've been locked here. We've been locked at the bottom of this well. And we're all prisoners. That'd be kind of fun. Prisoner core keeper? Yeah, we could pretend like the big beasts are just wardens. They're wardens that we have to defeat. Ooh, I'm reporting to the warden. I kind of like this blue-eyed granny. She kind of pretty. I think I'm gonna be a grandma. But what kind of a job would a grandma have? She'd probably be like a, I don't know, maybe a nomad. Grandmas have no skills. Everyone knows that. Grandmas have got no skills. They haven't learned anything. Miner? Is that what a grandma is? You say grandmother, but anime exists? What? Brad, what? Brad, we've never met. I don't understand. What? Anime exists? What does that mean? Grandmas are skillless? The game has more of a kindergarten 2 vibes than a jail vibe? What? Kindergarten? Excuse me? TNT, are you saying that this is worthless? Aren't grandmas the opposite of minors? That's true. They're the opposite of minors. I have to be the furthest thing from a minor. I'm actually thinking about like smart things to do. Getting a hoe right off the bat is pretty good. Getting vault keeper vibes. Keeper of the vault. Keeper of the vault. Give me your big key, please. I'd like to open this door. Fighter grandma. She could be strong. I should be either a fighter or a gardener. Either one. We either need to pound our hoes into swords or our swords into plowshares. Either one. You've apparently never played Kindergarten the game. It reminds me of, oh my gosh. You guys are like speaking another language to me this evening, and I'm very excited to like learn all of these new words. Nugget cave? What does that mean? Gardener granny makes sense. A little too much sense, I'd say. That's a good point you make there, Haka. I think it does make too much sense. I think we need to be a fighter. Listen, we're not a lover of plants. We're a fighter of slimes, okay? This is what we're gonna do. Also, Rosero, what's up? How are you doing? How's your Tuesday? It's good to see you. Oba-chan desu ka? Hi. Oba-chan desu. Okay, I'm gonna be named Granny, the Earl of Grannies. Wait, can we say, what is it? Let's call her Granny Numbnuts. Oh wait, no, we could call her Granny Num Num, maybe. Aw, can't name her Granny Num Num. That's too bad. Maybe Granny Num Num. But it doesn't have two ends. It doesn't work. I want to be Granny Num Num. Also, Honey Lavender, what's up? How you doing? We're going to play some more Core Keeper. We're starting a new roleplay map. Prisoner roleplay. Granum Num. Granum Num. Oh my God. Oh my God. Granum Num. That hurts my eyes. Granum. Granum Num. That, ow, my eyes. That's too many repeating letters. I can't look at that for very long. Grumum. No. We could call her, let's see, Grainy, but it's pronounced like grainy. It could be Grainy Num Num. I could, maybe Grainy Suds. How about that? Grainy Suds. Hello there, it's me, Grainy Suds. I kind of like this. Nani? Oh, omae wa mo shinderu. Nani? Grainy. No. You guys, oh my gosh. I think that we're gonna be called Grainy Suds. Grainy Suds. I feel like I'm going to do some serious gardening. But first, I have to kill everything. A fighter with great self-defense and the power to defend their allies. See, that's what I want to be to y'all. I wanna be able to defend y'all against all these troublesome things. Okay, so I know Alchemic has this. Does anybody else have this game that wants in? Listen, everybody's invited. If you get this game, even if it's in 2 hours, you're totally invited. Just ask me, and I will send you that code. Okay, it's a co-op game. 8 people can play it at a time. You can like just import yourself into the game. Let's do it. When your pressure points have been hit and you crave Taco Bell. Wait, what? Your pressure points in anime? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, little does he know, if I just give a small karate chop to the back of his neck, then he'll actually be sent straight to the nearest Taco Bell. Oh, I can see that he's starting to get past my guard. Little does he know I have a secret shuriken that'll send him straight to Taco Bell. Now he's spent all his money on a Taco Tuesday pack. You're considering getting it? Well, consider more. Consider more, Rosetta. Consider. Just look at this game. It's too beautiful. It can't not be purchased. You quoting Fist of the North Star. Isn't Fist of the North Star the anime where like the person is hiding inside of the wheat? Have you seen that GIF? I'm gonna post it into the Discord. Here. And y'all can see me post it too. It's in the hay, right? Right? Or maybe it's like anime hay. Yeah, this one. Yeah, that one. That one. With the little guy in the hay. Hey, what are you doing? This is my house. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I was going to the bathroom. How dare you? Hey man, what's up? Hey, Brad's in my chat. Whoa. Sorry, my mom says I can't come out to play. Die. Don't worry. You can just watch Alchemic and I have a jolly old time. Don't worry, we'll have a jolly old time. We just destroyed some of this. Okay, I'm gonna try playing it with oh, I think the keyboard's way easier. Look at me, I'm schmoovin'. Oh my gosh. Speedrun strats. The caffeine's kicking in. I can feel it. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm destroying everything. Oh. It's exciting. This game's exciting. Whoa. Okay. Nice. Now we got lights for days. Ta-da! We can see everything. The keyboard's so much better. Thank you, Alchemic. That's way better. Everybody thinking about playing this game, definitely play on keyboard. It's way better. It's way better. You can destroy everything. Look at me go. Wait, we have to... Mushroom Gal's not here, right? Right? Did anybody see Mushroom Gal? Okay, I'm gonna kill these mushrooms. Hopefully they're not watching. I'm just gonna destroy these before they come back. Quickly. They were here last night. They were very upset. I killed the big mushrooms. I ate the mushroom stew, but they don't have to know. They don't have to know. We'll just take care of these troublesome little shroomies. Are you ready to go, Alchemic? I'll just send you a little I'll send you an invite. I'm on invisible mode. You should still be able to join. Yeah, I think all I gotta do is just that. And then I don't have to expose my code. My precious code. No one will know. Granny Suds will be safe yet again. Also, Homestar Gamer, what's up? Can he smash? I smash all of the wood. The wood has been smashed. How are you doing, Homestar? Oi, 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 Homestar Gamer, don't forget to smash that like button and like and subscribe. It's Alchemic! Oh my god, you look exactly the same way that you do in real life. Why did you dox yourself, Alchemic? Alchemic, you fool! You'll be spotted at TwitchCon immediately. Everyone will know exactly what you look like. Alchemic, whatever are we to do? I guess we can start mining. Did you pick miner? Are you a miner? What are you? What are you? I can't tell just by looking at you. Oh, there he goes. Nope, definitely not a miner. Just hitting it with the torch. It's all right. Can we mine at the same time for extra expedient mining? Let's see. You don't remember what you picked? Dude, that's wild. You should be able to check. I mean, it depends on what thing do you have? Do you have a sword? What copper tool do you have? If you don't have a copper tool, you're a nomad. Do you have a tool? Is it? I see no. Do you not? I don't see. I see no tool. Oh, you have a sword? What? We're both fighters? Oh my gosh, we're gonna be really stacked up on this whole combat thing. We're gonna be ready to go. We could kill anything. We've got swords. We have swords. Wait, also, Rosera, considering getting it, and then I think you later said, let me see, was somebody downloading it? I could have swore. This is my favorite genre of games, so I'm very tempted. Well, Honey Lavender, continue to be tempted. This game is early access, though, so it ain't working quite right yet. It ain't quite right, let's be honest. I'm gonna go down. We should find another clearing. We can make, ooh, sand. I like this. Yeah, let me see. How much sand have we got here? I'll just excavate this sand. This looks like a nice little room. Could maybe take advantage of this sand. Sand vantage. There we go. Looking good. This is a pretty nice little hovel. I don't know. We could build some stuff here, and it's right next to the teleporter. That'd be nice. Eerie Coffee, you want to join? Oh heck yes. Okay. I've got a plan. I've got the plan, Stan. I'm gonna just copy this game ID. Oh wait. Oh, you can do it without showing it. Are we friends on Steam? Are we friended up? Are we friended up? I don't see you on my list. Oh my god. I should be able to just like message it to you, right? Okay. Let me see if I can just like send it to you directly. Add friend. Do you accept whispers? Okay, that's the game idea. ID. Hopefully you accept whispers. BRB. I have to go walk Candy. Is that the name of a beast? Is that the name of your beastie? Enjoy the walk. I hope you enjoy. That sounds good. Oi, oi, oi. Good luck with that. Also, Homestar, you were saying that you're headed to the gym. Nice. What is today at the gym? We working on legs? We working on what are we working on? What's the next step? Oh, your Chihuahua. Okay, it is a doggo. It is your little beastie. The Chihuahua. I think Chihuahuas bite the most out of all the beasts, right? Wait a second. If you don't have a pickaxe, how are you supposed to get copper? How do you get copper if you have no pickaxe? Surely you're able to break it by hand. I guess you can. I thought that it didn't give it to you, but it has to because we don't have any. Or can you make a wooden pickaxe? Surely not. I don't think you can. I'm gonna make a desk. Oh look. Oh, Alchemic's got it. Okay, I think you can do it by hand. I'm gonna make a crafting table. Oops. Okay. Crafting table right here in the middle. Bingo, bingo, bango. You're just working on general pudge. Okay. Like some. Are you using? What's it called? Cardio? Is that a cardio thing? I really don't know how health works. I really don't know like what workouts help what things. I mean, I guess any workout is just like generally slimming. I guess being active at all, like even going on a walk's probably good for you. But you're going to the gym, you know? You're getting serious. Homestar Gamer is a serious worker-outer. Chihuahua, stop barking. I don't think Chihuahuas stop barking. I think that's it's part of their nature. Their nature is to bork. Okay, this cave's looking nice and lit. Did Eerie Coffee spawn in yet? Ooh, a chest. Oops. Remove that. That's too much light. We can't spread too much light on the subject. Oh crap, I just broke it. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. How do you open things? Oh, E? Okay, it's E. I'll put this back. I don't think there's anything else in there. We got that and... Oh, you're designing yourself. I forgot that was a thing. Okay, take your time. Take your time. We just need dirt walls. Do we have enough dirt walls to make this thing? I've got 12. I've got 12. If you wanna build a furnace, go for it. I think I'm gonna keep going to the right here. And I'll see if we find some like, ooh, I got some wood over here. I got some wood. You gonna do that as well? Oh, you're gonna design yourself? Oh, Rosaire, do you want to play with us? You're totally invited. Everyone is literally invited right now. Should I turn on some extracurricular music or should I just turn it up in this game? I thought last night that it was maybe like a little tame deal. Oh, I got a slingshot, dude. Yo, hang on. A slingshot at the beginning of the game? This is awesome. I'm gonna be the ranged damage. This is awesome. This is awesome. The slingshot is like on the tin table. It takes forever to make that thing. Nice. It took us like all night last night to get that thing. I'm using a torch to break this because it doesn't use any durability of any of my tools, which I have none of, so that's good. Yes, thank you. I just need to design myself. Okay, just here, Rosaire. I'll just send you the thing. Okay, I'm just gonna whisper it to you. Just so that we don't get randoms. Anybody from the chat that I know is invited, okay? Everyone's invited. Hey, it's Eighth. What's up? How you doing, my dude? You've been curious about this game. How are you liking it so far? Well, let me tell you, Eighth, I've got opinions. I've got lots of opinions. It's a great game. It's really fun. I do recommend it. I only played it for... I played it for 5 hours last night. I guess that is a sizable chunk. It is very, very fun, Eighth. I really like the simplified crafting. We're playing co-op right now. I got, I'm getting like 4 people joining, so the co-op's really easy. Oh, Erie's fishing over there. The fishing's fun. Let's see. Oh, Brad already bought it? Okay, sweet. Brad, you want to invite onto this? Like, I really like that the crafting is super simplified. You can only make this stuff initially, and then you make the next table and the next table. There are bosses that you fight to like continue the game. So there's like 3 different types of bosses. I don't know. It looks like a lot of fun. Stardew X Minecraft. I agree. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like it's so much more free than Stardew, but you really can't like deny how much Stardew there is in this game. Okay, I sent you that. I sent you an invite, Brad. But it's super fun. I think the game's pretty. It's also early access and it's already this good. I'm pretty excited, Eighth. Oi. By the way, how have you been enjoying your trip? You've been away for quite a while. Are you still you're still away, right? Because I was watching your stream the other night and you were still on B's setup, I'm pretty sure. How long is that trip? That's pretty cool, honestly. I want Opes to do a trip like that over here and to stay so long that he has to stream here. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna illuminate this cave. Let's see. There are some things in this game that seem a little unbalanced. This is early access. Yeah, so there's even more. There's even more that's going to be included. Oh, you just got back on Sunday. Okay. I'm sorry. I must have watched an old stream. I'm so sorry. You stayed for 3 weeks? Woo, that sounds like fun. I hope you enjoyed your trip. Oi. Y'all are so cute together. I have not seen y'all together, but you're so cute together. Okay, let's go. Am I gonna be able to meet y'all at TwitchCon? That would be awesome. Sauce. Yeah, I have some IRL friends now, Eighth, that I've like told about. Now that I've raided some peeps, I have some IRL friends that have been like following me through raids, including to yours and Drewby's streams. So now I have IRL friends that'll be like, "Yo, did you see what Eighth was playing the other night?" And I'm like, "This is so strange. I feel like Eighth is my streamer friend, and then I just have like I have human beings that are in real life that are talking to me about them. You're playing so much Elden Ring. I know. The Elden Ring is fun, okay? Let me see. Oh, wow, I didn't know that you were there so long. I knew I saw an 8th stream at Bees. Yeah, it's been a long time. Oh, snaps. I know. I can't believe it. 8th is invading my my real life. And honestly, I'm super disturbed. I want it to stop. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna... How do I get this plant? Do I need a tool for this? No, I do not. But now we can garden if we wanted to. Shucks, if we want to garden, we can get up to it. I want to show off the gardening because it is very fun in this game. So I snagged some goodies. Oh yeah, and there are food mechanics, so I need to eat. I'm just gonna eat my rations. There's food mechanics, and the health is like something that I really like about games. Certain games is whenever they have like really low health, like whenever you start. Right now, like I could get bodied by a slime immediately, which I like that. You're trying to catch us some food? Okay, thank you, Erie. I appreciate it. I'm starving. Rosera! Ooh, look at Rosera's blue hair. Everybody, please welcome Rosera. Welcome Rosera into our world. I wish I could do a dance for you. This is the best thing that I can pull off. Here you go. This is me emoting. I'd love some emotes in this game. They should definitely do that. We got Alchemic. We got Rosera. We got, hopefully Brad's going to be in here soon. Nice. Game's lagging. Perfect. Have you picked somewhere to garden? Is the early access open? No. It is. Yeah, you can just buy it. You can just buy it right now. It's one of those actual early access games that are made properly. Like I've been playing a lot of Vampire Survivor too, and that's a very good early access game too. Like it actually is a full game already. You can just play it right off the bat. You can just boot it up and play it. Kenny, I just noticed your glorious mane. My what? Ooh. Glorious hair. Yeah, I've been letting my hair grow out for more than a year now. It's I last shaved it last January. Playable, quote unquote. I got burnt so many times, 8th. I was so mad. Whenever I was a little kid and early access just got made. Brad, welcome. Welcome. Also, A-Star, what's up? How you doing? Jedi, hi. You're on Janky Mobile? Well, thank goodness you're here, Jedi. Brad was about to backstab me with this piece of wood that he picked up. Brad, are we ready to get up to shenanigans? You can destroy literally everything. Brad, you could destroy your life in this game. Like, really? You could, if you wanted to. You got mini kelp. I think that you might have to catch it off of the actual, like, I think that the likelihood's higher if you fish out of these like fishy spots. I don't see any. There's one over there, like behind my big head. You're downloading the game right now. If the invite is still open, it is. There's 8. This is an 8-person server, so I say we fill it up. We got grainy suds. What was I saying? I think I was saying something to 8th. Oh, that the first early access game, if I'm not mistaken, was Don't Starve. I think that was the first time that they tested out the early access system. Here we go. I'm just going to destroy this. And I picked up that game. It was great. So somehow in my little kid brain, I was like, okay, so all early access is good. No, I got burnt on Starforge. I got burnt on... Let's see if I can remember these games. A bunch of games that I bought that they just gave up on, never finished them. Such a bummer. But there are good ones. Like, this game is actually playable. You got a fish. Nice. Cridzy, what's up? How are you doing? Ah, you're playing it. I am. Look at me. Look at me playing this game. Oh, Sir, You Are Being Hunted was another game that was abandoned. Lots of abandonware on there. Very much a bummer. I'm going to eat some mush. How am I liking it so far? It is very, very fun. I very much like it. I really want to try to beat a boss tonight. That's what I want us to get up to. I want us to beat the first boss if we can. And besides that, it's so cool that we can have like a bajillion people on here because like people can be farming, mining, fighting. You can make this slime over here that's on the ground. This is a spawner for slimes. So you can actually get a shovel, dig this up, and then you can make your own like spawning areas. So like you could make a walled off area with spike traps. You can also get that with worms. The worms also spawn from a square as well. How do we type in the game? Maybe enter? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's just enter. It's dope that it's 8-player. That's what I'm saying. This is so cool. Last night I was playing it solo and it was fun. But I think it's going to be even more fun this evening because we're going to get up to absolute shenanigans. Aha! Aha! Let's see. I'm going to check out. Let's see. We've got a table already been made. Alchemic made the furnace. Is the furnace? Furnace is still going. Holy moly. I'm going to load up some more copper. You don't know how to cook yet? We have to have a cooking pot to cook. I think the cooking pot is made out of copper bars and wood. Okay, I'll make you a cooking pot right now. Because we definitely need one. We need all of the standard items. Okay, so I guess we can put cooking pot right here for now. You combine 2 different items. So I'll put I'll actually put mushrooms in there, and you can mix that with any fish that you catch. Yeah. That'll make something. But what's really cool is that in this game it has like automatic recipe remembering. So like all you have to do is cook one thing one time and then it remembers how to cook it. There's a lot of ingredients, so that's kind of a godsend, to be honest. Oh, I grabbed all of the copper. I guess I'm gonna make us a hoe. I'll be the hoer for now. And I'll just put this down. I'll grab all the seeds. I'll plant the seeds for now, but after the ground is hoed up, then anybody can plant directly into it, I think. Let's see. I think we could make our garden for starters maybe over here. Oh, the sweet game ID here. I can get you honey lavender if they're not send it to you. I will whisper it to you. You've blocked messages from strangers. I have. Okay, you can't message me back. Sorry, but that'll do. You're a gardener. Oh, Rosera already has a hoe. What a waste. What a waste. Now we have 2 hoes. 2 hoes. Yeah, we could make the garden here. This is a kind of quiet area. Kenny's just hoeing around. You know. Yeah, I'm just doing some hoe stuff over here. You know. Here we go. That's the whole point of this game. It's just a garden. We need to replace some of this ground. If you get a shovel, you can dig up any ground and you can move it around. So we can make this area more beautiful. We can make it more beautiful later. But for now, we can just hoe up this whole area. Oi, Tayaki, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Welcome, welcome. We're playing a little bit more Core Keeper today. I wanted to play this game also because I think either tomorrow or the next day, I might be playing Fortnite with OT. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Here we go. I'll get gardening. Oh, yeah. We also need a... Oh, dear. I tell you what I should have done. I shouldn't have gotten a hoe. I should have gotten a watering can. Does anybody have a watering can right now? If not, I can make one. You can make one with tab out of wood. You can what? What can you make? Oi, 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 Tayaki. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Hiya, hiya. We've got how many? We got me, Alchemic, Eerie Coffee, Rosera, Bratterfield, and soon Honey Lavender in the same map, getting up to shenanigans. Okay, I'm gonna plant these in like separate. Oh wait, what was that I just put down? Let me double check because some of these actually build wood. Yeah, that's root. I'm not supposed to plant that. These are glow tulips, and yeah, you can. This is a freeform garden. It's an open concept garden. And I'm gonna make. I guess the wood area will be over here. We'll let some wood grow wild. Hey, what's up, Buzz? How are you doing, Buzz the bird? I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. We're playing some more Core Keeper. Let me check what this audio is doing though. Okay, there we go. Now y'all should be able to hear a little bit better. The music's a little, I like the music that there is, but it's a little sparse. They went for kind of a Breath of the Wild aesthetic with, like, the occasional music. The only thing that they need to do, in my opinion, is they need some more ambient sounds. If they're gonna try to pull off... Oh, I only have one root. If they're gonna try to pull off a Breath of the Wild thing, they need more, like, wind or dripping or stuff like that. Oh yeah, we should have made the garden next to water. I didn't realize that. There might be a way to move water though. We could maybe make like a bucket at some point and move water over. Yeah, you can clean those up if you want to, Brad, and we can make like a spawner with it, I think. It's a naturally managed permaculture setup. We let nature do most of the work here. We're not trying to tame nature. We're trying to make friends with nature. Nature calls the shots at my garden. Oh, did we find slimes down here? Because I think I see some food's cooking. Okay, sweet. Thank you. Thank you. I'm starving. I want mommy. I want milk. I want to be comforted. Oh, yeah. Somebody's been mining down here. It looks... oh, yeah. Somebody has been here, but it doesn't automatically update your map. It looks like everybody has to discover all the spots. In a game like Valheim, they have a map that all of you can, like, contribute to. And that is pretty cool. I do like that. Maybe they'll update that in the future. Make like a cartographer's table so that everybody can like get their map updated. I can't see jack. You can get a mining helmet that lets you see in the dark eventually. Or wait, no, it's not a mining helmet. It's just a let's break this. It's a lantern. You can get a lantern at some point. They have that at the next level of crafting. Oh, they do? Cridsy, are you like a pro at this game? That's awesome. Oi, oi, oi. Crid, how far have you gotten into this game? Have you beaten some bosses? Oh, I see some goodies over here. Bop. Okay, I think I'm gonna mine this way. I'm gonna grab whatever this is. Whatever this shiny is. Everyone's picking purple hair. Oh my gosh. Everyone's a bunch of purple-headed beans out here. But purple is excellent, an excellent color of hair. I've had purple hair in real life, and it's very fun. Tayaki said, you're doing good. Maybe I can join you guys in a bit. Yes. For sure, there's 8 slots, and we have, what, 6 people right now? So we still got a couple of spots. I will save one for you, Tayaki. You are officially invited. Oi. I can refill my watering can. Thank goodness. Could you imagine if you had to make a watering can every single time that it emptied? That would be awful. Okay, I'm gonna see if I see any more shiny things in the wall. Hey, Rachel Olive, how are you doing? It's been so nice that we've been able to see you recently. Rachel Olive, what the heck? What the heck did I do to deserve getting to see more Rachel Olive? Oi. I got my olive time back. Oh my goodness. You had purple hair IRL for 3 years? Oh my gosh. Jedi, that's commitment. I only had it for like a few months. Let's go back. I'm kind of getting hungry. Oh, the other thing about this game, I don't know if 8th is still here, but the other thing that's really cool about this game is the skills. I somehow like them way more than Terraria. Not Terraria, than Stardew. For some reason, these are so much more satisfying. Like, mining just levels it up. I think it might be that the levels go so high. Like, you can get level 100 at anything, and the skill trees are much more interesting than Stardew. Like, it's got some really cool stuff hidden in here. Chance to drop rare items. Yeah, the sprites are really cute. I really like them. In Stardew, I actually have like a sprite edited mod that makes the sprites a little bit cuter. They're already pretty cute in Stardew, but they needed some tweaking. Let's be honest. We could all use some tweaking in our life. Okay, I just added that in. We should add another tin smelter, I think. Oh, did you just destroy the chest? The button presses are a little confusing. Not everything is extremely what's the word? It's not too easy to get. Chest is gone. Yeah, somebody broke it. Somebody broke the chest. It wasn't me. Not it. I'm out of here. Hey, Sarah, what's up? How are you doing? Thanks for the blankies in the chat. Look at those little blankie babies. We got some stuff to water. Whoever's got the can. Rosaire, you probably picked up the chest. Somebody picked up our goodies. Hey, hey, you better drop that. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday already. Ooh. I think no stream tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. I think I might have plans, but we'll see if I can play. Oh, I shouldn't just eat this. I should cook it. Yeah, I should put that in the pot. I'm gonna cook up some grub. I'm gonna eat it right now. But yeah, if I can play Fortnite with OT and Human 1, I will do that. But if no Fortnite, I might take the day off. I have some projects that I need to get doing. Delphina, thank you for the kiss. Oh my. Oh my, hello there, Delphina. What an entrance you've made. You've made quite the impression on chat. I think everyone just fell in love with you. Thank you so much. Oh my. Granny Earl is very interested. Very interested in gardening, that is. Who's gonna water my plants? I probably need more food. The garden's coming along, but our seed is not gonna, our seeds are not gonna like multiply properly. You have to garden a lot for that. What actually bumps up the gardening? It says harvesting plants is what does it. So whoever's like our gardener should probably do all the harvesting. So Rosera, do you want to be the gardener or would you like me to be the gardener? I mean, you picked the gardener class, but I'm not sure. Oh, by the way, Honey Lav, you're looking pretty cute. Looking pretty cute. Do you have, is that, what's it called? The little suspenders. Looks like you got little suspenders. Adorable. Adorable. Very cute. You're a chef? Oh my goodness. An adorable chef, you say? So, we probably need to just keep looking for 10 is what we probably need. I guess, have we discovered where, oh yeah, this is so much better with a mouse. We can probably just like keep mining north and south until we find some tin. We could probably all use pickaxes though. So like feel free to use the copper for making tools. That is importante. Muy importante. I'm gonna smelt this tin ore right now. No reason to keep it unsmelted. Unsmelted ore doesn't have any special recipes or anything, so you can just smelt copper immediately, smelt tin immediately. Bingo bango. But let's save the tin for making the tin table. I don't think that we can actually use... No sub alert? Oh, I didn't see a sub go off. Is there a sub happening, Delphina? You might have to give it a second. I don't see it on Twitch or on Stream Elements, so... You might have to give it a second. You might have to give it a moment. Let's see. Oh, there's mushrooms over there. You can build, what are they called? They're just, bridges. Bridges are really nice. You don't see it on mobile? Yeah, it's not there. Also, hi, Linz. Oi, oi, oi. I didn't say hi. I'm sorry. Hi there, Linz. Oi, 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 oi. When are we going to play some DayZ? When are we going to play some DayZ? I saw you playing it late last night. Oh, wait, not DayZ. I mean, 7 days. I saw you playing it like super late at night. Like you didn't even tell me. You didn't even tell me that you were killing zombs that late. I've got my weaponry. Let's see. I wanted to make, what was I gonna make? I was gonna make some, oh, I was gonna make bridges. I'm gonna make some bridges. So that I can make it across that water. Nice. I think that it's only wood to make these. Very simple. Very simple. 7 days was running from the day before. What? You just left it running? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Lynn's is just leaving the game on overnight. There we go. Now I can make it right across. All the reflections are so pretty in this game. And also, I'm the one with the slingshot, so I guess I can just let loose on these fools. They can't even get me. There's another bonus one over there. Okay, let's see if I can... What am I hitting? That thing was tough, whatever it was. Okay, can I just hit these? Yeah, I can hit them with my hand. The mushroom farm. Look out, look out. You're so sad that you can't play it? Play what? This game? That's too bad. Do you not have a PC or something? It'll also be... this is only an early access game, so they might release it for more consoles later. This is definitely a game that's going to appear on the, this will definitely be on the Switch eventually. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. You're starving? Oh dear. You should be like running around picking up food. Pick up some food or, yeah, get some mushrooms, cook up some grub. Basically don't, I think the idea is just don't eat food straight off the ground. Like go ahead and cook it because it's always worth more that way. Not Xbox anytime soon. Yeah, it might be a little while. That's true. That's true. It doesn't seem like a very Xboxy game. Hey, Brad, I can see you on the other side. Brad, I can't believe that we connected the tunnel. Incredible. Look at this. Now we're free to roam. Hooray! Gonna go down south and kill some more slimies. I'm supposed to be the melee master. And the ranged master. I'm supposed to be the weapon specialist. That's why I've got my, I broke out of prison. That's why I'm in my prisoner garb. I broke out of prison so that I could help the colonists colonize this planet. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and grab the shinies in this wall. Unless somebody's got a pickaxe and wants to do this. Have I played any Pokemon games yet on your Twitch streams? I have, yes. I've played lots of Pokemon games. I'm surprised that you didn't see any of them. I've played Arceus. I've played Sword and Shield twice. I played, yeah, okay, Brad, yeah, you can take care of that. I played Arceus, Sword and Shield. I've played Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. I've played a fair bit. I think that's actually all of them that I've played. But I'll probably be playing that new Scarlet, whatever the thing is. It's called Scarlet and something else. I'll definitely be picking it up, so I'll probably play it. I'll have to see how I like it. I liked the direction that Arceus was going, and I'm kind of scared that Nintendo's gonna play the fool and mess it up again. Pretty confident that they will. Pretty confident that they're going to like revert back to some of their old standards. Because I think that this game, if they're both releasing in the same year, they must have been in development at the same time. And I don't know if they can pivot that quickly on some of the things that everybody enjoyed, right? Want a slime spawn near the garden? Yeah, let's just keep it close to the base. If you keep it close to the base, then it'll work. We won't be able to make like a proper trapped area, like a proper farm yet, because it takes 10, and we definitely need to build the 10 table first. Okay, there's more goodies down here. And you can't get 10 in these areas as far as I know. You have to go to a clay area if you wanna get it. Currently starving. I think I'm actually starving as well. I should probably nosh. I already said not to waste food, so I guess I need to take my own example. I need to obey my own suggestion. Let's go back and cook some grub. Leave some more torches on the way. Ooh, let's beam that boy. Oh, let's just kill this thing. Might as well. Yeah, Brad, there's goodies down there if you wanna get some shiny stuff. There are some shiny goods, but if you need some food, then let's go. Oh, I'm quite hungry. I'm starving. Janky mobile? Nice, Jedi. I'm sorry that your mobile's always broken. That stinks. I don't know why Twitch hates you so much. You're such a big supporter of so many Twitch chats. You're a mod for so many, and yet Twitch just screws you over. Ridiculous. Oh, look, there's a little food party going on over here. Well. A bunch of food gremlins. Oh wait, I should probably not make anything with the bomb food. Where did I get scrap parts? Okay, this ought to be good. Do I have any pets? Oh my gosh, is this FAQ? Everybody, welcome to my FAQ stream. I'll be taking technically, I guess I did put a tag of AMA. I do have an AMA tag. I do not have any pets. The only pet that I had, I got rid of because he was so frustrating. I used to have a kitten. He was pretty cute. I liked him. But he kept me up at night and was kind of a terror. I should have gotten another cat. Then it would have been fine. If I had another cat, then it would have been good. Because cats kind of need buddies. But yeah, the cat kind of drove me crazy. So I gave it to my sister, and he's now living happily on her farm with a bunch of other cats. So he has a bunch of friends now. Very wholesome end to the story, but I do not have any pets right now. I mean, I have been scheming about getting another cat now that I know that they need buddies. They need buddies. Okay, we're still making this like open concept garden. Looking great. Looking good. Remember that whoever picks up the whoever grabs the actual plants, they're the ones that get the experience for it. Oh yeah, A-Star's got a new cat too. Happy story for the kitty. Yeah, the kitty now has like way more friends and is probably having like a real good time. I just realized that oh, Honey Lavender, I'm sorry if I was blocking you. Was I blocking you in the pot? I'm sorry. I'll nosh that. I'll eat my soggy noshi. Yum, yum, yum. Not phased by his operation? Oh, you said that he was getting snipped. Doesn't that mean that their heads get snipped off? Ugh, that's too bad. Gonna have to live life blind. I feel that, though. We're going to... Let's see. Oh, all right. We got an anvil now. Sweet. We could make armor if we wanted to. I don't think that this armor is very good, though. Erie's just fishing away. Just fishing your life away. Erie, thank you so much for all that you do for the fishing community. You're keeping us alive. Let's see. It would be nice to have some lanterns, but what do they cost? Copper bars and slimes. Oh, does it access the chest that's sitting next to it? What? Dude, that's very cool. I think that it accesses the... Yeah, look, it has the little chest next to it. That's super convenient. That's super cool. Okay, I'm just gonna move these to the chests. Did y'all split up the copper? Oh my goodness. Yeah, does it chain them together? That's a good question. I'll put down this chest. Let's see if they chain. Kind of curious. Let's see if we can make copper things in here. No, you can't. It has to be directly next to it, it looks like. Has to be directly next to it. It can't like pass through chests. Okay, so we still need more tin. So I guess we still got some like discovering to do. Some discovering. Bye, Earl of Suds. Have a good stream. Hey, I'm glad that I can answer your questions. We'll see you later, Buzz. Thanks for vibing with us. Oi. Have a good rest of your day, my friend. Don't forget your good vibes on the way out. We got the good vibe goodie bag. Still available on the earlofsuds.com. Just use promo code EARL for 5% off. Good vibes. These little star things, they need to be put over here because that makes like a wood plant, and we don't need that over in the garden. I don't know who's listening, but listen up, gamers. Don't plant the wood over here. Don't, because it will get crazy. It will get like really crazy style. We should probably make another gardening can so that Rosera doesn't have to work their buns off on this garden and they can get up to whatever they want to. I gotta eat some food. Do we have some dedicated food that I can nosh on? Because I am quite hungry. I think I'm gonna eat some of this jelly. Whoever made this jelly, thank you. Thanks for the gel. Ooh, nice. Can I cook anything else? Oh, I got mushrooms. Let's make a mushroom fish stew. Yum yum. Hashtag yum yum. We've got oh, did it just use 2 mushrooms? It may use 2 mushrooms to make that. I'm gonna keep the mushrooms on me just in case. They'll be my safety mushrooms. Yummy. All right, now I'm a healthy boy. I should probably get a pickaxe. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm gonna use some of the copper. On a pickaxe. My bad. Does anybody want a fishing pole? I don't think I'm gonna fish right now. So if anybody wants to do like a little bit of fishing, I'm just gonna put the fishing pole in this box. If you can hear me, you're invited to take it. You can take that fishing pole. It's totally for you. Do you left click? No, everything's like E, I think. Everything's E. Gonna smelt that. Let's see. Do I need to move anything else over? I'll put the let's see. Any more seeds to plant? I'll plant these couple of seeds. No, do not left click the pot. You press E. Left click is always break. Right click is always place. And then E is interact. So it's kind of standardized. I'm just gonna leave that. Rosaria, you can harvest the plants and get that EXP. You can get that good old EXP. I'm curious about where. Ooh, let's head down here. Slime spawning near the garden. Heroes needed. Quick, everyone aid Brad. Aid Brad. There are slimes near the base. They are threatening the kingdom. The king has been slimed 17 times. The king has been captured. The slimes are asking for ransom money. To aid. Yeah, Rosera, since you've got the gardening can, I'm thinking that you can get that garden EXP. I've got a new talent of mining just from hitting the wall. Hitting the wall with my bare hand, that'll get you some mining skills. Now I know what I'm doing. And just walking around, now I can run better. It's just good old cardio. I love destroying the sand. You can make your own little custom rooms. It's nice to have these little open areas. We can always populate these with houses or something. I don't know. I don't know if we want to build houses, but we could build our own little houses. It could be kind of cute. It's always E. I still don't have the E sound effect yet. I need to put that on the soundboard. Okay, we clean up. Granny's going ham on these walls. Yeah, smack these walls. Okay, this area is way too freaking big. I'm just gonna square it off and we're gonna be done. Because we need to go look for tin. We need to find the area that tin spawns. Here we go. Washy, nishi-noshi. Nishi-noshi, wishy-washy. So we can slap down some torches. Torches are only wood, and we now kind of have unlimited wood, so that's nice. There you go. Got a big room. We could spawn something in there if we wanted. I'm gonna go to, hey, Nowaki, welcome back. Hey, Earl, I'm back from my walk. Woo! It's really hot in California. Is that true? Is it spicy over there? What's the weather like where y'all are at? Let me hear this. Let me hear this weather update. It's getting pretty spicy in Texas. I gotta say, it's getting well heated in this area. I think it's starting to heat up for all these visits that I'm gonna be having. Gonna have some friends over soon. Opes will be here soon, and I can see that the weather's warming up. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. We wouldn't want it to be comfortable while my friends are here. That would be a real shame. 86 today? Oh shucks. Okay, it's starting to warm up. I think it was like 78 earlier. I don't know. Kind of comfortable. Let me see. I can't see anything. I guess the smartest move is to just run with torches. Run with torches and then beam them. Okay, just schmoof past them. These are non-aggressive slimes. They won't go for you unless you attack them. So I can just run around, make sure that this area is nice and lit. I wonder if they interact with you if you touch them, though. If they do damage to you, some games, they'll be like, okay, that's... Oh, I don't have any wood. I was just talking about how easy it is to make torches, but I'm out of them now. I just saw something up there. Killing enemies also gives you seeds. So that's another distinct advantage you can get. It's 91 in Houston. Oh my God, it's frying. I can't believe it. Time to fry some eggs on the sidewalk. I think that whenever I was younger, my friends did actually get a pan. They got a pan, put it out on the pavement, and tried to fry an egg, and it worked eventually. It just took a long time. I don't suggest it as a way to like cook your breakfast, but you know, if you get desperate, you can just leave some eggs outside in Texas and you can just fry them for free. Why buy a microwave when you can fry eggs on the sidewalk for free, as the old saying goes. Oi, what shenanigans are y'all getting up to at the base? I'm just blasting slimes over here. Y'all building a mighty garden? Are you crafting some mighty tools? I'm thinking I just really need to find the area that has tin. We need the goods, you guys. We need the tinly goods. Smacking. Okay, I'm gonna go down south. Yeah, because there's loads of copper here. Mushroom Gal, hey, it's good to see you. Oh, there's been no mushroom carnage all this evening. Oi, oi, oi. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. On the search for copper and gold. Oh, well, there's plenty of that. You can get a figurine? What? Mushroom Gal, how's your Tuesday going? Oi, oi, oi. We're up to some more shenanigans in Core Keeper. I thought that we could try out the co-op and see if we love it. Do we love it? Glad to hear my mushy friends are safe. Oh yes, so safe. I put them in the most safe area that I could possibly think up. My stomach, safe and sound. Safe and sound. They can never get hurt in there. Oh, look. Mush leaf. More mush friends. Hooray. Hooray. I'm going to make some torchies. Torchies tacos. You found worms? Oh, no. Not the worms. The worms are the worst enemy in this game. These slimes, they are walking the park. But those worms, they're no good. No good. Very dubious. Please kill. Did you just die? It doesn't have a, it doesn't have, like, a chat log of people dying. They just die. I hope we find a giant mush. Hope we find a giant mushroom. That's what I want. We want the giant mushroom. I think I'll just go ahead and snag all this wood, just in case I need to make more torches. While I'm out and about, eventually you'll reach the edge of this area, and like there's more behind it, but it's got a freaking boss that you have to fight. So we're gonna find where the boss is, and we're gonna turn around and run away. Okay, we're gonna tuck tail and run. Ooh, gold. Nice. Okay, this looks like a place for bridges. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna grab this wood. Wood is also made, wood also makes bridges, I'm pretty sure. You saw evidence of my mushroom crimes? No! Dai has betrayed me for the last time. For the last time I've been betrayed by Dai. Dai, you will suffer my wrath. I just have to come up with a proper punishment for you. But don't worry, I'll get creative. I'll take my time and I'll come up with something really good. Something you'll remember. Got 10 copper so far. Should we just continue? Ooh, this is the abyss. This is the abyss. Oh dear. Oh, you found the clay caves? Okay, let me see. Oh, it's way over there. Okay, so maybe they're always down to the south. Okay, this place looks suspicious. I don't think I don't want to pass over this. I'm in danger. I'm gonna go ahead and harvest these mushes. Don't worry, this does not harm them. This does not harm them. They'll be safely in my pocket. In my the pocket that I call my stomach. I'll just snag all these goodies. Who's playing with me? I've got Alchemic, Eerie Coffee, Rosera, Bratterfield, and Honey Lavender. And Tayaki said that they might join us too. It's true, it's true. It's got 8-player co-op. It's very cool. Yeah, let's head over to the group. We'll head over to the group. Ooh, more mush. More mush. Mush, mush. Mush, mush, mush. I'll just make sure that I light all these caverns that people are just left in the dark. This is too frightening. Also, the worms that you run into, they eat your torches. It's very frustrating. It's very, very dubious of them. Rosera, have you been gardening over here? Have you been gardening? If you get bored of gardening, by the way, Rosera, I can take up the gardening for a bit. We can all just take turns taking care of these plants. The plants. Yeah, there's a glow tulip. This can go here. Let's go to the smelter. Let's see, this needs to be lit. Yeah, we'll do some smelting. Some smelting back at the base. Whoever smelt it. Yeah, oh man, 35 copper? Holy moly, we are... I wonder if they change any of the spawn rates depending on how many people are on here, because either way, we're getting some mad copper. Gold cannot be smelted right now using our current tools, so I guess we'll just stack it up. Just stack it up. Got a red slime figurine. Can you just place this on the ground? There we go. That's just it's just some nice decoration. So can you... I wish that we could put water over there, but we might have to make a 10 workbench before we can do that. How much 10 do we have? 3? We need 15. Oh, Formulando, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. What's up, what's up? I hope you're doing good. Formulando. Alchemic, you're down here. That's where that... Okay, I'm going to follow Alchemic. We're going to grab some tin. And then we can go back, smelt it, and we'll make a new workbench. We'll have some new recipes. How's your Tuesdays going, everybody? I hope that you're having a good day. I've been vibing today. I hope that y'all have been vibing as well. Remember, I watched I think I saw a post on YouTube or something. I can't remember. I don't think it was on TikTok, but I saw a post on YouTube that was like, Oh, hi there, Alchemic. Dance, dance, dance. I'm trying to remember what the post was. It was like, it said something like, I don't know who needs to hear this, but you're doing fantastic. Sometimes growth takes a lot of time, and sometimes it's a-okay to just be a little... Oh, did y'all destroy this? Sometimes it's okay to just take time for yourself because you're growing so much and you need some time to relax. So don't worry, just keep relaxing. Life's moving on. You're learning stuff. And I kind of need to hear that. I was like, hey, life's just continuing on. Like, I can just relax. I'm learning stuff. Stuff's getting better. We're surviving out here. I don't know. It's nice little relaxing message. I don't really know where I was going with that. Oh, Alchemic, take this. Take that. I just noticed I had a spare one. Do you already have one? Yeah, just snag it. Inventory full? Oh, great. Okay, I'll carry it. Another break? No, I don't want to take a break. I'm having lots of fun. I'm having lots of fun playing these games. Streams have been super fun recently. I've been trying to take it easy and just hang out with you beans, and it's been working. It's been working wonders. Yeah, no, I'm having a great time. In fact, I'm looking forward to some like more content creation. I wanna make some YouTube videos. Whenever Opsty comes over, we're definitely gonna make a YouTube video together. But yeah, I wanna make some stuff. Di and I were talking about that, and like the new thing that I'm trying to like keep in my mind is like any content's better than no content. We got bone Creole. Delicious. Creole seasoned bone. Fantastic. Lad takes one break and we're all traumatized. No! No! Hey, the Queen of Simps, what's up? How are you doing? BRB, I need to empty my pockets. Yeah, go for it, go for it. You can always, we can always make little, like, crafting stations around because it's really cheap. It's really cheap. That's one thing in this game that's a little concerning is how easy it is to cheese the like low quality crafting stuff, but like we could put a chest over here, fill it with tin, and then go for like little trips. Crafting tables are super cheap to make. Furnaces are super cheap to make. Here we go, here we go. Queen of Simps, how are you doing today? The cooking in this game is so fun. Yeah, you can build up your recipe list. It's super cool. I kind of love it, actually. I kind of love it. Beep boop, beep boop. Good evening, beep boop. Lens, you were like, please don't leave us again. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna leave y'all. Don't worry. Don't worry. Bonk. Okay. Here we go. Already got some tin. I guess we're gonna keep going south. Eventually, if we keep going south, we're gonna run into a boss. Oh, look, the Clay Cave ends. Yo, Tomb TV. Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Yo, can we get some shouts out for Tomb TV? How are y'all doing? What's up? What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. Hey, I am Hardcore Harry. What? Hardcore Harry? Is that really you? Wait a minute. Hey, Gao, let me see if I can see this. It's Gao Lion the Rocks. How are you doing? This is Yara. Oi, 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 oi. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks so much for being part of the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tomb TV. I super appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. Hardcore Harry. Wait a second. Is that a spin on the movie Hardcore Henry? I freaking love that movie. I've got it on Blu-ray. I want to watch it right now. Now that you mentioned it, I want to watch it right now. For anybody that doesn't know, it's a first-person movie. It's a movie that's filmed with like a bajillion GoPros on the front of somebody's head, and it's all like it has it's a ton of parkour. It's a hyper-violent, like it's basically Doom as a movie. It's so cool. I saw it on Kickstarter whenever it. I'm sorry. I'm going on about a movie. Thanks, Tomb TV, for the raid. I super appreciate it. I hope your stream was fantastic. If you need to grab yourself some snacks or get yourself some water or something, please go for it. But if you want to tell me about your time in Core Keeper, please feel free to tell me. What do you think about this game? Have you played it multiple times? I guess some of your chat might be able to tell me too. But have y'all made it to a boss or something? Yesterday I was playing it by myself, but I decided to open this up, and now we got a bunch of beans playing with us. A bunch of beans. I'm Hardcore Harry. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming over with the raid. You found gold. Gold's worthless to us right now. We cannot use gold. Gold cannot be smelted at our current level. We are too weak. We are too weak and foolish. Flatly Ridden, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome in. If there's anybody else that I didn't welcome in, please feel free to just sing it out. Make your complaints known. I have customer service. You can just email the Earl of Suds, customer service at gmail.com. I'm looking for what we really need is tin. Alchemic, did you get enough tin to make a table yet? You're quite hungry too? Yeah, go get some food. Get some food. People in the chat just starving out here, not taking care of themselves. Y'all are gonna make me mad. Ooh, I don't have a shovel either. Yeah, I need to eat in the game. I'm kind of starving. I think I'm just gonna eat. We're just gonna eat some basic mush. Yeah, that'll do for now. Let's just keep going. We're gonna keep looking for 10. I think I'm gonna cover the areas that I can for freebies. Can he eat? Yeah. Hey, I came in with the stream. Oh, you helped mod for your friend Tomb. Oh, Flatley, that's your friend. Yo, Tomb is Flatley's friend. All right. So we got some connection here. I hope you had an extra shovel. That'd be awesome. Thank you. You have a fishing rod, but you don't know how to use it. Are you using a controller? But Flatley, thank you so much for telling your friend about my stream. I super appreciate it. That's super duper sweet. How was the stream, Flatley? I'm guessing you were hanging out. How far did y'all get? What kind of shenanigans were y'all getting up to? I'm gonna place that there. Were they playing co-op? Were they playing solo? Kind of curious. Toom hasn't said a word, but I totally understand. Raiding and running is something that I do pretty often. You're on PC? Yeah, if you want to fish, I think it's right click, right? Isn't it? Pretty sure that it's just right click. And then, in fact, I kind of want to do some fishing. Maybe I should do a fishing demo real quick. I think I'm gonna head back. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna stay over here. I believe that the fishing is just, you just chuck the rod. You want to make sure that you do it in a fishing spot for your highest chance of catching a fish. Like this. This is a fishing spot. So you should just right click, throws the rod. And then whenever you get a bite, you'll right click again and it'll start the reeling game. Now, whenever you're playing the reeling game, the fish is it's gonna shake around and that'll break your rod if you keep reeling. So you're gonna need to figure out like the rhythm of the fish. So you're gonna wanna reel when it's not thrashing around. Okay. Ah! So you reel it in while it's not thrashing and then eventually you'll make it up there. You got to do it a little bit. You'll get a feel for it. It's not too hard, but it's definitely got a little challenge to it. Thank you for the shovel, Alchemic. Now we can dig up diggy spots and such. Diggy spots. We can also remove enemy spawners. Like I know that there's an enemy spawner over here somewhere. Enemy spawner. My game's kind of lagging, but you know it don't really matter. It's just a pixel game. It's just a pixel game. You're from Nashville, Tennessee? What? We got more people from Tennessee in here? That's wild. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Once we get enough goods, we should definitely make what the heck just popped up on my screen? Did something just popped up? What was that? Did the game crash? What just happened? Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that. I'm gonna pretend like nothing happened. You guys, let's just pretend like nothing popped up, all right? There's a good fishing tutorial. Can we get a pull-up tutorial? Oh, that's a bummer that you can't spell pull-up, die. It's even right there, spelled out for you in the redeem. That's too bad. Well, I guess we'll do a little pull-up tutorial. So I'm gonna teach y'all how to work out and how to get swole, all right? I'm a professional trainer. That's what I do with most of my time. So I stream a little bit, but my major way of making money is doing personal training. So real quick personal training session, gonna teach y'all how to get ripped. So if you wanna get muscles like I have, what you're gonna do is that you need yourself a pull-up bar. I have one over here. I'm gonna demonstrate. Basically all you gotta do is just grab onto it and just pull yourself up. I'll demonstrate a few times. Just watch closely, take notes. I know you can barely see me. Just pretend like the angle's better. you just 3, 4. Yeah, just like this. Just keep it up. Come on. You can do it. Yep, just keep going. You know, get that. Get it. Come on. Boom. That's all there is to it. Now you're ripped. Now you're absolutely ripped. I'm so glad. Yes, pull up. Love the floofy hair. Yeah, the hair is kind of wild today. Whoa, you do professional training? Oh yes, very, very professional. Oh, very, very professional. Brad, I can give you a free session if you like. Let's go. Let's keep mining. Look for the 10. You feel swole already? Well, that's one of the benefits of watching my streams is that actually you get more swole just from watching. If you just watch my stream, you will actually get stronger. As my muscles grow, your muscles grow. So it's a very, very convenient way. It's kind of like a life hack. It's a muscle hack, but you can get stronger just from watching. Let's see. We're gonna go home. You like the wild hair? Feels very punk rock. Yeah, I can't really pull off anything but wild hair right now. It's basically my only option. My only option is wild hair because I can't pull off anything else. Swole time, baby. I could maybe just hang there for a moment. Listen, Mushroom Gal, we all start somewhere. Besides, you are a mushroom. I'm surprised that you can even hang on to a bar like that. That's super impressive, and you're already doing great. We need a torch. I'm gonna steal one, I think. Or, okay, this is like a spawner down here. What is this? What is this setup? How do I get home? How do I get home? The giant worm boss thing also eats torches? Oh my gosh. Yeah, the worms eat torches, and it's super frustrating. I should braid my hair. I don't know how to braid hair. Can you do that for me, Linz? Whenever we hang out in June, we can do a hair braiding. Then I can just like keep it for weeks and weeks and weeks and just pretend like it still looks as good as the first day. You wish that your hair was like that? My dang flat pin straight hair is so boring. Oh, what? That's what I want. What I want is long straight hair so that I could like dye it white and look like a vampire king. That's what I want. I want to freaking like I want it to be super straight so that I look like a scary vampire man. I think you could pull off a mullet or a man bun. Yeah, I can do a man bun. I had one yesterday. Yeah, I can bun it up. I can bun it up, and it already does kind of look like a mullet. My friend mentioned that whenever we were hanging out at his house. He saw me from behind, and he was like, dude, do you have a mullet? And I was like, kinda. It's like a couple of steps away from a mullet, but it's awfully close. I'm gonna, let's see. Oh, we got some more tin. The most important element that we're mining at the moment. We might be able to make a tin workstation very soon. I'll just transfer all this stuff to the chest. We've only got 3? Oh my God, we gotta work it. We gotta work it, y'all. You wanted to redeem pull-ups, but they're not available. Yeah, they're not available, Robbie, because I just did them. Are you trying to destroy me? Are you trying to destroy me right now? Oh my gosh, Robbie's like, oh, I see him doing pull-ups. Let's redeem some more. Ah, I see you just did 10. How about 10 more, streamer? Get to work. Also, Sillarim, it's nice to meet you. I don't think that I recognize your username. Sorry if I'm forgetting you. But hi Sillarim. Hope you're doing good. The back of your hair is crazy curly, so it has to stay short. Ooh, curly hair. I love curly hair. How are you doing, colorless canvas? I'm thinking about getting some granny curlers. I'm thinking about getting some curlers for my hair just for fun. Like, don't you just take like a strand of hair and then you get the curler, you curl it up, and then you like leave it overnight or something? I should try curling my hair. Maybe I'll do that on my birthday. Birthday stream is curly head. I'm just gonna eat this soup. Thanks whoever made this. You gotta go for work, or you need to go to work, Brad? Oh, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, Brad. Thanks for hanging out, Brad. Good luck with your work. I'm glad that you got to play with us a little bit. It was fun. It was fun. Only bummer about this game is that you don't get to have choices initially with the stats. Kind of lame. Kind of lame. Sillarim, thank you for the follow. What the heck? Oh, you've never been here, to be honest. Oh, well, nice to meet you. Hi there. My name's Earl or Kinney. I play like a variety of games. I'm an absolute mess. My schedule, a mess. My game choices, even stranger. It's remote. Oh, nice. Okay, sweet. Yeah, you can hop on, Brad, if we're still playing. You're welcome back. Bought the Apple soap. You love Apple scents? Ooh, oh, royalty soaps. Nice. You purchased some royalty soaps, did you? Heh? Nice. Thank you for supporting my family. That's so very sweet of you. 10. We can't make this yet. We still need 5 more 10 bars. We need 5 more bits of ore. I'll just double check that somebody didn't just place it in a chest. There's a bunch of seeds. Why don't we plant it up, y'all? Why don't we plant up these seeds, y'all? What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? I'll plant them right now. I'll show y'all how it's done. Blast it all. Here I go. Here I go. Oh, wait. Ugh, stupid headphone. Stupid headphone exiting my life like that. You have 7? Oh, sweet. Well, let's get it made, friendo. Let's get it made. Look at that wood. The wood is growing. Wood plant. I don't think that it can grow on sand, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, are these all roots? Good lord. Good lord, so many roots. How do I join? Oh, I'll give you the code. I'll give you the code, Tayaki. I'll just, well, whisper it to you. Whisper it to you real sneaky like. Hey, it's Rimage. What's up? How are you doing, my dude? Oi, oi, oi. Rimage, I was watching you play some Elden Ring last night. Oi, oi. Can we get a shouts out for Rimage? Real cool bean. Super chill. Love his background. Good gamer, God gamer. Hope you're doing well, Rimage. I'm playing the same game today, but this time with a bunch of friends. Good morning. Yes. I was telling Tails earlier. I tried melatonin for the first time last night, and it destroyed me. It destroyed me. I was in a call with Opes, and I was like falling asleep in the call. We were trying to play some RuneScape, and I was like, I was about to headbutt my own desk. But I went to bed, had really weird dreams, slept really well, got up, tried to wake up, and went straight back to bed. I had to take a nap. Got like nothing done today because I napped the day away. Bummer. I'm just gonna plan all this good stuff here. So does most of this game happen underground? It's 100% underground, I believe. It's 100% underground, but there are NPCs. Like, there are traders and villagers that you can run into. So there are different biomes. There's also like, I've been to like a castle biome that has like iron in it, but you have to beat bosses to be able to get to the to those types of areas. So I haven't seen them yet, but there are bosses to be fought. Do we nice outfit, yo? Got a copper thing going on here. We smelting that tin. Ooh, I'm gonna make the tin bench. Let's make that 10 bench, baby. Okay. And Tayaki's here. Hey, everybody say hi to Tayaki. Oi, oi, oi. Tayaki, you're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, Tayaki. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you got a little lantern. Got a lantern in your lantern. You're phone typing with one hand. I blame everything but me. Ugh, typical die. Typical divey. I think what I'm going to do is destroy that bench, put that bench here, and put that one here. Because I think that we're going to be crafting off of this bench more often now. So we can access it directly from the chest. I think that the first thing that we need to do is make a... Should we make a tin anvil? What can you make on that? Not an alchemy table, not a painter's table. Maybe not a forge. Yeah, we should probably get a tin anvil first. For our miners, we could maybe get some tin tools. I mean, I know Alchemic's been mining a lot of this tin that we've got, so it would only be fair. Let's see. I need to get like a tiny bit of copper and fix my pick. Then I'll put all the rest of it away. Bingo. I'll put this away because it's community. It's community copper. There's so much of it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, A-Star's been chilling with us. A-Star's big chilling. I'm still looking forward to playing some Fortnite. I might play it like Wait, where's my... Do I have wood on me? I got clay walls. I think I need to snag some wood, actually. Is that a Link tunic? It's peasant. It's peasantry outfit. I want to be a peasant. Hey, I look great. I make a really attractive peasant. My goodness. Let's see. I'm gonna take like... Can I get half of this? No, I don't want to transfer it. Alt? No. Shift. Okay, shift right click splits it. I'm gonna make some more torchies. Torchies tacos. You've been making children cry in Fortnite? The only thing that bothers me about Fortnite now is that there's a bunch of bots in it, so you can never tell if you killed a human being. I wish that there was a, in Call of Duty, whenever you kill people, they will like give you, they'll unlock that other person's mic for a minute, so you hear them go like, oh crap, where were they? That is funny. I wish that Fortnite had that so that you could hear kids like squeal in sadness whenever you beam them. That would be very funny. Yeah, I'd be down to kill some kids with you, A-Star, you know? Murking some youngins. Younglings. Let's dig up this spot. Wow, I found a seed. Oh, I was supposed to eat. Oops. Oops, we gotta go back. We gotta go back. I'm starving. I'm straving. Back up, back up, back up. We need some backup. Oh my gosh. We need to cook up some rub-a-dub-dub. Anybody got some grub? I'm straving. There is grub in here. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do have a little bit of this glowing berry. All right, and I'll put it back. Oh, wait. Wrong box. Wrong box, wrong box. Okay, there we go. Thank you, whoever's cooking this food. Hey, yo, Tomb, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Yo, Flatley told me that that they're your mod and suggested the raid. Thanks so much for coming through here. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. How was your game? Hey, awesome sauce. I thought you just raided and ran, which is totally fine, by the way. Totally fine to run it, raid and run. I know you got to get some food. You apparently getting ready for bed. I hope you enjoyed your game. Were you playing co-op? Nobody explained it to me. Nobody told me. I asked so many questions. I was so curious. Were you playing co-op? Have you beaten any of the bosses? I hope you had a great stream, my friend. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. I'll have to check out. I have a feeling that you're better at Core Keeper than I am. I'm playing with some people right now. We got like 5 people from chat right now, just hanging out. A lot of people just bought the game so that they could just play it right now. We're just we're testing it out. I had a lot of fun with it last night playing some solo. So I was like, what the heck? Let's give it another play and see if we can beat a boss together. That's what I want to do. Okay, I'm gonna keep blasting them with this slingshot that I luckily found. Here we go. Oh, you were playing Tunic solo, but Josh was in the call with me all the time. Oh, okay. Not just a mod. A friend. A friend, I say. Bop, bop, bop. Go. Stay away, stay away. I got two slingshots because I was gonna give one to Alchemic. Whoops. What is Tunic solo? Oh, were you actually playing Tunic? I could have swore that it said Core Keeper. Tunic is the game it's really adorable little like where you're a wolf or something, right? Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Anonymous, thank you so much. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, let me see. And what? Okay, there's a sub. Did that just happen? Somebody was complaining about the sub notifications being messed up. Drex, thank you for the gifted sub for Honey Lavender. That's so sweet. Oi, oi, oi. Honey Lavender is one of the people that we're playing with right now. Thank you. Drex, that's too sweet. Too sweet. But Tunic, I've heard of this game. I think that I saw, and I need someone to tell me where to go in that game. I've got a friend named Ripsy that has been playing Tunic, and apparently it is one of their favorites. It's like they said that it might be their game of the year. They love Tunic so much. Ripsy. They would know better. I haven't seen them. I've only seen them appear in my chat like one time, but they're crazy about Tunic. It looks so adorable. You've been lurking? Oi! Ahsoka, very lurky of you. Very lurky to have you. Lurky to have you. Thanks for being here. Alchemic made like a nice little, I like this little bridge area, this little square. But yeah, Tunic looks cute. It kind of reminds me, the art style reminds me of a typing game that I've played before. I can't remember the name of the game. But yeah, this is Core Keeper. Have you seen any of this game, Tomb? I've been having a lot of fun with it. Been having a lot of fun. Yes, yes. You may be playing to the Minecraft server. Ooh, Minecraft server. Our subby Minecraft server. I went and checked it out. Ain't nobody built nothing there. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for another 100 biddies. What the heck? Thank you. That could be the same Anon. It could be a different Anon, but all the same. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. One of the best indies of the year. How much does a Tunic cost? I saw it. It looks very cute. I definitely want to watch more of Ripsy playing it to see if it's my sort of game. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, maybe I'll have to look into that. New item, bomb. I never used a bomb last night. Hey, Sarah, yo, started the hype train. Thank you so much. You guys are blowing it up. What the heck? What the heck is happening with y'all this evening? Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. You guys are going crazy.
They have given 44.
You guys are going crazy this evening. Thank you so much. Oi, oi, oi. Can we get some hype in the chat? The hype train is toot toot. The hype train is schmoving. Oh my god, this area is so big. Holy moly, what is this? Where am I? It's like $30. All right, $30, not too bad. Not too bad. The indie games these days, 20, 30 bucks. Hey, Mini Mellow Cat, what's up? This is so cute. This is adorable. I love those emotes. Oi, Sarah, thank you for the biddies. What the heck? Thank you so much for the 300 biddies. Oh, giant worm, giant worm. Oh, that's what that thing was. Oh. Okay, this is the wormhole. And he just destroyed all my torches. Oh. Alchemic was probably warning me about that. Oh, Alchemic, you probably put a bunch of torches there, didn't you? And then they got chomped. My bad, my bad. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, I haven't been reading all these messages. Oi, oi, oi. Are you guys supposed to build our houses on spawn? I was thinking like around it. We could do around it. Still digging the game. Darren, could you shut up? Darren, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Hey, it's good to see you, Darren. Yo, I'm digging this game, and now we've got some other people that are digging with us. Look at this. We got some homies. Taiyaki, thank you for the gifted sub. Yo, gifted sub for Erica Donut. What the heck? We got Toon TV. Toon TV got a gifted sub. Erica Donut just got a gifted sub. Drex gifted out a sub. What the heck? Yo, the community's growing. Community's growing. Everybody that's getting a sub, you're invited to sub movie night. Sub movie night. We're gonna be watching Beetlejuice. We're gonna be watching Beetlejuice, I think, in a couple of weeks. In a couple of weeks. We're doing it every other week, and we just watched the movie. We're gonna be watching Beetlejuice. You're totally invited. Enjoy all your sub emotes. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna make the I'll make the Minecraft server so that all the subbies can be on there. Somebody made a little statue and it said praise Jeebus or something. I haven't really gotten on there too much. I want to make a spawn area. I want to make a spawn area on the Minecraft server. I was gonna do it earlier, but I kind of ran out of time. Let's see if we can. Okay, so this is the worm area. I think we're gonna make a new way through here. You've never seen Beetlejuice? Me either. This will be my first time. I didn't even know you had a server. Oh, you should have been there for movie night. Should have been there for movie night. I posted the deets in the movie night area. Everyone's invited to just log on in if you want to. It doesn't have any safety on it right now, so it's only subs. Oh boy, what is all this? Oh no. Now I die. No, I did die. Dang it, I thought I could maybe run through them. That's too bad. I thought that I could rush to that cave. We can mine to our stuff, though. Shucks. I perished. That's a long way out. Oh, that's a long way out. Oh, boy. It might be better. It might be better to just mine to the left from here. Yeah, I think that we might need to make another... I wonder how many materials do we have? Can I just make another I'd feel kind of bad, but I think I might just make another mining implement so that I can go faster. Yeah, I think I'm just going to make another copper pickaxe. We can always scrap it later, too, which is really cool. That's another cool thing about this game. Grab a couple of these. It's only 2 copper for this. Oh, wait, what? No, I still have it. Oh, I forgot. You get to keep all the things on your hotbar. I'm stupid. Okay, do I get back the same thing? No, you only get back 1. I just wasted a copper bar. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You could help me, Alchemic. Can you get over there that easily? It's up there. I was thinking that we could like mine over. That might make it easier. I'm gonna make some bridges. We can make an even easier way across too. There we go. Make some bridges. Bingo bango. Rosera's here too. Yeah, we've got a bunch of adorable beans here. A bunch of adorable beans on one map. We've got me, Alchemic, Eerie, Rosera, Tayaki, and Honey Lavender. Brad was on here a minute ago. You're gonna buy Minecraft just to sneak signs around the server, insulting Kenny? Yeah, let's see it, Di. Let's see it. Go ahead, buy Minecraft. Buy Minecraft. Let's play Minecraft. I freaking dare you. I dare you. Where do I need to go to the left? I guess straight over from here is what I need to do. We'll use me torchies. Oh, looks like there's a path over here that I just hadn't discovered yet. Yeah, there's a bunch of area around here. Is this natural? Is this natural or did somebody make this? I see some boxes, so nobody's been over here yet. We'll grab the treasure. Anything could be in these boxes. We just found caveling bread, a new recipe. New recipe, anybody hungry? New bread just dropped. Yum, yum. Granny Earl is gonna head up here. Let's check these boxes too. What do we got? What do we got? Give me some bombs. I dropped some bombs. Unfortunately, I haven't used one before. Kind of curious if they're any good at mining. Oh, Alchemic's almost to my stuff. Nice. I'm just gonna make an entrance that way because I have a feeling we're gonna be battling this worm. Oops. All right, guess I can grab all this food. Grab all this bonus food. Big chasm over here. I probably had a pretty full pocket, so it might be hard to get. Hey, you guys, can we get some more? Can we get some more hype in the chat for the hype train? Thank y'all so much. Thank you, everybody that gave. Oi, 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 oi. It's a hype evening. Y'all just made this evening so much more hype. Thank y'all so much. Bow, 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 bow. Oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. We're starting April off strong. We're starting April off like some proper fools. Some proper fools. Big subby vibes. Rosary, you gonna go get some food? Oh, some IRL. You're starving. You're starving IRL. Oh, dear. Get some food. Get some food, Rosera. Colorless canvas. I didn't know that you were a Kuri fan. I'm a Kuri fan, too. What a coincidence. Okay. Oh, my gosh. There's so many worms. Ah. Okay, that is one way to deal with them. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. They're so strong. They're so strong. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hope I can kill this thing. Okay, I think I got it. I've got no armor. I'm very weak. Kill, 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 kill. There we go. Honey Lavender, is fun to hang out. Hey, thanks for chilling with us. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed. I'm glad that you jumped in. Glad that you jumped in, friendo. Enjoy the rest of your day. If you're hopping out of the stream too, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, my friend. This is so scary. These worms are so tough. Oh my gosh. You're mostly in Kuri's Twitch? I feel that. Me too. Ditto. Go, 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 go. Okay, I just need to dodge them. Cover the area with torches. They can spawn from these little spots here. Hey, what's up, Salvaron? Is that how to say your name? What's up? How you doing, Salva? Oi, oi, oi. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. We're in the mines. Well, we're in the mines on a Tuesday. My loot is kind of below me. So I'm gonna go down. Did you die, Alchemic? Did you perish while trying to recover my stuff? Thank you so much for trying to recover my things. I am headed that direction right now. I kind of can't see anything. Okay, where are we? Where are we? Oh my gosh. Okay, you gotta be careful around here because the freaking worms, they'll murk you, dude. They'll kill you. They'll kill you. They have no regard for human life. Granny Earl will try to defend you. I'll do it, lad. I'm a pro Minecrafter. I've heard of the Ender Dragon. You've heard of it? Oh my goodness. Die. Wait a second. I didn't know that you were so good. I'm getting nervous. Alk was chatting about worms. Yeah, just talking worms. You know, we talk worms. No, as soon as I saw the worms, I ran the other way. There were like 20 of them. Yeah, that's what got me. I can see them. I can see the worms. I can see the beasts. I'll recover it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you so much for your attempted sacrifice. Thank you so much for all that you've done, but I've got this. I'll kill the worms. They'll be dead. I kind of wish that I brought a trap with me. That'd probably be a good thing to bring. Wonder if I have any bombs on me. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I've only got this bread, this caveling bread. It only gives you food, but does eating food restore health? It says 5% increased max health. Okay. Hey, Coffee Casualty, you've got hiccups too? I don't have hiccups, but you've got hiccups right now? Coffee Casualty, Gesundheit. Gesundheit, how are you doing? Hello, I am trying to recover my loot that I have lost. Miss Piggy did not help me with my loot. Ay. Let's grab this tin over here. The tin's the good stuff, you guys. That is the good stuff that we need more of. I wish that there were torches that you could place that these worms couldn't eat. All right, we need to strategize, y'all. We need to strategize. We can definitely beam them with a slingshot. That's one thing. We could also just grab the loot and run. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go up here in a safe spot. I'm gonna make a table real quick. Oops, I'm about to drop this bread. There we go. We're gonna make a table real quick. We're gonna make we can't make a bed because we don't have any fiber. But, oh, wait, what? What was I gonna make? I was gonna make a something. What was I trying to do? I just lost my mind. But, oh, I was gonna make a chest. That's what it was. My goodness. Because I need to put some of this stuff away because I'm not gonna be able to carry all my loot away. There we go. Oh, I didn't know that I had a fishing rod with me. That's rad as heck. We have 6 fiber at base? Okay, sweet. Okay, I've eaten enough. I'm looking a little unhealthy. A little unhealthy over here. But I dropped most of my stuff that I'm holding. That's good. Hey, Zombie Food, what's up? How are you doing? Thanks for blanking your way into chat. So cute. You vote for run? Well, we have to grab our stuff. Okay, I think we grabbed everything. All right, sweet. We grabbed our loot. We're back, baby. And I got a lantern? What? We just got a lantern. I wonder if I had that this entire time. Hey, Delphina, there's the sub. There it is. Oi, oi, oi. We're almost up to the sub goal. Delphina, thank you so much for the 10 months. Oh, snap. Is Delphina even still here? Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. Thank you, Delphina. I super appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Oi, 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 oi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm gonna drop a bomb on these fools. We're gonna try this out. I've never used one of these. Who knows what will happen? There will be an explosion of some sort. Where are the worms at? There's some worms. I want to hit a big worm, though. That's hot. Okay, I like that. I like that. It's a little smaller than I thought. A little smaller than I thought. But it's pretty good. Pretty good. Rosera! Oh my goodness. Hey, thank you for the gifted sub. We made it. We made it. We made it. Oi, oi, oi. Rosera, thank you so much for the gifted sub for Slimy Salamander.
20.
Oh my goodness.
They have given 112
oh my goodness. So generous. Where are the snacks at? Oh, okay. I could go grab some snacks. I was gonna say that everyone in the chat is a snack, but Maybe I'll go grab a physical snack too. Let's grab our loot. We're gonna go back to the base, and then maybe I will go grab a little snacky. Something to nosh on. Something to get a little noshy with. I'm gonna leave these skulls because I don't know what they're used for. Broken handle has melee damage. A piece of an ancient weapon. Even though it's already a handle, it feels mysteriously balanced. What's the difference here? It does 101 damage. I probably just can't repair it. Is that the problem? It's an ancient sword hilt, and it looks super powerful. We're gonna leave a tombstone. Oh! That's fricked, man. There's just one worm. Just one worm. Okay, I'm gonna go. Ooh, this place is looking nice. Ooh, alchemic. Nice. Okay, let's recover my stuff. Great. My bad. I did not expect one slime to walk up behind me and murk me. Okay, we're gonna grab our stuff. We'll make it back to base, and then I'm gonna go grab a like little snack or something. Little snacky. Oh, we could try out this broken sword hilt too. And I have on my offhand a little light, so I don't have to carry a torch everywhere. Please don't do that. I think I'm going the right way. Who died up here? This is somebody else's torch, right? Somebody else has died? I killed it all by myself. Bed's down. We got a bed down. Oh my God. Who died up here? Who is this? I don't think I can. Oh, it looks like you might not be able to pick up people's stuff. Because I see a tombstone up there that I can't pick up. Hey, what is Spooky here? Oh, Spooky Vibes. What's up? Thanks for choking the pufferfish. Immensely appreciated. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Real nice of you. Okay, this larva meat, even uncooked, will heal me. I'm kind of scared about doubling it up. I'm scared for my life, y'all. Scared for my life in this cave. I hope I can get my loot. Is there still a worm around here? Who's guarding my loot? Oh, they broke the, oh God, there it is. There's that little rascal that killed me. It only takes one worm, dude. One freaking worm. Let's get rid of the tombstone. Don't need that. Don't need the caveling skull. Don't need the chrysalis. Let's get rid of the walls. We can always pick those up later. What else can we not bring? Ah, there's so much good stuff. I see gold there. Let's get rid of that wall. Ground slime. We'll get rid of that. Okay, we need that. Hey, David Bowie. What weapon is in that second slot? It's a broken handle that I found. It says it's 101 to 123 melee damage, 2.5 attacks per second. It gives you plus max health, and it says it's a piece of ancient weaponry. Even though it's only the handle, it already feels mysteriously balanced. I have a feeling that this is repaired with those crystals. I've never seen this weapon before. I didn't even see me pick it up. Okay, I'm gonna throw that down. We'll slap down a chest so that I can like go through all this stuff. Make sure that I'm not. Okay, it looks like I did just throw away junk. Okay, good. That stuff we'll get rid of. And we'll keep all of our like normal copper tools because we can always scrap those and get some copper out of it. Oh dang, where'd I find it? I think I found it in a box, David. I think I found it in a box, and I'm inside of the clay caverns. So it isn't post any of these bosses. I got it before. We haven't beaten any bosses yet. So you can totally find it. You can totally find it. It's out and about. Okay, I'm just gonna leave those goodies there, kind of unmarked. Let's go home. Gonna eat this larva. We're gonna go back. I need to go get some food IRL real quick. Oh, you're looking for one in your playthrough. Well, David, I'm pretty sure that I either found it. I probably found it in this area. I'm not sure what this biome's called, but I think I found it in here. Apparently, it's just random because it is in the starting area, so you don't have to do anything advanced. I just came upon it. Randomly. Randomly, it whispered to me in the middle of the night and said, "Pick me up." And I said, "Deal." Your internet's back. What did you miss? Well, I died a couple of times. We should make a garden closer to water. I feel like we can move water. Does anybody know how to move water? I feel like we can make an iron bucket. I think eventually we'll be able to make an iron bucket. Maybe we would make a hole and then fill the water up. I'm not sure. Not sure. Also, Awkward, it's good to see you. I think I already said hi. I think I already backsassed you a little bit, but I'm going to say hi again just as a bonus. A bonus hello. But yeah, Eerie, did y'all figure out a way to move water? Because I think you might be able to. You can dig trenches to guide the water. Ooh, thank you, David. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Okay, well, maybe we should dig out around this area and see if we can find some water that's close by. Well, there's some down here, right? Yeah, there's some down here. I'll move it. Let's get these guys out of the way from a water source. Yeah, I see a source down here. Bop. I know I already said hi. I'm just giving you some bonus hellos. Carefully, hurry. They're beasties. They're beastly beasties. Do I have a shovel on me? I think I do, yeah. Here. Okay, there it went. All right, you want to come this way, Eerie? Oh, you're just gonna clean that up? Okay, you can just hit the wall if you want. Eerie, I'm blocking you in. You can't get out. Oh my gosh, she's escaping. Everybody, stop Eerie, quick! Somebody. No, Eerie's unstoppable. Oh my god. Eerie, you're too powerful. Okay, sweet. We got plenty of Wawa. We got Wawa for days. Thanks, David. That's an important tip. There you go. Nice. We got water for days. For days. Eerie's kind of a gremlin. Eerie Coffee, kind of a gremlin? Question mark. We can also, I guess, cut off this water if we want to. If we want to, but there's close water anyway. I think I have some seeds. If y'all, are y'all doing like, here, I'll put down a chest for y'all. Here's a chest that everybody can put seeds in if you find any. So that our gardeners can work easier. You have gremlin energy sometimes? Oh, I can tell. Oh, I can tell. It's all right. We stay in gremlins. I'm going to move this over to the corner because I think it'll look better there. Like a little display case. Nice. Okay. I'm going to wait in here for just a minute. I'm going to go grab like a snack. I think I might make a fold over peanut butter sandwich. Y'all just chill for like 2 seconds and I swear I'll be back. Okay. I swear on my mother's grave and she ain't even dead. You're at the end of the game. You haven't found that weapon? What? David, that's crazy. What the heck? I mean, I played for 5 hours last night, which is not much, but I never found it then, that's for sure. I don't know. I feel like I've gotten a lot luckier today because I found 2 fishing poles. What the heck? 2 fishing poles, apparently very rare weapon. This is pretty wild. Pretty wild. Wow. That's crazy. Okay, I'll be right back. I have no chill, but enjoy your snack. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to leave the real streamer in this chair for a second. There we go. All right. Be right back. Okay, that was kind of quick. Who's dancing? Hey, get away from me. Eerie, I saw that. You did not get away scot-free. I saw that. By the way, I was so zonked out last night on that melatonin that I tried. I I was so zonked out that apparently I put cooked spaghetti in the pantry. It was that's an odd find, an odd find. I did not remember that I put that in there, but I put cooked spaghetti in the in the pantry. That's excellent. Sandwichi. I'm just gonna nosh on this. So close. I mean, you can leave cooked spaghetti on the counter for a little bit, but not very long. Whoa! This garden's looking advanced. What the heck? You gardeners are going crazy. Looking nice, looking good. Whose gravestone is in the middle there? Did somebody die? If you watch any Darmon videos, they put cooked spaghetti in the pantry. Who the heck is Darmon? By a little bit? You mean you leave it out overnight, right? What? Me? Right? Right? Why are you yelling at me, Mushroom Gal? Why? Why? Is that important? Why partake in illegal contraband when you can just pop a melatonin? I mean, it's not illegal in Texas. Darmon, I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to take any advice from that man, actually. I'm getting kind of worried about that. Yes, I perished. Now I'm reborn. Did you die of starvation in the garden? Did you die? Did you die while surrounded by food? Mushroom Gal, do you have a confession? Have you been watching Darmon videos? Who's been watching that? Wait, you guys don't watch YouTubers like Jarvis Johnson? I think I know who Jarvis Johnson is. He's got glasses, right? And he's like smart and talks about smart things. Right? I think I know who Jarvis Johnson is. Black guy, short hair. I think I know who that is, right? Am I thinking of the right person? Or is that a different guy? I don't know. He's the guy that wears shoes and has hair. Oh, is he a human being? Oh, David, you could have just said that they were a human being, and that would have covered it. You say it's a guy. Okay, so that's probably a human, right? Right. Human YouTuber. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to my human YouTube channel. You don't watch nearly as much YouTube as you used to before you found Twitch? Aw, that's sweet. Wait a second. Calico, what YouTubers did you watch, though? Were you watching, like, Leafy is Here and stuff like that? That seems right up your alley. Were you watching Leafy and Dream? Maybe some How To Basic? Kenny, you're making it sound like it's an alien trying to blend in. I'm an alien trying to blend in. Hello. I'm almost done with this sandwich. I apologize. I hate eating on stream. It's very embarrassing. Oh, thank you, Coffee Casualty. We needed some sound effects. Some live action sound effects. Thank you, Kayla. Everything tastes better with Minecraft sound effects. That PB is gonna stick to the roof of your mouth. Oh my God. Linz, I'm not a dog. I know how to clean my mouth, okay? I'm not gonna be a dog going all day. The YouTubers that you watch don't make daily content, so you still watch when they make a video? What kind of YouTubers are we talking about? Come on, give me some recommendations, you sorry suckers. All I got is some human named Jarvis Johnson. All of that is quoted. Wow, look at him go. Michael Reeves? Okay, I know who Michael Reeves is. Yeah. I know who this Michael Reeves character is, best boys. That's a programmer Lily Pichu's boyfriend, I think, or something. He seems very funny. He seems very funny, and he's definitely very smart. I don't watch his content, but I have a general positive attitude towards this Michael Reeves character. He seems like a cool dude. Okay. I'm gonna move over here. Yeah, I don't watch too much YouTube. I watch a lot of if I'm on YouTube, I'm probably watching like video essays. I mostly watch video essays. I apologize. Here we go. Here, nice and clean. I wonder. We've already got our tin table, so we could. Let's see. Let's make sure that everything's all schmelted up. Schmelted up, baby. Here we go. Put that there, and we could make something new. Have we made an anvil yet? Looks like not. Gonna make that tin anvil, y'all. Here we go. Bingo, bango. I know of dead meat. What the heck is dead meat? What are you talking about? Oh, Jedi watches some YouTube. Now that does not come as a surprise. Now that doesn't come as a surprise. Here we go. You like listening to Mark narrations on YouTube? Who is that? Leafy is like a Mr. Beast type, philanthropy and stuff. I actually like, I actually was watching a tiny bit of Mr. Beast. Like, that's pretty entertaining content. You know, call me a zoomer, but I was kind of enjoying it. So how do we make a cartography table? Do you know how to do this? We've got a new pro in chat. We got a new pro. David Bowie, do you know like if there's a table that you can is there a table that I could put down that we can like share map or something? Along the lines of Jarvis, Curtis Connor, Drew Gooden. Wait, no. I know who Curtis Connor. I watch Curtis Connor, Drew Gooden, and Danny Gonzalez. They're funny as heck. Yeah, no, they're funny. I watch all of them, but I don't watch Jarvis. I don't know if Jarvis fits into that one. I've heard of Cody Ko. I only heard of him because of the controversy, but yeah, I like all three of them. They're very funny. Sometimes I watch YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. Yeah, Jedi, I can tell because you're a filthy lurker all the time. We got this. You said that it's on an iron table. Thank you, David Bowie. Okay. All right, David Bowie. David Bowie says it is later, so we shall wait. We shall wait. I want to go make murder with this sword, but perhaps it is better for us to upgrade our armor. How much iron? I see Alchemic's got an iron suit, so I'm gonna take that as confirmation that it's fine for me to. I mean, not iron. I mean copper. He's got a copper suit on, so I'm gonna just be a copycat. All right. There we go. Heck yeah. We'll be the warriors. We'll be the warriors. We got to murder the first boss. I've never fought a boss before. I'm kind of scared. Can we murder? Can we kill? Hey, no judgment here, Jedi. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. No judgment. Hee hee. Okay, where should we go? You watch 3D printed channels? Oh, so do I. I really want a 3D printer now. I want a 3D printer. I'm trying to remember what channels I've watched. There's that Australian guy that is building the underground tunnel under his house. That guy's really cool. There's that nerdy dude that made like a giant Hulkbuster suit. It makes like a bunch of animatronic 3D printed stuff. I really want to make a 3D animatronic like printed beast that I can put behind me that can like blink and just sits there and watches me while I stream. That's what I kind of want. Okay, murder. Also, hi there, Local Exon. How are you doing? ContraPoints? Yeah, I watched some Lefty Tube. I watched some ContraPoints. Philosophy Tube. ContraPoints. Who else is in there? H-Bomber guy. I think that my favorite of Lefty Tube is probably is Big Joel. Big Joel's my favorite. Love Big Joel. First boss shouldn't have anything to do with worms. That's what the in-game chat is saying. Okay, first boss doesn't have anything to do with worms. So there's a big worm that's been schmooving through. Here. So is this not the first one? Fezzy Frasbear. We're looking for Fetty. I'm not sure where Fetty is at. I was gonna say a good one is Evan and Caitlin. Yeah, Evan and Caitlin used to raid. They used to raid this channel. It was crazy. We used to hang out with Evan and Caitlin a little bit. They're some really sweet beans. They're on the Crafty YouTube. Okay, so there's another boss. I remember there being like this giant beetle. A big beastly beetle. Is that over to the right side? Over by this by this cavernous, I mean, it is just literally a cavern. I'm just gonna go over to the right. You've never heard of Big Joel? Please do. Please check him out, Die. He's so freaking funny. He'll analyze anything. He like analyzes all these old movies and stuff with like a lefty lens. I really love him. He's very sassy, very sarcastic. I find his humor is right up my alley. You can murder this guy in I'm sorry, not one hit, but two hits of this thing. Wow. Dude. This sword's great. David, I can see why you want to pick this baby up. This is awesome. I'm a monster. I can't believe that I just found this randomly. Okay, I gotta be kind of careful because I'm still kind of weak. I can kill a slime in one hit with this thing. Dude, this is awesome. Gotta love some people with good sass. Oh, yes. Only the sassiest for me, thank you. Kenny, have you seen the videos about the Voron 3D printer? It's a self-build printer. That sounds complicated. Listen, I've barely been able to build my own sandwich just earlier. I don't know if I can make a whole 3D printer. And I'm also like, I built my computer and I kind of regret it. I kind of wish that I just bought a pre-built because honestly, like this computer kind of janky. Like next computer that I get, I think I'm going to just get a pre-built so that I like make sure that everything actually works because my computer's weird. It's weird and it has problems and it's unbalanced. Oh, this is the iron. This is where we can get iron. Big slime slaying. You know what I'm saying, Brad. What the frick is this, dude? What the heck is this? Can I hit? Okay, I think we need an iron. I think we need a 10 pickaxe for this. I just wasted like a ton of my pickaxe. Does anybody have a 10 one? Because we could get iron over here. Put that down. Bop. Oh, Alchemic, I bet you do. I bet you got 10 pickaxe. Yeah, right over here. Right over here. We got some suspicious wall. Your dad and you built a comp. Sometimes when you touch your keyboard on dry days, you get zapped and the computer reboots. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, that is that's a new problem. You touch the keyboard and it reboots the computer. That's amazing. That sounds like y'all have created a new type of tool. Still rocking copper, me too. We gotta get at least one tin thing. Static's a killer. Oh my goodness. Smiley, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Smiley, you were hanging out with us yesterday. Were you hanging out with us because of this game? Oi, it's good to see you again, Smiley. We're playing with a bunch of friends today. Oh, you were? Yeah. I remember you. Welcome back. I'm playing with Alchemic from the chat, one of my mods, Eerie Coffee, Rosera, Tayaki. These are all VIPs, I think, except for maybe Eerie. And then I think that this is everybody that's going to be playing right now. Brad might join in a minute. You think you're going to build some doors for the garden? Ooh, nice. But yeah, it's super fun, Smile, with like a bunch of people. We're making some mischief. We're getting up to mischief. I'm just gonna make this, you guys. I'm gonna go get us some iron. I'm gonna go get us some. Here we go. You don't know what VIP is, but I'm saving. I'm still working on trying to figure out how I'm gonna use VIP. But for right now, VIP is VIP doesn't get auto modded. You get a little diamond next to your name. I'm starving. I think that I might make like, I don't know, some like VIP game night or something. I'm thinking about it. I've been scheming. A dubious little Bratterfield. Oh, a dubious doobie. Oh, this doobie is no good. Bonk, 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 bonk. Hey, this is the one that I needed, right? Oh my god, this wall is so strong. You get fun diamond and bragging rights. It's true. I'm thinking about adding a, what is really funny is I'm thinking about oh my god, this sucks. I'm gonna just build this because this only takes wood. We're in the Forgotten Ruins. I was thinking about making a redeem where you can steal VIP. I still haven't decided yet, but that sounds so funny to me. Where like, you can just take VIP from somebody else. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. That's such a stinky thing to do. I don't know if I'm gonna give people that power because they might take advantage. But it'd be kind of funny. Wait, I need to do some saving of acorns. Kenny, will you stop streaming when I'm working, please? Excuse me? Stop streaming? Not a chance. I've never stopped streaming. Never tried that. Never will. Don't like the sound of that. Sounds boring. Sounds boring. I think I'm gonna stream forever instead. How about that? Dang, this stinks. I want to find a... Oh boy. Oh, well, I guess this isn't like destroying my durability too much, but I really wanted to find like a cavern to walk around in. I don't want to just go through straight stone. This is going to waste my pickaxe. Oh, there's something scary over there. All right, there's a cave. There's a cave. There's a cave. I see some eyeballs. I see a dubious creature in this direction. Dubious indeed. Indubitably. We're going to back straight up. And we're gonna beam him. Looks like this is the edge of the cave. I'm scared. Alright, let's just run. We're just gonna run. Place down torches. Woohoo! I've never fought these guys before. Okay. We got the area covered pretty well. Now let's see what kind of damage these guys take. I'm gonna use my broken hilt because this sucker's strong. Alright. They do like a swing attack. All right, they're nothing. They're nothing. I think that this ancient gemstone might repair my sword. That would be sweet. Okay, there's only one beast, and I already see some shinies. Oh, it's a rock carrot. Okay, we're gonna dig this up. Bop. A Karok, excuse me. Karok. I see some shinies. This has gotta be some iron. Iron. Yummy. Also, y'all heard the man. He's streaming 24/7 now. Oh, I never said that. Read the description of the seed. I think I read it yesterday. What does it say? A rock-hard vegetable that toughens you up. Finally, something to toughen me up. I've been getting weaker and weaker as the years go on. Ooh, iron. 4 health for every few seconds. So this is a great healing item, right? Oh, you said of this seed. A tough seed that only grows on stone. Ooh, that's good to know. Thank you. Yeah, we should dig up some ground here then if I can. Because this is stone, so I can bring it back to our garden, right? And plant it in this. Awkward. If I stop streaming, how are you supposed to get points? You can only get points while I'm streaming. Did you know that? I regret to inform you. Okay, how many do I have? 13. It's my lucky number. Perfect. Let's see if we can find any more shiny stuff. I see some fishing spots. Something down there. What is that? Why is it red? I see slimes over there. It looks like this is getting out of our rock area. We wanna stay in here and get more iron. Here we go. Oh, I see down there. There's some. See if we can get closer through the sand so we don't have to waste our pickaxe. Nice. Okay. Uh-oh. I think I might be near a boss. I just felt the ground shake. Did y'all feel that? Did y'all feel that? Did you hear that? I think we might be near the boss. Or a boss anyway. I guess these bosses can be fought out of order, eh? That makes it a little bit trickier because I kind of want to fight the easiest one first. Is there more shiny? No, I don't see any more. How much iron do we have? We got 8. Nice. I think that it's 15 for a table, so we should keep schmoving. Did you beat the giant worm from yesterday? I have not. We found the worm again. We found it again. Apparently that's not the first boss. There's like a big battle. I think that the battle might be what we're supposed to fight first. Steel mod, yeah, that's a horrible idea, Die. That's an awful idea. No, that will never happen. Never happen, not in a million years. Do you want to know what biome the first boss is in? Oh, I appreciate you being so thoughtful, David. I'll be fine with you telling me that. Thank you for asking. Yeah, which biome is the boss that you would suggest? Because I see that the other reason that I don't mind you telling me that is because it does seem like you can just kind of choose which one to face first. And I'd like to know your recommendations on the easiest one. I'm gonna head back. Oh, it's in the dirt biome. All right. So make sure that we stick in this dirt biome if we want to fight the easiest boss. Good to know, good to know. Keep digging around. Bop, bop, bop. All right, I wanted to go in here because there's boxes. Who knows what we'll find? I mean, last time that I broke open some boxes, I got this freaking amazing sword, so... Dirt biome is absolutely the easiest. Okay, thank you, Smiles. Smiles confirms. Smiles confirms. There must be a boss somewhere. Maybe to the north? North? I see that the maps are randomly generated, because last time this area was just directly below us. This rock area was up to the right, so it's all random. Ooh, found something that requires a drill over here. Here we go. We schmacking. Look at all these beasts. I'll take them out with my amazing sword, with my powerful sword. They don't stand a chance. Oh, I should probably not be wasting the durability on that thing. Grab these mushrooms. Okay, you can just kill them in one hit. It's amazing, dude. Sword's so good. You said maps sort of rotate per playthrough? Ah, I see. So the areas are kind of set, but it just rotates the generation a bit. Honestly, that's the best. That's the best. I'd rather it be like not 100% random, because that can make some really frustrating situations. Oh, I'm out of torches. I was gonna place more. Here we go. Band dance. Who's getting banned? Who's getting banned? I'm excited. Oh boy. I can't believe that we're having a banning party. It's not even my birthday yet, and we're already doing a banning party. Who's getting banned? Hooray! Ooh, I got a new talent point. Everybody check your skills. Check your skills. Skill up. Nice. All right, running just upgraded too. It's pretty easy to just forget that you got some skills that you can upgrade. Ooh, got some gold. Nice. What is this game? This is called Core Keeper. What's up, Eldritch? We're playing with people from the chat. It's a very, very fun game. It's kind of a good description is Minecraft mixed with I'm gonna get rid of that. Minecraft mixed with Stardew. That's the word I was looking for. Minecraft Stardew mix up. And it is pretty dang fun. We're playing with Alchemic, Eerie Coffee, Rosera, and Taiyaki right now. We're all trying to build ourselves a beautiful house. Who wants to get banned? I do. Can I get banned? AKA Mindu. I kind of hate that. Can our first ban of the night be Coffee Casualty for saying the words Mindu? Do. Where the heck am I? Oh, I recognize this now. Whoa, look at this garden. Look at this garden. Nice. All right, I'm gonna light this area a little bit better. Y'all like gardening in the dark, eh? Harry Potter and the Legend of the Dark Garden. I'm gonna make a carrot, not the mine do. But that is how the mine do. You might not think that a mine do like that, but it do. Okay, I'm gonna put down some rocks. There we go. And now we should be able to plant the Karoks. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, yeah, you still gotta hoe the ground. Cool. Nice. Okay, we got a Karok. Cool. And it's basically a modern, very different view Terraria. I can kind of see that, because there are bosses. Terraria is so distinctive because of its perspective, though. Like, everybody was comparing Minecraft to Terraria, and it was really the perspective that made, like, the big difference. I don't know. It's so unique. The ones that can really be compared are things like Starbound and Terraria. Now, that's a comparison, dude. This garden is not secret enough for my liking. Oh, I see. You wanna go to the garden with Colin? The secret garden with Colin. Wait. Did I just see the same material in 2 different chests? I did. You guys, what the heck? Stop, you're making a mess. Stop, Father. I want to go out on my own. Father. Okay. Smelties. Smelt that up. We got, how much iron? 9? That's pretty good. It's not enough for a table, though. We gotta work harder, you guys. We gotta do better. We gotta do better now. We need 20. Wow. There's spooky beasts? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Spooky beasts about, you say? Also, 99 A-Star, thanks for chilling with us. Thanks for chilling, boss. It's been fun. It's been fun. But yes, rest up. Rest up, friendo. We'll see you soon. Oh, the recipes are shared. Ooh, that's cool. Recipes are shared. Didn't even notice that. Didn't even notice that at first. There we go. I made our first food with a Karok. I'm gonna eat that. It was delicious. Spooky beasts and where to find them. I'm pretty sure that would be a better movie. I'd watch that. Spooky beasts and how to mine them. Okay. We should go back to the iron area and snag some more of that while everybody's like searching around for the goodies. Oh, I kind of want to fix my tin pickaxe. Maybe it'd be kind of a waste of 10. Wow, you move really fast on this walkway. I didn't even notice the boost move speed. But the move speed is boost on this, and I'm pretty sure you can make minecarts and stuff if you really want to move. Spooky Beast, The Secret of Opsty? What? Oh yeah, wasn't there a isn't the most recent like Fantastic Beast movie about like the relationship between, I don't know, some gay wizards or something? Okay, I'm gonna dig this. I think it's your food that's making you faster. Oh, okay. I'm just crazy. Thank you, David. I'm just seeing things where there aren't anything. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is all par for the course. I'm gonna make some bridges. I forgot about that. We'll make some bridges so that I can make it across these chasms without wasting my pick. Is it actually my? It seemed faster. Let's see. Yep. It's not the pads. It's not the pads. Let's make some. I think that you can make them straight off of one of these normal tables. Where's the wood at? What? Is there no wood? Does everybody have wood on their hands? Oh, a random friend from Boy Scouts just texted me. What the heck? Oh, okay. I'll deal with that later. Yeah, could I get some bridges? Anybody got some bridges? The Secrets of Dumbledore is coming out this week, and it's about the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. I see. You don't need to watch a movie about gay wizards. That's my life. Die. It's just what is it called? A biopic. It's just you can just see a video about yourself. That sounds enjoyable. Okay, so we could have just put the rocks over here, right? Oh. Got something for me? What are you holding there? It looks like a little sign. It looks like a giant stamp. You about to stamp me with a stamp of approval? You better back off, Buster. I got this sword right here. I will cut you. I will cut you so hard. Turn on PvP. I dare you. I dare you. Turn on PvP. I will kill everybody in this house. I will do it right now. What's the cool gateway looking thing? Oh, this is the core. This is the core. This is what we've been keeping this whole time. You apparently have to like beat bosses to do this thing. I'm guessing you put items here. Oh, bridges in the chest. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I take back everything that I said. Domo. Yeah, don't talk about gay wizards. How dare. You said, man, my message I sent is funny. Okay, can we get a review over whether that's funny? Is that a funny message? It says, very gay wizards indeed. Can we get a funniness rating on that one? Awkward. I don't know. I'm kind of scared for you here. Hey, Kenny, I started my mega build. Your what? Oh, your mega build in Minecraft? Minecraft Mega? Are you the one that made that little statue to Jesus that I saw on the server? That seems like a Demi-Lion thing to do. Seems like you've been up to no good. Very dubious. Not to be trusted. All right, there we go. Ping Monster, what's up? Monster, how you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Monster, you gonna jump in this game with us? Oi. Monster, are we about to change the world? About to change the world together? You're totally invited. Monster. Alright, I'm just gonna smooth through this wall. We're gonna make our own way. Oh, I'm playing Core Keeper with a bunch of friendos right now, Monster. We've got Kamek, Eerie Coffee, Rosera, Taiyaki. I'm just saying, if anybody get this game, they're ready to, they can hop in. I'm just saying. If y'all felt like it, you're totally invited. Whoa! Holy shoop. Dude, what the frick? We need a drill. Yo, we need a drill yesterday. Let's kill these lads with my super strong, overpowered sword that I don't deserve. That is not broken at all. Kamek, you want to break this thing? Bonk. I need a drill. Dang it. Stupid drill. I'll never have a drill. Oh, wait, let's go over here. Here we go. The cheapest way over. Hashtag cheapness. I see some shinies in the walls. Let's grab whatever that is. It's gotta be iron. It's gotta be iron, I can feel it. I see a fishing spot over there. Yeah, co-op game. Co-op game, co-op game. It's even more fun with friends. Oh, is that gold? Oh, that sucks, dude. Dang it. It was just gold. Shinies in the wall. No, no, no. Just a shiny thing, not shiny themselves. Oh my goodness. Poor shiny stuck in a wall. You can just keep on looking out, Kamek. I'm just gonna bridge around and see if I can find some more. Do what you will, my friend. Just make it so we can walk around without having to break stuff. There's some beasts in the wall. I see them. I see the beasts. They're fantastic. Hashtag free shiny. No, shiny's not stuck. No. Stop. Okay, I'm gonna break these. Okay, there's some real goodies up here, Alchemic. There's some real goodies indeed. Plenty to mine indeed. Okay, was there shiny in here? Where is it? Oh, there's some down here. Nice. Lots of iron. We'll be able to make an iron bench. For sure, for sure. Hashtag free shiny. I can't believe he's in the wall. Somebody let shiny out. Someone let that shiny free. That reminds me, I haven't played much Arceus recently. I kind of wanna catch some more shinies, to be honest. I started a movement, Kenny. There's nothing you can do to stop it. What? What movement? I see no movement. I see no movement. I'm in denial. I'm in denial. Brad, that's so cute. Brad, your emotes are adorable. Honestly, very, very cute. I love them. I wish that I could draw like you and Oopsty. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. I have never made my own emote. Oh, what the heck? My tin pickaxe got switched out? Dude, what? Dude, what? Did it do that automatically? Did it break and change it? Huh? What the? What? I was just mining. I didn't click any buttons. Did that just happen? Did that just... Ah! Thanks for the ride. Thanks for the ride, die. Didn't even hurt, by the way. Also, I think I can actually fix... You saw how it was just like immediately like just jumping in? I'm going to turn on a color correction. Okay, now next time that I get hit with a bat, then it'll fade back in. Yoshi, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Yoshi, you're just in time for my workout demonstration. I'm gonna teach y'all all how to work out. Nice. I'm gonna teach y'all how to do pull-ups this week. That is our workout of the week. So glad that you're here just in time, Yoshi. Hooray! Linz has activated the training session. I'm gonna teach y'all how to do some more pull-ups. We already did a little session earlier. These are free, but if you want me to be your personal trainer, you can of course go to my website, theearlofsuds.com, and you can book sessions. You can book a real live session so that I can give y'all workout advice, workout training, more personalized support. I can also help you with your diet so that you can get strong. But yeah, I'll give you all a little demo of the kind of thing that I do over on my website. Okay. Hey! Does it work? Does it work? What the frick? Yo, Drex, you just broke my life. Holy moly, by the holy light. I think I just went to heaven. I just went to heaven. Dude, that was awful. I'm gonna just not let it do that. Illuminating, truly illuminating subject. All right, never mind. I'll mess with that later. Thanks a lot. Okay, let's do a workout. Just like I said, big training moment, you guys. Training montage. Get ready, get ready. Trex, you hit him too hard. You sent him to heaven. He died. All right. Professional workout. Here we go. Also, I've got 2 American flags because I'm a real American. Just wanted y'all to know I'm very patriotic and patronizing.
Okay.
All right. Boom. Back to the game, y'all. Back to the game. Sweet. Did you just hit me? Did you just hit me with a bat? Okay. Okay. No, go back to the screen. What happened? What? Hold up. What? What? I'm here. What? What is it? Linz. What? What are you talking about? Something behind the camera. You didn't say. You guys are full of crap. You guys are full of crap. Let's see. We need to fix our tin pickaxe. That's what we were coming back.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for the ride. We all saw it. Y'all are talking some baloney. I don't know what the heck y'all are talking about. Put this back. Let's make, oh, this is iron. Forgot, entirely different than tin. Let's grab a couple of these and we'll fix our tin axe. Bop. There we go. Okay, it only takes 1. Nice. Still kind of curious how you fix this, but we don't need to do it yet. Iron workbench is 20. Great googly moogly. That thing is fast. Did you just get murdered, dude? Did you just get murdered? I'm gonna put bop. There we go. Perfect. I'll put the 10 back. Got a bunch of seeds. I'll put that. Oh, wait. The garden's over here. I don't know what y'all talking about. What are you talking about? He switched back too quickly? I need to fix my copper hoe. Me too. My copper hoe is busted. I'm just gonna put this on here. Here, I'll put. There you go. Y'all can work on this garden if you want to. Yeah, I'm speed. What? What did you just say? I'm speed incarnate. I'm faster than it. Oh, you just ran away. You just ran away? That's how you deal with your problems, Alchemic? Oh my gracious. My gracious, how embarrassing. You mean to say you ran? You ran away from your problems? Also, Anne, what's up? How you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna fix it. You guys say hi to Anne. Anne's my friend. That's my friend. We're playing some of the area game. This is cool. A broken stone pillar, dude. That's rad. I'm just gonna put stone stuff in there. Seems fitting. Seems fitting. Just gonna auto stack some stuff and let's go snag some more iron. Yeah, we got our pick repaired. Iron's all smelted. And we need to make it up to 20. So we need 6 more. 6 more ingots. 6 more ingots for gringotts. Open wide. Shut wide. Here we go. I'm your friend. Oh, whoa, for realsies. Ooh, guess what? You're my friend too. Oh my gosh, never mind, Anne. Never mind. So sorry. Didn't expect for you to use an oh, whoa, and ooh, woo in the same sentence. Sorry, Anne. We're going to have to take away that little friendship thing that I gave you. My bad. My bad. Hate to go backsies on that, but you know, we do what we gotta do. Hey, what's up, Break My Dreams? How are you doing? I'm breaking people's dreams right now. How are you on this Tuesday? Tuesday vibin'? Welcome back. I think I saw you yesterday while we were playing this game. Weren't you here? I could have swore I saw you while we were in the mines. In the mines breaking stuff. No refunds. What? You've been drawing today? Oh boy. Oh boy. Anne's been up to that drawing mischief. Who knows what they've made? You give a crazy person a pen and you never know what you're going to get. Anne draws the most dubious of all drawings. One of the most dubious creatures in the entire chat. There they are. Anne. Want to see? I can take a look in a little bit. Not right now. What hath Anne wrote? Or I guess I could take a peek on my phone. Hey, what's up, Xfire? How are you doing? Xfire.exe. Is that an executable? I'm not gonna click on that, I'm sorry. What's up, Xfire? Nice to meet. Nice to meet. My name is Earl. Oh wait, no, you said hi, Earl. Okay, you already know my name. You already know my name. But do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play this game and win. Did anybody tell you about the quick torch functionality? No. A quick torch? What the heck is that? Can you just like hold, oh, do you just hold shift? Oh, that's nice. Oh, it's just a shift button. Okay. Xfire, just the fact that you mentioned it made me figure it out. Thank you for the worm path this way. Oh, okay. I just want to kill this thing really quick. It's L3 on controllers too. Yeah, I was playing with a controller initially, but I do like mouse and keyboard better. It's much easier in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, but the quick torch is nice. Thank you for telling me that. Oh my god. Oh man, that was a little bit confusing, but he did. We got him. Oh, it's right. Yeah, you do right there. Okay. From anywhere in your pouch. It doesn't have to be on the hotbar. That is really convenient. That is quite convenient indeed. I think I'm gonna die, you guys. I think I'm gonna die. Wait, Kenny, am I not allowed to be trusted with a pen either? Oh my gosh, this is getting out of hand, you guys. Actually, I'd like to inform you, Awkward, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. I'm now giving you permission to live your life right now. All right, more iron. There's still more iron through here. I want to get but Alchemic, you said that there's a path? You said that it was to the worm. Oh my gosh, the lag. Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to juke you there. Pretty ironic that we would work so hard for all this iron. Yeah. All right, now let's go back. This looks like an interesting and fun game. It's so much fun, Break My Dreams. It is very fun. I'm just gonna call you Dreams if you don't mind. But yeah, I'm playing with some peeps from chat right now. I'm quite hungry. I'm starving. I need food. Maybe we can find some food on the way, shall we? Shall we find some grub? Is there any? Oh dear. Oh, well, the worm is not the first boss that we're supposed to fight, I think. I think that this is a later boss, or at least that's what Bowie was saying. I'm gonna, like, go this way a little bit. I don't see any food. You don't mind? Okay, sweet. Awesome dreams. But yeah, this game is lots of fun. I've only been playing it since yesterday, and it is quite enjoyable. We'll probably get up to like 12 hours or something today. Oh man, it gets so shiny. Shiny in this area. I do like having a torch on my hotbar so that I can just like break sand and stuff. This music's a little bit loud, I think. Right. I'll just go straight over here. Yeah, Alchemic, do you have any food on you? I can go back if I need to. Hey, yo, Dreams, thank you for the hearty. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much for the cute little heart. Heart bitty. Thank you. Look at this. This is the mother load. A whole load of mothers. Nice. Sweet. Okay. This should be enough to make a... Ooh. You got some extra food? Got some extra food? Oh, thank you. I will nosh these bad boys right now. Whenever we come back, we can have a whole load of iron. These were delicious. Thank you. Tasty. I see fishing spots up there. I see nothing to the south. Yeah, we can definitely break the, might as well break the sand. Ew! And... Man, that's a yucky sound. How did you get that to play on my stream? I need to remove whatever functionality allows you to make that sound. I need to remove it. That's gross. Ugh. Let's make a little path here. Nothing but fishy spots, eh? Nothing but fish. Ooh, and a rock. That's not a fish. It's a blessed little rock boy. Ooh, iron. Nice. Also, I see more iron over here in the sand. Iron in the sand? That's my soul. Okay. Snag all this. Yeah, we're really schmoving. These caves that just have sand in them are so much fun. Ooh, pretty bugs. We are destroying all of the wildlife. Oh my gosh. You think anything lives in the sand? Are we ruining something's home? I'm so sorry, all you little sand crabs out there. We're kind of destroying the environment right now. This place rocks, dude. We could go down. I see some shinies down here, but they're kind of far away. It's kind of a long way. Chemistry puns are periodically funny. Okay, that's pretty funny. I like that. Okay. I was thinking about making a redeem that could just that could make me stare at the camera for a few seconds, where it just like zooms in the camera really close and it just slowly zooms into my face, and I have to make like a dead expression. It's got the Five Nights at Freddy's hallway sound effect. I think I might implement that because I was already downloading the sound effects. You know the hallway sound effect is like slime in the garden. Kill it, Rosera. Don't let that sucker take hold. Kill it. Don't let it lay claim to our land. This is our land. Oh yeah. Tear it up. Yo, we tearing it up in the sand. This place is great. This is my favorite biome now. This is not my favorite biome because you can just walk around everywhere. Look at that. This is iron sitting there, dude. This is sweet. This iron's the best thing that we can get right now. We can't even use gold right now. There's a little fire over there. Some dubious little creatures for us to dispatch. Shall we? Shall we commit murder? Murder, mayhaps? Look at those baddies. Indeed. We can dispatch them with ease. I have my broken blade. I can stab that hilt right into their noggins. Their little noggins don't stand a chance. Ready to crack some heads. Crack some heads. Alright. Better get ready to back off because they might kill me. They'll probably kill me in 2 hits. Okay, 1 down. Nice. Oh, it's so confusing with 2 people. Nice. We did it. Hooray! Did you get anything good? Oh, they gave me a bomb and another... Wait, what? What? Did it grab my tin pickaxe? Did they, like, steal it? Because last time they messed with my pickaxe also. I think that they can, like, move things around in your inventory. A caveling floor tile. Cool. You can just wreck this stuff, can't you? All right, nice. Maybe we should head... Oh, wait, there's iron over here. Maybe we should head back with the loot? You got nothing good? Okay, I think I didn't get anything good either. I think they stole my tool. I got a bomb. Oh, it's gold. Oh, it's gold, it's gold. Gold, gold. The range of the quotes is so wild. What does that say? I'd be down to kill some kids with you. Aw. That's so sweet. Wholesome quote? This looks like a shortcut, Alk. This is gonna do well. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna head back with all this iron. Do you want to go back? I can carry anything back that you want me to. I've got some room in my inventory. Unless you want to come back as well. I would rather have a male child. What? Did I say that? Oh my god. You found a boss with bright red eyes, huh? Oh, we can just go back. A boss with bright red eyes. What else did they say? But I don't know what it looks like. A boss with bright red eyes. Oh dear. Well, we could probably go kill it. We're pretty strong. Oh, this is a dead end? Oh, whoops. We made this dead end. My fault. My fault. I made this place confusing. Alright, we shall return. We will return from our great journey. Wow, what a great journey. We got so much iron. Yeah, we can build an iron table and maybe build some more stuff past that. That would be sweet. I need to go grab a glass of water because my coffee is completely cold. Frozen even. Frozen. Chills me down to the bone, it does. Nice. Where did Brad put the spawners, by the way? Did Brad put the spawners up here? Is this his like magnum opus? Is just this slime area? I don't know where Brad was trying to make them spawn, but I see no spot. Forward. Hooray, a shortcut. Alchemic's making us a shortcut. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, fine, I'll finish it. Jeepers. Oh, look at this garden, Rosera. Have you just been working this garden the whole time? Thank you. You're doing so good. It looks so lovely. What do we smelt in here? Iron. Okay. Sweet. Iron there, and maybe copper here, I guess. Put the gold back. Can't smelt gold yet. Ooh, we got plenty of iron, I think. Right? 20 iron bars. Oh, we just need wood. I got 3 wood. Can somebody put some wood in that box? If we do that, then we'll be able to make the iron workbench. All we need is wood, which we can go get that from those trees over there if we need to. But that's all that we need. Some sweet, delicious wood. Then we'll be upgrading. We'll be on our way to success. I guess I'll go break this wood. It's the garden of my dreams. It has provided us with tons of goods and nourishment, and it looks good too. And it looks good to boot. Yeah, I'll just smack all this wood. Should be enough to make a bench. Wood's in the box next to the repair bench? Okay. I'm looking forward to this iron. To the sweet iron workbench. Nice. Essential workbench for survival in the underground. Okay, I guess we're gonna put this... Ah, no! I'm sorry, I broke the floor. I broke the floor! My bad, my bad. I'll fix it, I swear. I swear I can fix this. Ah! No, you stole it! No, I can't fix it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You had to fix it too. Oof. Oof! Just breaking your house, tearing it up around here. I don't know how we're supposed to put this. I don't know. There we go. That's great. What can we make with this table? Electronics table. Create electrical and logical systems. Ooh, that's cool. Scarlet workbench. Greater workbench to prepare outer systems. Okay, we can't even make Scarlet yet. A jewelry workbench for necklaces and rings. Nice. Iron for high tier of equipment. Smelter kiln that can melt valuable ores. We need to make this as soon as possible. It's 5 iron, 5 tin. So it is, we're only short on 10 right now. Yeah, we actually need 10. We've got too much of the elite one. This is to be able to melt gold. And then the cartographer table, sharing your map discoveries. That's all, that's 10 iron bars. 10 iron. So if we've got 15 iron, we can make that cartography table. Let's see, we got 16. You can go looking for 10. Oh, okay, okay. Well, this is, I think we're gonna split this. Because we can melt this at the same time. Since we got nothing else to smelt. Put that there. We got plenty of that. I think that we're gonna have enough iron to make a cartography table. Yeah, I think that we got enough. We just need more wood. Let's move the wood over so that we can make that. Oh, there it is. Okay. All the wood was hiding there. Let's drop that in there. And bingo. Cartography table. This will help us share our maps between each other. Could put it up here. Maybe there? It's kind of weird. Oh, sweet. Okay, so does this should just update it for me. So now I think everybody's got to press E on this table. And then it'll log where you've been. That's what I think. Aw, babies! What? They can be together now. The salty baby. I didn't know that he enabled that. That's so cute. So cute. Love salty baby. Salty baby. Here, Erie, put some carrots in that cook pot if you want to cook up some nonsense. It brings a tear to my masculine Scottish eye. A masculine eyes, you say? Real eyes. Real eyes. Masculine eyes, Scottish eyes. Electronics is probably worthless, right? I don't think that we need that right now. But I could make an iron anvil. I'm gonna do that. I'm doing it. Freaking doing it. We're making another anvil. Look at this. The progress. Hashtag progress. Very exciting. Ooh, it's just iron stuff. It's iron and gold. This sucks. I would not have bought this. I would not have paid for this. All it is just knight armor that takes gold. It's worthless. It's worthless at the moment, I mean. But we got plenty of iron, thankfully. Just gonna stick that back here. And what was I looking at? There, you can make a large watering can. That sounds convenient. But should probably not get most of this stuff yet. We need to fight a boss. We need to fight a boss. They said that it's in a dirt area. Have y'all clicked on this map? Oh yeah, I just saw things fill in. Cool. Okay, I found some things that that y'all did. Someone died here. 0 died here. Bummer. Bummer. Ooh yeah, Taiyaki, I bet you found some good stuff on this map. Oh yeah, I'm seeing more building up. Nice. We've all kind of discovered a little bit of a different area, haven't we? But there's apparently a boss in the dirt area, which is all of this. So it's not past iron, it's not past the worms, so maybe it's north or south. I guess I might just travel north and see what we find up there. I've got a tin pickaxe and a copper one. And one that I guess I can scrap. Yeah, I'll scrap this one that's busted. Oh, it gave me a tin bar. Oh, nice. Let's put that back. Take one of these to fix this. Oh, you added your north map. Ooh, thank you. Nice. I didn't know that you'd gone up north. You gone up north, have you? Holy mackerel. Oh, did you find a boss, you said? Is it up here in this little circle? That looks like it could be a little boss. Okay, well, I'm gonna follow your path. Did you say that there was a boss up there? I bet you Alk and I could murk it. Bet we can murk that boss. We've also... Alchemic, you've got a slingshot, right? I can give you one if you don't. Let's see. I'm gonna dump some of these walls that I've got. Make sure that I got plenty of room. But if you want to go for 10, then I can check out what this boss is. No worries, no pressure. This is the stone one. That's for pretty stuff. I'll put that there. We got a crude bomb. Where are we stacking skulls? We stacking skulls somewhere? Can I place these? That'd be a cool decoration. Aw, I wish that you could decorate with them. That'd be fun. What the heck? Why not? You've already got the sprite. Okay, whatever. The map upward. We actually have to go right first if we want to just follow the paths. If we just want to follow the free paths that they've already made. Yeah, it's a little bit further. Yeah, so Eerie, you said that there's a boss up here, right? Oh, I need food. I'm sorry. I need food. I gotta go back. Definitely need full health before we try to fight a boss. Maybe I'll even see if we have in particular some food that might give me like a defense boost or something. Let's see. Health, glow, and max health for 5 minutes. There's a fair bit of this. I think that we gotta do some cooking. Just gonna fill up my bar mostly. Gonna go grab some food. Nice. Go for Taiyaki. Get some food. Put that back. Health every second for a little while. This is healing. Is stuff being cooked? Okay, yeah, you're cooking stuff up in the crock pot. Nice. I'm actually gonna go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. BRB. I'm gonna go grab my bottle of water while we get ready for this boss fight. Oh, boss fight.
Hey, nice. We got a big jug of water. We got a giant jug.
He's gone? Well, he's already back. Look at him so fast. My kitchen's right in the other room. It's a small apartment, all right? Let's be honest. I live in a shoebox. That is, some people refer to as a home. Me, personally, it's kind of like a oversized cardboard box. I hate it when it rains. Oh, we got 2 things cooking. Oh boy. Would you look at that? Cooking up some grub. I'm gonna move. I'm thinking, oh, thank you, anime girl. Humbug. How are you doing? Humbug. I like that name. It's a good name you got there. Thank you. I paint my nails for funsies sometimes, and my boyfriend said that he liked it whenever they were rough, so I was like, all right, bet. Sweet. I love being lazy anyway. I want to be lazy anyway, so I'll just like automatically make them like chipping right off the bat. I don't know. You probably can't see them because it's zooming in on my face, but they're chipped. They're chippied. I didn't even put down a Didn't even put down a base coat. I think I might grab it just in case I want to make some nice shiny nails. We already got that. Cartography table. Let's see. Scarlet Workbench is a good thing to look for in the future. But if we got food, then I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to rock. I think I might bring some... is there some, like, fortifying food that we have? Something to fortify us? That's health every few seconds, and it's max health as well. I'm going to take one of these, and I'm going to head this direction. Don't worry. You don't have to rush. I'll figure out where the boss is. I'll figure out where Eerie found it. Bam, 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 bam. I will wait. I will wait for you. I think it's this way. I sure hope so. Crunchy pepper wrap. Bomb pepper and K-Rock equals a lot of armor. Holy moly. Kenny was gone for 2 seconds. Is 2 seconds too much? Oh my gosh. And stop being so melodramatic. Don't be so melodramatic. Ooh, murder. Murder the slimes. It only takes 2 schmacks. These guys I can sometimes kill in 1. In the top tip of the map. Top tip, you say? Tip top? Top tip, tip top? We'll go to the tippity top. There you go. This is leveling up my little melee skill. Getting more and more powerful. Every slash of the blade makes me more powerful than you could ever imagine. Ow! That hurt! Dude. Murder. How dare they? Stupid slime walkers. Bonk. You can find some good thing in these slime goops. Oh, is it actually up through here? Nice. You ready to go to the nether? Okay, well, great. Thankfully, there's no nether in this game, so we do not have to go to it. Probably not in here. I'm just looking for any beasts. I'm looking for some fantastic beasts. I'm not sure where to find them. Eerie coffee really like... Oh, it's a giant shell. Dude, what the heck is this? Ammonite? What is this? Can we break it? Kind of musical. Sounds kind of musical. Is this the boss? I don't think it is. But there is a there's an iron way over here. Nice. Okay, we could get iron there. Did you find the boss, Alchemic? Is it up there? I thought that they said it'd be in the dirt area. Dong 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 dong. See any boss up here? Nothing? I think Eerie coffee be tripping. Doesn't look like they went this way. Huh. Wonder where Eerie saw it. Yeah, it looks like a lot of dead ends around here. Top tip of the map. Well, it's not there. That was an ammonite thing. Maybe maybe it was over here? I don't know. I'll head up in a moment. Is it the shell thing? The shell thing doesn't seem to be living. It seems to be dead. It is not responding. It's not responding to my proddings. I'm just killing anything I can get my hands on, cause my skills should be going up. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm gonna use my boost. Don't forget your skills, everybody. Don't forget your skills. They're real easy to forget. The game does not make it very clear. I'm just gonna walk around here. Just gonna discover all this land for myself. Commit murder on these beasts. All these beasts. We should be looking for a boss in the dirt area. So if we make it to iron or something, then shouldn't be there. Oh, Bowie, you're still here. Awesome sauce. Oh, somebody made like a whole base over here. Did you make this base, Eerie? It's got a ton of stuff here. That's nice to know that this is here. There's loads of stuff down here. Nice. A mini base. Cool. I wish that you could mark things on the map. Doesn't look like you can. It's too bad. That should be an update. Up this way. All right. I guess we'll follow you. Was it a big shell? Maybe it despawned. Maybe it was just an enemy. Alright, Eerie, we'll follow you. You just go crazy. We can see you on the map anyway. We can't lose you. You can just zoom. This way? Alright, here we go. Nice. Oh, I see some dark eyes in there. Is that what you meant? The eyes? Oh, that's just a standard enemy. That ain't no boss. Don't worry about that. That's just a normal enemy. No worries, no worries. No worries, no worries. We'll find the boss. Oh, and this is a Wormtown up here. Wormtown, USA. Yo, what the frick? What the frick is this? Dude, we just found the village. We just found the village. I'm gonna kill this guy. I'm going to murder this man. If you want any more hints, it's just the dirt, right? You said that it was in the dirt area. I feel like we should just be able to find it, right? Because the dirt area is all of this spot. So it must be up to the left, right? Oh, whoa, wait. Hey. Take it easy, Buster. What? Is there something actually in there, Alchemic? Is there something actually in there? Holy moly. Okay, there's an actual beast. Okay, let me kill this guy first. Don't go to the eyes. Okay, sweet. There's a boss there. Rad, dude. The eyes are bad? What, y'all actually cut your way in there? Okay, that's not a, okay, that's a boss. Is that a real boss? Oh! Big Leroy! Holy moly. Okay, I want to hit him one time. Ooh. He did. We murdered him. We got a crystal skull out of that. Nice. Okay, should be relatively safe for y'all to recover your... Okay, I think there's another guy in here. Oh, it's a little guy. Okay, little guy dead. You should be good. Nice, big, gigantic dude. He dead, though. You said yes, but there's a way to figure out where the boss is? Okay, yeah, sure. Tell me. I'm ready to hear, David. I'm ready to learn. Also, Marsmud, what's up? Is this Stardew 2 Electric Boogaloo? Yes, it is. Legend of Curly's Gold. Get excited. Get excited. We got the Stardew sequel right here, you guys. Not created by the original developers. It was made by an extra studio. And it is lots of fun. And Mars, I'm playing with like lots of people on here. We got 3 beans from the chat. Oh yeah, Tayaki went to get food. Tayaki went to get noms. But yeah, how do we find this first boss? I want to kill. I'm driven to kill. I'm driven to murder. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rock. Tasty. Yum. So what we needed 10, right? Didn't we? It's Stardew. If Stardew were mostly mining, I mean, I think that the gardening's a fair bit different. There's no NPCs. The skill trees are different. You can break everything. There's really no mining in Stardew. Like, there's no voxels. There's no squares. From the core, mine out straight in all 4 cardinal directions. If you see the shake, it's either to your left or right. Okay, that's a good tip. That's a good tip. We could also mine straight down from here. We could definitely go up from the core. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go back to the core and go straight north, because that beast has got to be around here somewhere. We've already covered a lot of this area. Is the first one that big beetle? If you hit the worm boss, you've gone too far. Yeah. Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. We're looking probably for that big beetle. We need to cut his chitin off. We gotta kick his chitin. I think that this is the way to go. Need to find the chitinous first boss. Killing these guys is just bonus. I don't know if you get experience on kill or hit. I kind of hope that it's kill. Oh, I got a new point. More melee attack speed. Nice. It says fighting increases your strength. So it might be about hits. It might not be about kills, which would be a bummer. It's not the beetle. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I might have just been confused. I was delirious last night. Last night I was entirely delirious. You got stuck in a wall and died? There's a button that says like I got stuck, right? In settings. I thought, yeah, my character is stuck. My character is stuck setting. That sucks. How dare they? Eerie! Eerie's dancing. Oh my, I think I hear some eerie music. Kamek has to go grab their stuff again. That sucks. Okay, delirious streamer imagines new bosses. There's no beetles in this game, lad. Okay, die. All right. Okay. Well, I'll figure out what it is, and then I'll tell you, and y'all will be like, "Oh, that does kind of look like a beetle." Whenever I find it, y'all will be like, oh, I can see what you mean." Oh, this has been discovered. Somebody has not put their map on the cartographer's table, or maybe I just need to update it. I think I just heard a shake. I think I just felt a shake. I think we might be getting close. What is that sound? Did you see that big bump? Is that normal? Oh, we should dump all of our... Okay, we're close. That's where it is. Okay, it's somewhere up there. Ooh, bunch of murder to be committed down here. Nice. Let's dump our loot. We're right next to the base. Oh yeah, it's shaking over here. Oh, it's shaking. That's where it is. It's above the spawner. It's above the core. Boop. Okay. Dump all this loot. What the heck was that? Ore? Oh my gosh, just smelt this tin ore. Why did we put that in a box? Who put that in a box? Oh my god. Oh my god, somebody's gonna get in big trouble for that. Oops. Where'd it go? Hey! Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Oi. Dimmaline, how dare you? Actually, how dare you? Ooh. I picked up a necklace off of that dead guy. Oh, it's a ring. Sorry, it's a ring of rock, ring of stone. Simple ring found in the deepest of rocks. 49 plus mining damage. Dope. And I also got a crystal skull shard. An ancient crystal shard that is only a fraction of something bigger. Interesting. Omoshiroi. I should eat some food. I'm starving. You said the blue burrito should give you 25 armor. Ooh, thank you, blue burrito. Where'd that blue burrito at? I'm starving. I'm starving, Marvin. Where's the burrito? Where's the delicious burrito? Oh, nice. Smelting the gold, I see. Lovely. Okay, we got gold. It's smelting. Blue burrito. I don't see. Should I make one myself? Was there? You just baiting me into cooking my own burritos? We all look the same now that we're wearing armor. It's lame. Blue burrito. I don't even see a blue burrito as an option. The wrap thing? Oh, in here? Girl, that don't look blue at all. That looks green. You talking about this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll eat one of these. Yeah, I'd eat that. Looks pretty appetizing. Girl. Nosh that. Soggy noshi for dinner. Soggy noshi. I might have like kind of full health in a minute. Kind of full of food. Oh yeah, I can feel it. My danger sense is tingling. Oh yeah, we can pick up the stuff now. Nice. Bonk, bonk. Oh boy. I can feel it. I can feel the bossly energy. Also, I'm mining like a madman right now. Oh my gosh. Yo, what is that? What is that big oh, there it is, King Slime. King Slime. We probably need a shovel, don't we? Okay, I'm just gonna start cleaning up around here right now. I'm just gonna start cleaning up. We're gonna leave old Omega Slime to his hopping. Looks like you just run up and hit him. Oh! 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 Okay, just don't get close. Just don't get close and you'll be fine. There you go. He doesn't stand a chance. Oh! Here he comes! Oh, Lord, he coming. All right, we're out of here. Oh, shoot, dude. I don't want to bring him back to the base. I can't bring him back. No! Ah! Ran away! Oh, my God. Oh, whoa. Ooh. Hello. Okay, well, I can kind of keep him in place. Everybody, please help. Okay. You can get under him. Oh, but he makes a mess everywhere that he lands. Okay, so it's the slime that's gonna get you. It's the slime on the ground that'll get you. Because you can kind of just dodge him. Ah! Oh, the music kind of spooky though. Music's really selling it. Ow! I should have tried to go under him. Okay, I think I'm gonna just put down some torches, I guess. Ow! Stop! Okay, honestly, he's kind of expanding this, this battles place. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, if we have multiple people, then we can get rid of, yeah, we can shovel up some stuff, because that's how he gets you. He doesn't actually hit too hard. Oh, he's after him. Oh, boy.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Is he healing himself? Dude, is he healing himself, or is that just... He did just heal himself. What the heck, dude? How did he do that? Okay, I'm getting beamed. Getting beamed by this meme machine. How did he heal himself? Does it, if he goes back to the middle, does he heal? Or is it just like passive over time? If you get away too far? Dang, I thought that I was pretty close to him. Ah. Ah. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This pepper, I think it actually drains your health. Run away! Okay, I think I might have to leave you guys. I kind of don't want to have to walk back. But, I'm looking pretty bad, and I don't have anything to heal myself. That's too bad. I should have brought more food. Maybe we should build an alchemic station so that I can make some potions. Oh, he angry! Kill him! Oh my God, he mad! Oh shoot. Okay, y'all try to get some melee in there. I'm gonna beam him. We got him! We got him! We got him! We can kill him! We can totally kill this guy. We got this. Yo! We got him! First try! Nice! Hey! All right! Oh, and we saved an old man! We saved an old man! Yo! What? It's just slime. It's slime. Okay, we'll have to divvy this up. Okay, it's mostly slime. I'll take the slime out. And I'll smelt that. A glurch eye is a gemstone that's fused. Okay, so there's essentially just one tool. Slime oil, a jar filled with slime essence used for beard care. Place it in a habitable room, and a bearded character may move in. Ooh, nice. I'm not gonna take. Okay, this is an offhand use dash forward. Y'all can take these two things. I already have a I'll take the glurch just for later. I already have a cool ring. So y'all can snag that stuff. Either alchemic or eerie. Y'all can divvy up these two if y'all want. Sleep, boy. I shall. I'll go back. But we beat the boss, you guys. We did it. Alchemic Refuge absolutely saved your life. I asked for help. I said, let's kill this boss. I mean, I was gonna run away, but then we kept getting it lower, and I was like, what the heck? Let's just kill this thing. They only whine at you after the boss battle is complete. If I died, you wouldn't have said that. Oh, I'm so tired. This is not my bed. What? Everybody gets their own bed? That sucks. I thought we could share. I thought that this was a sharing world. Let me see. I helped by running in circles and screaming. You did. That was very helpful. That was really great. You were a great distraction. Alchemic destroyed a bunch of the... You destroyed a bunch of the goop too? It was a team effort. Listen, they're trying to divide us. Don't let them. Don't let them. They want to pretend like this person did this person did that. We killed it. We killed it. We couldn't have done it without each other, all right? We needed every member. And we can make a room for the old man now. Ye old man Knickerbocker. Okay, I'm super tired, you guys. Hey, yo, Beans, what the heck? Yo, Beans appears after like 10,000 years away. Oi, yo, Beans, thanks for that. Is it lunchtime already? Oi, 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 it's Beans. I missed you. Hope you've been doing well. Oi, 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 oi. Yes, lad. If you had died, we wouldn't be saying Alchemic saved your life. Very astute. It is very astute. Thank you very much. Oh, the chest was loot too. Oh, sick. It was very astute. You bet it is. But instead, I was skillful and I survived. I was skillful. I survived. We killed it. Eerie, Alki, and I. Listen, all of y'all are just salty that you didn't buy the game. Die. How about you buy this game and let us beat the next boss, okay? How about you help us beat the next boss instead of just coaching from the sidelines? Shucks. How embarrassing. Okay, I'm just gonna eat some of this nosh. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Okay, okay, okay. Hey, it's Cannon. How are you doing? Squeals? Ow! Cannon, hope you're doing well. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Oi! You guys, I hope y'all have been having a fantastic February. Or April, or whatever month it is. It's definitely April now. Hope you had a great February too. You find out my secret that I'm a terrible gamer. That's all right. That's all right. I'm not the best either. Die. Okay, we gotta work together. Working together. Bob. Okay, I'm gonna put this here. Hopefully an old man shows up. Old man, old man. Hey, KP, good evening. How are you doing? Beans, do you love our new animated emote? Isn't he so cute? Look at that baby. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. He's such a cute little baby. Oi, oi, oi. KP, how art thou? Ooh. The first thing I'm going to put in here is crystal and a glurch eye, which is a gemstone. That's all good gems, baby. Good gems. So cute. They're all new to me. What? Every single one of those is new? A lot of those were remade by the Anne Mine. By Anne. Anne made a lot of those. And then the little dancing one is made by Frulio. But it's good to see you, Titty. I hope that you've been doing good. I just said the wrong part of your name, but that's all right. Whoops. That's a fully... I just said it in like the most innocent way. It's so funny. Doesn't the glurch eye go in the... Oh, yeah, probably does. Probably does go in the thing, don't it? Let's see. Here we go, here we go. What is this? This is Glorm, the Devourer? It's a crystal slot. So we got to put a crystal up top. Do you remember what you said earlier about killing bosses and putting items in the core? Yeah, so it looks like we might need a crystal to start it, right? One of these ancient gemstones? Oh, you think it's that one? Okay, okay. Oh, it was Glurch. Yeah, it was Glurch. Okay, that's what it was. We need... Oh, what is this? Scans the world for Glorm. Consumed on a successful... Oh, you can make stuff here. Oh, you craft stuff like a slime sword with copper and tin and slime. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's not as good as my sword, though. So y'all can make that. Cool. A Hive Mother scanner. Oh, This is interesting. Scans the world for them. Consumed on a successful scan. And this looks so cool. And hello there, Ado. How are you doing? How is thyself feeling, thy dear sire? For tomorrow the morrow shall be filled with most joyous moments that I shall remember till I rest my head upon the cushions of my royally lifted bed. You what? Today my morrow has been filled with joyous moments that I shall remember till I rest mine own head upon the cushions of my royally lifted bed, my lord. My lord, that's amazing, Ado. Ado, couldn't have said it better myself. The room isn't up to the bearded man standards. Yeah, I didn't think so. I mean, it did say room. So I had a feeling we'd have to actually make it into something. It says, place it in a habitable room. Okay, so it probably needs walls. So we need to make an actual, like a little house for him. A little house. But there's no house checker like in Terraria, which is too bad. I'm just checking this. Check my skills. I can mine better. I can mine better than ever. Who's going to sleep? Are you going to sleep, Ado, right now? Beep, boop, beep, boop. Beans, you said you got about 20 days until you can dye your hair funky colors again. Nice! It's almost there. You said busy getting out of the army. You're almost on the loose. Beans is almost just, what are they called? What do you call it whenever people are just, you're almost just a civilian. I guess you won't be a civilian because you'll still be like, you'll be retired military, right? So it's kind of different, right? If you were in jail, what would be a habitable room? If I was in jail, well, we need a toilet. We need a bed, toilet, floor, walls. Well, we got some floors here. Probably a door, probably a torch. Probably just like standard Terraria nonsense. Maybe you gotta make it like, well, we can make his house over. Let's schmoove out some of these walls and we can make his house over here. You can't wait. You're almost loose. Hooray! Don't forget the bars where Earl belongs. What? The bars? Excuse me. I do not need to be locked up. I'm good boy. I am the good boy. How dare they? I just picked up a ring somehow. Did I just find a ring just laying around here? I did. It's mining damage. Sweet. Just randomly found a ring. Okay. Let's put that here. We should make a graveyard. That's a good idea. I like that. A block off Rosera. Don't want her getting any ideas about escaping that garden. The Garden of Eden. What do y'all think? Is this a house? Is this a big enough room for him? Flippies! Ah! What do y'all think? How picky do you think this man is? Could put the bed on the wall there, and I need to... let's go make him some walls. Go make some walls. Probably on the most basic table. Yeah. Wooden wall. We need wood and dirt. Dirt and wood. Classic combo. What is this? It's a necklace? Why is this necklace here? I'm putting it on. Thanks for the necky. Okay, there's wood and dirt wall. Make some walls for this man. Here we got an extra wooden wall because I'm so good at crafting. What? Okay, here we go. Gonna make a house for this man. He's gonna be so pleased. Which necklace do I have? I just picked up a crit necklace, but I can give it away because I've got yeah, this is a copper cross, 5% critical chance. If you want it, you can have it because I've already got 2 rings. I got 2 rings that I found, so I'm honestly I'm sitting pretty. Oh, I should have made this so that it evens out and has just a door in the middle. Let's redo this. The room has to be 5 by 5. Okay, with wood floors, a light source, a door, and a bed. Okay, sweet. 5 by 5, you say? All right, I think it had to be bigger anyway. I want to make it wide enough so that it... see, this isn't 5 by 5. This is only 5 by 3. Really? 5 by 5? That's big. Oh, do the walls count? Or has to be all the floor. That's crazy. This man's so demanding. Holy moly, dude. Oh, never mind. It's only a ranged necklace. Oh, ranged necklace would be kind of nice. Oh, local XN. Oh, thank you. Oh, you were telling me what to do. I appreciate it. What's the game ID? It is private. Are you wanting to join? I was mostly letting people join that were like friends, but suppose we do have a lot of free spots. If you were willing to start a new character, I'd say go for it, but not looking for a server boost or anything. I don't even know what that's called whenever you like join with extra equipment or whatever. Not gonna spoil anything. Yeah, if you want to start a new character and just play around with us, that sounds pretty fun. Let's see. Oh, thank you for the door. Okay, I think we need a floor. You're just gonna mine walls? Oh, you just want to help us with the base? All right. I'll send you this game ID over there. You can hop in. You seem like a pretty reasonable person. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Inviting a random, day 1. You guys, give y'all an update on how this goes in about 10 minutes. Okay, looking pretty good in here. Looking pretty good. We need to make a bed. Need to make a floor. I can scrap these walls because we don't need them at the moment. You trust him, Linz? Oh, thank goodness. If Linz trusts him, then we're all good, I think. I can't break these walls? Dude, I can't break the walls that confine me. It's crazy. Okay, we'll do that. And where do I make bed? We need fiber. 5 fiber. Fiber. Okay. Make him a bed. He's getting kind of sleepy. Holy shoop. Oh, dang. Okay. I see how it is. Using your upgraded character, flexing your outfit on us. I see how it is, David. I see how it is, David. Very, very expected. Very nice. You look like a demon. You look like a demon that's been bathed in blood, David. It's amazing. Is that what a scarlet armor looks like? Someday I'll look like that. Someday. We'll make sure that this room is properly lit. Let's see if this old man likes this room. What do you think, you old fogey? What do you think? Huh? Let's see. We got three light sources. What was it? What was it again? It's 5 by 5. This might not be big enough. I might need to expand this a little bit. You said 5 by 5 wood walls, wood floors, light source, door, and a bed. This might be good. I might not made it big enough. It's supposed to be 5 by 5. It's 5 one way. Well, I guess this is the minimum size. We'll see if it works. We'll see if the data's good. Let's get rid of some of my stuff. I'm kind of tempted to do a little bit of fishing. Maybe not. Maybe not. That can only go one way. It only goes one way when I start fishing. I'll just end up fishing all night. I've got no copper to smelt, but I'll put that in the box. Smelt that. Put that there. Okay, what are we working on next? This is our highest quality table. We've already got a cartographer table. I'm gonna update. Nice. Everybody's all spread out. Tayaki's way up here. What are you doing up there? Tayaki is gone. Tayaki is discovering new worlds out there. Holy mackerel. Oh, you have to physically move away 50 blocks from the room? Oh, probably everyone has to do that, but we can just ignore it for now. He'll be here eventually. I'm in no rush. Cartographer table. Okay, next thing that we need to do is maybe we'll make well, we can't do the Scarlet Workbench. We need to probably beat another boss, don't we? Feel free, anybody, to make a slime sword if you want one. You just got to go up here And make it copper bar, 10 bar. I guess it does make a lot of 10. Maybe don't feel free to do that. Well, we beat the slime, and that was kind of hard, to be honest. We might want to make some better armor before we face the next boss. So maybe it's time for me to go find a bajillion armor. We got some gold. We got... Oh. Well, let's smelt it, yo. Why aren't we smelting all these goodies? Smelting all this tasty gold. Oh, this is going to take forever, dude. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Any devs in chat? Any devs? Can we get some updates, like, right now? Yo, Brad, do you know the devs of this game? Can you hook a fella up with some updates? Okay, I'm gonna put these things over here. These are like items. Real items. Okay, where do we go? Hey, in the zone, what's up? How you doing? Editing a giant stack of essays? Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for the lurk. We're chilling. We're hanging out in this game, doing some co-op. It's been lots of fun. Glad to see you in the zone. I hope you've been doing good. Oi, 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 oi. Currently, you're only involved in one early access game. Oh my, Brad. Well, well, well. Nice flex. Nice flex, Brad. You're looking extra strong today. Ooh, I can get rid of this sword. Let's scrap it. Let's scrap that crap. Scrap it. Whammo. Ooh, 3. Nice. My copper hoe. Whatever. We'll get rid of it. Y'all are doing way better work than I'm gonna be doing. I'll put the wood back. Wood back. We'll put the wood right here. We'll stack up that copper. I guess I could fix one of these. Oh, you found a hive with hive spike traps. Ooh, that might be a that might be a thing. That might be a boss because there is a hive one. The hive mother. Yeah, if we can find the hive mother, then freaking sweet. Oh, he's here. He's here. The old man. The old man. Yeah. Ah, he says. You can buy wood, fiber, slime, copper ore. Okay. But I guess the main point is that you can sell things. You can earn magnum points or whatever they're called. And you'll be able to, you could do a reset for one if you wanted to. There we go. Testing bugs, very luxurious. Oh my. Maybe you'd look at strawberry with green hair. Ooh. Strawberry color with green hair sounds pretty. That sounds pretty. I like the sound of that. I think I'm going to grab some food and maybe I'll go on a iron hunt. Smell gold. Don't do that. Smell gold. Got plenty of it, to be honest. It's the iron that I need more of. I made most of this iron, so I think I'm gonna make some outfit. A little bit of it, and then I'm gonna go get some more iron so that we can get some more strongies. So that we can get more strong people. Oh, Die, get some rest. It was nice to hang out. Oi. Thank you very much, Die, for watching over the chat. Oi. And also, Kasai, let me see, it's Kasiab. Kasiab? You were here last night. Hi there. What's up, Kasiab? I hope you're doing well. Oi, you looking for something? David? See, we'll slap down right there. We could slap on these, here, you got knees of steel. I need 15, 13. Okay, so I need like a sizable amount of iron for all this stuff. I'm just going to get the set started, and I'm going to just go mine some iron. Mining iron. Put this right here. Right there. Beans, what? There's a workout break already? Oh my god. I can't believe that it's time already. Okay, it's time for me to do some workout. No chill. Hashtag no chill. Get swole, bro. I am going to get swole. Gonna get swollen. There's not a... Okay, good. There's not a set bonus for this. Who is this? Is this Eerie? Oh, that's Rosera. Here, take this. Unless you don't want to be ugly. You can be ugly and strong now. You can be ugly and proud. Hey, you can have the whole set. I'll go make myself a... thing. A bag update in a chest? Ooh, I already just made armor, and I need to go find some more iron so that we can make some more outfits. I feel a little bit guilty about using all the iron, but you know, guilt never killed anybody. Okay. Workout time, baby! You can't get to sleep, so you've given up on the idea of rest, so now you're just chilling. Sometimes that's like the only thing to do. Sometimes I'll be up like, at like 4 a.m. and I'm just like, I cannot sleep. I give up. I'm just gonna entertain myself. I'm just gonna enjoy my evening rather than just like desperately trying to sleep. Rather just enjoy myself. Okay. Let's get strong. I have to go to workout. Thank you, Beans. I will do at least 5 pull-up. I will try to do 10. Here we go. Okay, doke. All right. We did it. We did it, you guys. Y'all all just got 5% stronger because I did that workout. Everyone in the chat just got stronger. You're welcome. Thanks, Beans. Hey, Kenny, did you find my world tower? No, I didn't. I didn't look for it either. Sorry. You got double your money's worth? Yeah. I've been kind of doing some extra ones. It's a little too easy if I only do 5. I want you to get your real money's worth, all right? Trying to force yourself to sleep never works. That's true. That's true. Because sleep is about relaxation. If you're not relaxing, how the heck are you going to go to sleep? We could go up there for iron. I think I'm going to go back over here. There was a lot of iron in this area. It's kind of a long way out, though. Hopefully I'll find food on the way, because I don't really want to pick up any, if I'm being honest. I'm super strong anyway. There's no way I'm going down. There's no way. Unless I run into that worm, because I'm pretty sure that worm could just run me over. Shiny! Oi, 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 oi! What's up? Shiny, it's good to see you. How are you doing? We've been finding shiny stuff in this game all night. Oi, oi, oi. Everybody was wondering where you were. Hope you're enjoying your evening. Or morning. I guess it's getting pretty late, ain't it? You have train tracks in your inventory? No, please don't place those. Like I said, we're kind of wanting to do everything based on this world, so... Ooh. Oof. Let's go. But yeah, let's keep it all contained in this world. Here we go, just gonna mark these boys. Bop. Burp, 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 burp. I'm gonna go over here, look for some iron. Iron's in like this weird castle area. It's castle-y, irony business. Ooh, oh wait, no, that's a fishing spot. That ain't no iron. And over here by the... Oh, they beat the boss. Yeah, we beat one of the bosses. We beat one of the bosses. It was Eerie Coffee, Alchemic and I that beat it. We murdered a big blob. A big gigantic blob that was flopping around. But he flops no more before we killed him. They only did 10 damage to me? Nice. Ooh, I see some scary guys over here. Oh, it looks like I'm on the worm's path. We should probably get out of here. Because I'm pretty sure that the worm comes through here. Oh boy, I may have made a mistake here, but at least I made it to iron. Okay, this is what I was looking for anyway. Perfect. No more flop for the blob. The blob is dead. The blob is dead. All of the people you may rejoice. We are safe now, again from the blob. The blob shall no longer terrorize us. See some more shine down here. They axed it! I mean, we sorted it, to be fair. I look like a proper knight. Proper knight schwacking through these walls. Should be close. Okay, here we go. Nice. I got a crit in there. Oh, there goes the worm. Ooh. Ah! Whoa! Whoa, holy crap. Oh my god, I'm on fire. Okay, I guess I die here. I'll have to pick up my stuff. Oh, I lived. I lived. It's a Christmas miracle. Let's eat all this bread. Holy crap. Yo, Beans, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for chilling. Is it possible to play here while you're offline? No, I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. So that's part of why I'm still on. I'm getting a little bit tired, but I want us to be able to play a little bit more. Okay. But yeah, this is not a server. This is just me hosting the map. So this is my map. My map, my rules. We need a heal. Oh dear. Well, he can't hit me right here. And he can't make it across either. He's stuck. So just so long as I don't make it over there, then I should be good. And I don't want to have to walk all the way back right now. I mean, it's not so bad to walk here. If I died, then it's the same, because I'd just be walking again. We need more iron before it's worth the walk back. In fact, if we die after we do some of this mining, then we'd be able to repair our axe even. It actually would be an even better deal. Hey, who did that? Oh, it's Callie, of course. Of course, I should have known. What did you just say? Let me see. You said you found mine tracks. Ooh, mine tracks, you say. Interesting. Interesting. In-game mine tracks. There's a mine, like a mining forge or something that you can make. That I saw somewhere. Oh yeah, we can quick place some little torchies around, little torchies tacos. We definitely need to go smack those little balls over there. See if they got any treasure in them. Treasure. You haven't received your hashtag free snack yet? Oh what? But Mushroom Gal, look at all these snacks in the chat. What do you mean? What do you mean? You get to hang out with all of these snacks. Yo, something shaking. I think there might be a boss down here. I don't even think I can knock through this wall. What the heck is this? It's looking kind of dangerous in here, you guys. I might, yeah, there's a wall that I can't break through here. It's another type of wall. New wall just dropped, y'all. Okay, well, let's get our shiny shinies and we hightail it out of here. I can make you a peanut butter sandwich. That's pretty much the only snack that I have, though, Mushroom Gal. If anybody wants a peanut butter sandwich, I can go grab one from the kitchen. Here's my iron. Nice. Pogini, the great Pogini. Callie! Hey, yo! Thank you so much for the sub. Sub for Break My Dreams. Can we get some hype in the chat? Yo, Callie!
Thank you
so much. Oi. Yo. I can make you want one? All right, deal. You make you a peanut butter sandwich. Get you a peanut butter sandwich, friendo. I got you. You want me to put jelly on that, or do you just want to stick with the peanut butter? Oh, bam. Callie, thank you for the generosity. Break My Dreams. Enjoy your sub. Dreams may be broken, but you just got introduced to a whole new dream. Where am I? Why did I see the walls breaking? Okay, so it does just switch. It switches to the next pickaxe. It's so confusing. The leaderboard is all wrong. Oh, the stupid Stream Elements leaderboard. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hey, Break My Dreams. Enjoy your sub. Enjoy all of your emotes. If you want to, we watch movies every other week. So if you jump over to the Discord, you could watch Beetlejuice with us next week. I bet I can kill these guys. How much you want to bet? How much you want to freaking bet? Nice. One down. No! Dang it! Dang it! What? What was that? That's fricked. This is ridiculous. This game's broken. This game, why did they act differently? Why did they have multiple choices, dude? Ridiculous. Can't believe that this AI is artificially intelligent. Okay, put the gold away. This game's lagging. Can I lower these settings? I can't believe that I have to lower settings on this potato quality game, but is it the reflections, dude? Oh my god. I cannot believe that this game's lagging on my computer. Oh my gosh, that made it worse. The frame rate just went down from changing the quality down. Oh my god. Okay, for one, turn off VSync. Target frame rate should be 60. Light quality, let's... Should it be high? Does that help the game run? No, it's still bad. VSync off. Yeah, it definitely needs to be off. I guess I'll put it back to medium. I could turn off the reflections, but they're so pretty. It still looks like trash. It's 14 frames now on medium, dude. What is it doing? Oh my god. Oh, bro's calling? Okay, okay, Kelly. We'll see you in a minute. Okay, yeah, 30 frames. 30 frames, 2D game, not even moving. Reflections off. Medium light. No VSync. This is garbage. I'm so sorry. This game is so pretty, and I really like it. Okay, don't get me wrong. This game's really pretty, and I really enjoy it, but that is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, let's go grab my stuff. My stuff's kind of way out there. Let's bring food with us though this time, so that we'll be prepared to like harvest a lot of iron. I like that the guy just kind of walks around. He's like, "This is my house now. This is my city." I think I'll just take like half a stack if y'all don't mind. I'm doing this for everyone. All right. All right. We got some gelatin. Wait, what does the jelly do? Does it restore health? Okay, it does. Sweet. It's glowing and health. Okay, I'm gonna get started on my way. Boop. Boop. Nice. Maybe the frame rate will get better out here. There's a moment that it lagged on your PC too, Rosera. Yeah, it's just bad optimization. I don't think that there'd be too many torches, but yeah, no, it definitely needs to be optimized. Like, this is a very simple game. This could be run on a Samsung, this could be run on a refrigerator if they programmed it properly. It could be like engine side. I don't know what this is made with, but it looks like it could be made with a Game Maker. I think that this might be made with Game Maker. Could be Unity. Could be Unity. Unity should be able to be optimized more easily. How long ago did the early access start? Ooh, that's a good question, Mushroom. I'm not sure about that. Not sure when it started, but I've only heard about it recently. Okay, I'm going the right way. Good. Thought you were gonna diss Samsung phones? Oh no, I don't know anything about phones. I don't honestly know anything about them. I only use Apple for convenience, that's all. I just use Apple because I already know how to use it. And I think their cameras look good, but there's cameras and there's other good camera phones too. No, I've got no brand loyalty with phones. They're all just little slabs of technology. This is what I should have done. Should have just beamed that guy. Is that hitting something? Don't do that. Much. Fair that they have lots of work. Yeah, they've got lots to work on. But no worries. I mean, that's what early access is for. What's early access for if only to just have like a kind of janky game that's still really fun? Because that's definitely what this is. It's a little bit janky, but it's lots of fun. It's already a good game. It's already a good early access title if you can even play the game. I wanna kill this guy cause they killed me last time and I'm still kinda salty. My gosh. There we go. Ow. I needed to go to the bathroom anyway. I guess the game knew. Stupid. Why can they kill you so fast? I guess I killed them quickly. Thanks, TNT. Thanks for the welcome back. Hey, Break My Dreams, Mushroom Gal, TNT, what's up? Also, my game's still lagging. My game's still at 20. That's probably why I died. Probably died because of, it's probably the lag. It's probably the lag got me. Lag got me. It was a hardware issue, honestly. Let me just close that. And let me just smack. Oh, wait. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Yeah, look at these frames. I'm running at 20 frames a second. Do you know what I'm running this on? I have a 2070 Super. I'm running this on a 2070 Super. To be fair, my CPU is kind of garbage. And so is my RAM. But it's still 16 gigabytes DDR4 Ripjaw. And also I've got a CPU cooler that's water. And my CPU is it's one of the Ryzen's. I think it's a 580 or something. Dude. What the frick? What the frick, Richard? Let's fix my tin thing. Well, oh, frick, it dropped. Oh, that sucks, dude. Oh, that means I can't repair it, dude. Oh, it sucks. So, dude. Oh, I should upgrade iron anyway. Maybe whenever I come back with iron, then I can make a pick. Dang it, I dropped my broken pick. Ashley Rose, thank you for the 10 biddies. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much. We're starting April out strong. Starting April out strong. Thanks, gamers. Thank you so much for all that you do. Ashley Rose, welcome back to me smacking this goo. Let's go grab 2 different types of death. 2 different tombstones. I'm glad that they actually let you have 2 tombstones. Oh my gosh. I sure hope. I sure hope. That was a toaster? I am not running this on a toaster. I honestly, I would understand better if it was a toaster. You wonder if frame rate also adds? It does. I think it does add to it, but to be honest, I was getting lag playing solo. I was getting lag solo. Look at it. You can see the frame rate. Oh, you can see the screen tearing. Did y'all see that sweet, sweet, delicious screen tear? That boy is still, he's dancing over my corpse. He's dancing on my grave. We can't let this stand. This time he freaking dies. This time he dies, and I'm still gonna kill him with a sword. Go ahead, make a dive, make a dive, make a dive. I freaking dare you. There you go. Okay, you're dead now. You're dead now, son. You're done. All right. David Bowie was fun. Thanks for building up some walls, fixing up some stuff. Okay, I better just grab my stuff and not get marked again. There's only one dude though. Is iron sitting here? I want this thing. Nice rock, and we need some food anyway. And the glow is nice. Okay, revenge. Come on, dive. Dive. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Come on. There you go. Pop. There we go. He dead. He's dead. All right. Can we upgrade his skill? Nope. We're on our way though. We're on our way. We got 14. We got 14 iron. Let's get we can't get any more because we haven't. We gotta walk back. I feel. Oh, I think that's the worm. Worm's going by. Revenge is the answer. Best served cold. Best served cold in the cold dungeon. Now we must go back and fix that. I suppose we will make an iron pickaxe since we'll be there. And I'll get some more iron for everybody. More iron. I just need to make once I finish my night outfit, then I'll be done with iron for a while and everyone else can use it. Do. Pog, pog a dog. Pog the dog. Okay. We walk back, we smelt, then we become more powerful than you could ever imagine. This way, up we go. Up we go. I wonder, I didn't notice what David Bowie was laying down, but they said that they were putting down doors and walls. We should take a look around the base, get a little update. Everyone's still playing, right? Or most of the people? We've still got Eerie and Tayaki chilling in the base. Oh, Alchemic's in the base. Tayaki's down south. Rosera's still working. Oh my gosh. Rosera. Rosera, you're so dedicated. Oh my goodness. That's all I did. Didn't want to infringe too much. Oh, thank you, David. If you want to, you could join with another character if you wanted to. But I understand. I've been playing a lot of 7 Days to Die, and I understand that like resetting is kind of annoying. But if you wanted to reset and get a character and do some adventuring with us, you're more than welcome to. It's mostly item development that I didn't want moving along too much. Let's get that thing. You'd like to do a thing? A thing, Sarah? What kind of thing are we talking about? What? Now I'm nervous. Rosera tipped $1,000. Schmack. All right, nice. VIP, yo! What's up? We got a new VIP. Everybody, please welcome. We got ourselves a new VIP. Oi, Sarah, huzzah! New VIP. Can we please get a welcome? I'm running back to the space. Everybody, hooray. Can we get some? Oh, I see a wall here. David put that down. Nice. We've got a brand new VIP. Everybody, please welcome our newest VIP, Sarah. Oh, yeah. Oi. Thank you so much, Sarah, for hanging around so much that you got a VIP. I'm doing it right now. Changing my roles manager. Launch it. Fresh VIP energy in the chat. Oh, my goodness gracious. Let me snag that username. Let me just snag it. We're going to get it done, all right? Oh, yeah. I think that you can actually just copy it. You can actually just do it in chat. But, you know, I'm a silly boy. Silly boy with silly ideas. Let's see. How did I just copied it? Okay, there we go. Control C. And then Control V. And there you are. VIP, our 60th VIP. Noise. I cut down the VIP list. Now we've only got 60 of them. 60 of them. Thank you very much for welcoming in our new VIP. Thank you so much, Sarah. It's been so much fun hanging out with you. Thank you so much for all the support, all the hanging out. It's been lots of fun. Oi. I appreciate it more than I could ever express. It's been so nice hanging out with you all this time. And I could have swore that you just got a sub that was like 11 months or something, right? Let me scroll down. Was your sub today? Or was it yesterday? I'm trying to remember. I thought you just had one. 12 months. It was a whole year. A whole year now, a VIP. Oh my gosh. It was yesterday. Nice. An entire year and a VIP. Oh my goodness. We got ourselves a very important person right here. A very important. Oi. Thank you so much. Ooh. It's only 4 iron bars. Thank you everybody for the warm welcome. I'll just wait for my stuff. Hey, Kat, what's up? How you doing? Oi. Kat, how are you? I saw you in a chat last night. Where was I? Was it Kodak Zach? I think I was at Zach's stream and I saw you over there. How are you doing, Kat?
Oi. We're playing more of the core keeper. But as you can see,
we've got some help. We got four beans working out here. Got 4 beans. Oh, I should upgrade my... Oh, everybody check the cartography table if you're right here. If you haven't done it in a minute. We're all bunched up. This would be a perfect time to update it. I just put some updates myself. Yeah, it was Zach. Nice. Aw, that Mew emote is so cute. I love Mew so much. Oi. Nice. Now I'll update now that y'all have updated. Nice. We got the bit. This map is freaking huge, dude. I don't know how far it goes. Oh, you're gonna try to sleep? All right, Kassiab. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a little bit. Hope you got some good vibes. Hope you get yourself some sleep. Remember, just take it easy. Don't try to rush yourself. Just have I don't know, maybe turn on some relaxing sound effects. Just relax a little bit. No rush. But I hope you get some good sleep. We'll see you later. Probably no stream tomorrow. Probably. I normally will take Wednesdays off. I'm only leaving it open because OT and Human 1 might want to play Fortnite, and I might play that with them. But if that's not an option, then no streaming tomorrow. I'll just take off and get some stuff done. I've been putting off a lot of stuff that I need to get done. that I need to get done. Oh yeah, we need to fix my tin pickaxe and hopefully make an iron one if we've got enough iron around here. Looks like we're going to. Put that there. Does anybody want this pocket thing? There's a little pocket upgrade. I don't want to just take all the good stuff. Does anybody need an upgrade for their pocket? Surely not everybody has an inventory expansion. I haven't been running into inventory limits, so I'm kind of in no rush. Okay, I'm gonna put that there. Sweet. So the iron pickaxe, does it have... It does have more durability. Sweet. Okay, I'll take the pocket thing. All right. I got nothing in that slot. You found 2 of them? Okay, sweet. I'll take one. Let's put away all these seeds. The garden's so pretty. Oh my gosh, you've been making super fiber too. That's awesome. The fiber's really useful. Put that there. We already have food in our pocket. Let's drain some goodies and then we'll go grab some more iron so that we can finish my outfit. Oh, we can scrap this copper helm if... Well, I guess we'll keep it in here in case somebody wants it, or I'll move it over. I'm going to move it over to this slime box, this helm. But if someone wants to use it, go for it. Otherwise, we can scrap it, get some copper. Either one. Doesn't really matter. Oh, I got a couple of tombstones. I'll put these down. We got graves. I'm nervous about putting down gravestones because in Terraria it makes a graveyard and ghosts will show up. So not crazy about that, but let's put all this stuff away. I already fixed my tin tool, so I'll put this tin back. Ancient gemstones. That here. I've got a little bit of food. You gonna take a shower? Okay, nice. Get yourself non-stinky, Lens. Get yourself unstinkified. Oh, I shouldn't have put all this stuff back. I want to split it. How do I? Okay, there we go. We split it, and I've got my iron, and let's go. Let's go. I'm looking healthy. Nosh on some food. Let's freaking go. Iron time. Iron time. Oh, I guess I could double check if I have any, if I can make my iron outfit yet. I don't think so, but there is a set bonus, so it would be really good to finish it. We've got how much iron right now? Looks like only well, we kind of got a lot. I think it takes a fair bit though. What does it take? It takes 15 iron. Oof. I don't even know if I brought back 15. But I will go straight to the mines and we'll go get some more. Pinky promise. What was it, 15? Okay, we need one more. Then we can finish the set. Nice. We've almost got enough for the start of a set right here. Definitely could make a helm with that. Okay, 3 gold, 6 fiber. This is a little expensive, but we got plenty of gold. I guess we have plenty of fiber too. Oh, wrong one. It's this one. Okay, set done. Okay, now I'm done hogging all the resources. My bad.
My bad. Sorry about that.
Boop. Oh, man. 3 set. It's plus 19 armor while at low health. Ooh, all right. Charge into battle with this epic chest piece. Nice. Looking strong. My character is all statted out. And more max health. Okay, cool. I don't necessarily need to repair any of this stuff. Make sure I'm not carrying any valuables. Put the wood in here in case we want to craft like tables or something. Oh, actually, I should probably make some more bridges. In case. What is this? An ear plate? A squarish earring plated with gold. Rosera, you can say ho. Yeah, you can say ho. You can call me whatever you want, Rosera. Don't worry about that. I'll make bridges down here. Nice. Got some extras in there. Okay. Let's go snag some iron. Finally. I've been trying to go get iron for a minute. Hey, it's Kodak Zach. What's up? Oi, I was just talking about you. I was talking some yang too. Now I'm embarrassed. I can't believe all those that I said all those things. I hope it wasn't clipped. Oh my goodness. Zach, how are you doing? Oi. No, I was just saying that I was watching your stream last night. Can we get a shout out for Kodak Zach? Very cool bean. Much love to Zach. Bonk, bonk. I was hanging out with Catseppy over there, or just Cat, because I don't know how to say their name actually. Bop, bop. But yeah, Kodak's a good bean. A good bean. A good bean indeed. Playing Elden Ring, that's what it was. Yeah, they were killing the oldest ring that I've ever seen. But yeah, we're back with our nonsense in Core Keeper. We got a bunch of friendos working together. We started a new map. I've got knight armor. I'm looking kind of strong. Not gonna lie, looking a little strong. We're looking for iron right now so that we can get everybody some stronger armor so that we can face some bosses. We already killed one boss. I can't believe it. We've made such progress. Oh, here comes a worm. There it goes. I have no idea how you freaking kill that thing, but give it a few whacks just to tell it who's boss. Just to let it know that there's a new sheriff in town and he ain't so pleased. We can't go down here. This is like an unmineable wall, but I guess I can get through it now. What the heck? Is this unbreakable? Dude, I have an iron pick and it don't work. Oh, that's the worm. Okay, yeah, we found him. Maybe there could just be a door, though. Gotta prep like Batman? What do you mean, like leave a bunch of traps and stuff? Trap man? Ooh, I see some mad iron in these walls. Nice. Oh, this is gold. Cool, cool. We have like an overabundance of gold. How am I enjoying this game? Ooh, second question's much easier to answer. I'm enjoying this game a lot. It is very fun. It seems like it might be a little bit bite-sized, to be honest. I don't know how full this game is. I'm not sure if it has like hundreds of hours of content. We might get through it pretty quick, but it is very fun, and I'm just kind of like munching up all this content, munching it up. It is pretty fun, and it's really affordable too. It's like 14 bucks. I'm looking forward to the future. I'm sure they'll add more and more and more. But yeah, I've been chilling. I took like I tried a sleep additive last night. I tried melatonin, and I got freaking wrecked. So I'm in the goofiest mood. I'm in the goofiest mood right now. Absolute. I like, it made me go to bed, and then I woke up and I did stuff, and I still had to take another nap. Made me so sleepy. I don't think I slept enough. I'm gonna take one tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. But I'm excited. I'm so excited about so many things. Opes is gonna come to town soon. Opes will be here in less than 2 weeks. We're gonna hopefully make a YouTube video while he's here. I'm excited about just doing YouTube in general. I'm just excited about a lot of stuff. This looks like a proper dungeon over here. Oh boy, oh boy. Also very excited about TwitchCon. That's something I'm really looking forward to. I haven't met a fellow streamer before, I don't think. Besides Opes, I'm trying to make sure that I'm not like missing somebody, but I don't think I've met a fellow streamer before. We're gonna go this way. Be very careful. Don't want to waste this iron. Melatonin does nothing for you? Nothing? Wow. You're so strong, Cat. That's cool. You've never taken melatonin, but you have friends that swear by it. See, so do I. I was hanging out at a friend's house, and they were talking about it. They were like, I gotta take my melatonin and go to bed. And I was like, you're what? I was like, you're what? Let me hear about this. Oh my gosh, this is Danger Town. But we're kind of armored up. Okay, I needed to hit him more times than I thought. Definitely these guys are better to deal with ranged. I can dodge that. Oh! God, he's tricky. Kill him. Kill him. Oh my god. Back up, back up. Back up, back up. Ooh. Okay. Nice. We got him. Okay, we gotta eat. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Looks like we maybe need to use my sword because we're about to break my bow. Nice. Okay. Okay, hit me. Let's get out of here. Let's nosh. Nosh. Sounds like a good friend. Yeah, it's local Exum. Yeah, it's low collection. All right. Oh, nice. Ooh, I'd kind of like to play Elden Ring again, TBH. The frick is that? Is that gold? But we haven't played Elden Ring in a bit. I'd kind of like to find the next boss. The game was really fun. Nice. Okay, we'll dance around this pillar. Yeah, definitely use the environment to your advantage. Game's lagging. Game's lagging. Okay, nice. Okay, you can definitely just run up on these guys. Okay, they do melee hits too. Spooky. Okay, we might need to get out of here. Oh, I'm burning. That's what it is. Okay, I'm burning a little bit. Okay, let me eat. Nom 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 nom. Okay. Sweet. What do we do? Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm good to keep fighting. I'm scared. I'm scared for my life. This place is dangerous as heck. Okay, they did. Let's put down some torches for goodness sake. I don't have any torches. I'm scared. Okay. The music went silent. The music's dead quiet. I'm in a dangerous chamber with no sound. Run away. I don't see anything that I haven't faced before, though. Ow! Oh my god. Okay, it might be time to leave. There's so many of them that they can attack me at different times. Okay, nice. Yeah, I can face them one-on-one, but in a group, they're kind of dangerous. See, dang it! Ah, I should have just given up. I should have given up. This is so rough. They attacked me at different times. That was dumb. Can I fix this? Can I fix this sword? I'm kind of curious now. What would I be able to fix this with? Maybe these guys? I've been waiting. I'm so curious about what I repair them with. No. Oh, it says the repair cost. It's just iron. Oh, it's just iron. Okay, well, I should have put iron in the top of my slot. That was stupid. Dude, I should have brought it back. Does anybody know which game engine this is written? Oh, that's a good question, Graham. I bet we could actually investigate right now. Watch this. I'm gonna use File Explorer. I'm gonna go to it. We'll be able to find out if it's Unity immediately. You could check in the. I bet you could find that in the forums though. I just checked the forums. Oh, it is Unity? Okay, it is Unity. Nice. I was gonna be able to tell from the EXE. I knew it was either Unity or Game Maker, and this doesn't look like a Game Maker game. Okay, Unity. Yeah, this is horribly optimized. This is rough. It's very rough. I'm gonna put there's another packet here if y'all want it. There's another inventory expansion. Let's see. We have no iron. I used it all up. I'm sorry. I have so much to give though. Fix that. What is this? 10? Okay. Let's put this here. Grab a 10. Fix that. Okay. I have so much iron to bring back. Okay. I think we're only going to play for like a little bit longer. Unity games are often badly optimized in my experience. Shameful. Yeah, Unity is the engine that you use whenever you don't have money to pay for a better engine. I mean, there's a lot of good Unity games, but there's also a lot of garbage. Like the bar for entry is like 0. I made games in Unity before. Don't you stream and met Earl? Callie? Oh yeah, Callie does stream. That's true. See, I knew that I'd end up offending somebody. I knew it. I shouldn't have said anything. Oof. I'm just excited. Listen, I'm just excited about TwitchCon, okay? That's the main point. The main point is that I'm excited about TwitchCon, okay? We don't have to read any further into that than necessary. Yum. Okay, everything's repaired pretty well. Son of a worm. I'm telling you, Alchemic, we're struggling out here. We're struggling. Mostly because of bad programmers. I mean, yeah, poorly optimized code, for sure. I wouldn't call them bad. I wouldn't necessarily call them bad, but I know what you mean. Yes. Definitely some shoddy, ineffective code. Hey, I'm just saying, but I'll be in Texas in July. You what? Cat, you're gonna be in Texas in July? For what reason? That's a bad decision. Might I suggest not? Just kidding. It will be a little bit warm though. Ooh, July, you say? Interesting. Well, maybe we can get Opsy to come. Maybe we can get Opsy to be in Texas in July. Do a big meetup? Ooh. Interesting. Everyone forgets about me. It's okay. What, Callie, you liar. You liar. You're visiting Zach? What? Zach is in Texas? Zach didn't strike me as a Texan. Zach seems much more reasonable and kind-hearted. Is that true? Kodak Zach. I didn't know that you were in Texas. Oh, Zach, I didn't know that you were a fellow Texan. Yike. Let's get out of here, Zach. Run away with me. Stop dancing around. You scared me to death last time. Your little buddy killed me, but now you're dead. Murder. There we go. Now we glowing. Now we glowing, baby. Yahoo! Oh, you're not currently, but you will soon. Ooh. You don't have to dox yourself, but I am kind of curious about where you're moving to. You could tell me in DMs or something, you know? Or I could ask Opes. He'd probably. Idiot! Dang it! I walked right into his fire. Now I'm gonna die. The large orange worms hurt more than the large white worms. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, Alchemic. There's orange worms. I learned something new. Holy sh... Fribbid, bribbid, brubbid, bruh. You stupid. How did he survive so many shots? He's dead. He died. Oh, I hate them. God dang it. Oh, sorry. This is frustrating. Holy moly, dude. Ah! Okay, we're walking back. Let me walk back some of my previous statements that I made. Okay, there we go. Nice. We did. He did. Oh, DFW. Hey, that's where I live. Wait a minute. Zach, are you my new roommate? Wait a second. I did post online, and I do have a confirmation of somebody moving in. Zach, are you Zach the Hottie 69 on Reddit? Wait a minute. Okay, hang on. This is all starting to come together. I cannot believe the coincidence that's happening right now. Also, that screen tearing, how's that happening at 30? That's supposed to only happen at 60. Why is it tearing at 30 when my frame target is 60? What? That's so weird. Boy, this game broken. Boy, this game busted. I honestly might be better to just set it to target frame 30 because it's being such a big baby. Oh, I could set it to max too. I guess I'll set it to 30 since that looks pretty good, and it'll move around less if I do that. At least it'll look consistently bad, and that's what we're always aiming for on the stream. You knew that Zach lived around here? How did you not? I have a short-term memory loss. I don't remember things like that, Callie. You know this. You know this. I don't even know what your real name is. I'm sorry. I don't know what your name is, Callie. Sorry. Listen. I don't remember anything like that. My brain does not prioritize such matters. This lad is still alive. Could you die, dude? Oh my god. This guy. This freaking guy. Oh my gosh, how powerful are you? Did you just break my stuff? Oh wait, no, I got 28. Nice, we got 28 iron. Look at this, look at this. Why, there's so many enemies in there.
We have to kill them. We have to kill them all.
Oh yeah, I see, I know that Alchemic does. I know Alchemic knows. There's no chance that Alchemic doesn't know. Also, yeah, of course Linz knows. This all makes sense, Oh my god, what is beside you? Wait, who? Ah! There's a bunch of beasts out here. A bunch of unruly beasts. A bunch of goodies too. I think that we can murder. See, you missed me. Missed me. Now you gotta kiss me. Come on. What you gonna be? There we go. Oh, I just got another 10 pickaxe from that guy. Nice. Yeah, I should be smacking this. Oh, big guy. Big guy, big foe. I should only hit him twice. Okay. 1, 2, run. 1. Nice. Okay, we can definitely murder that guy. Okay, don't I have bread? Yeah, I got bread. Let's eat this bread. Let's get this bread. Okay, I'm gonna smack some of these big balls. There we go. Nice. There's so much goodie inside. So much goodie. Could you piss off, please? Sir, stop going. I hate. Ha. You've been bamboozled. And you gave me a bread. Thanks. Oh, there's another one. I'm out of here. All right, let's go home. This is not the way back. Where's the way back? I'm scared. I'm scared. Somebody hold me. All right, we can come back here later. I'm so freaking done. I'm so done. I've died over here like 6 times. Oh, we got more bread though. What the heck? Is this the way out? I think it is. Let's get out of here. Jedi said, sorry I'm lurky. Your friendo brought a baby. Baby. Did you get to pet the baby? Pet, pet, pet. You're so stressed. Me too, Alchemic. What the heck? This is scary as heck. Where are you? Alchemic, this game is stressful. Can we stop playing? Can we stop playing? I'm scared. Somebody hold me. Help.
I just died in your arms tonight. Must have been some kind of worm.
He's gone. Don't worry. Baby.
Do 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 do.
Oh, you went back to base? So am I. It's too scary out here, man. We gotta stick together. I think we gotta go out. We gotta go out as a group. It's too frightening out here in the caves. The caves are cold. Ooh, look at those babies. Some of them spinning, some of them not. Oh my gosh, there's such a wide variety of babies in the chat. And I'm not just talking about the emote, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, look, they're spinning the babies. Thanks, Lins. Thanks for getting those babies spinning finally. This game's still jacked, even if I'm aiming at 30. Okay, I'm freaking done with this nonsense right here. I'll tell you what, I'm going to turn on the VSync right now. The screen tearing's too nasty. I take low frame rate over screen tearing. I mean, that's what VSync is for. It's supposed to solve that. Where's home? Where is my house? Where is my home? Where are my friends? Where? If you're a baby, you're not invited. There's literally quotes for almost every word now. Okay. And honestly, we need to find all the words that there are no quotes for, and I'll make a quote. Let's heal ourselves in our bed with my full armor on. Very cozy. Very, very cozy. Oh wait, before I do my healing, let us start the smelting. The smelty melty. I brought back 32 iron. 32. Nice. Y'all can use that iron to your enjoyment. Too small to be worn by a human? Bruh. We could sell that though. All right, I'm putting some items in here, some objects. Oh, nice. You can stack them. I'm putting in some gears. Putting in a satchel. Y'all get satchin. Get satched. Here we go. Satch up, gamers. And got some gold. Got some gold to melt. Melting gold. All right, sleepy time. I'm so tired. What? Quote, xylophone, aka I'd be down to kill some kids with you. If it doesn't find the name, then it just does the most recent quote. Pretty sure that Linz made that quote. Typical Linz. Typical Linz. Looking at the world through a different lens. Oh, I have some gravestones. Huh, I wonder where I got these. Interesting. Odd. I don't remember killing anything that had gravestones on them. Huh, this is strange. I don't know. Oh, you had one too, Alchemic? Huh, that's weird. I wonder where we got them. Let's put away those. Load that up for Wally's. Wally.com. Nobody needs a 10 pickaxe, right? I can totally have it, though. I'm putting it in here. Got a... What? Caveling chest. Max health. Dodge chance. Range damage. Dang. That's good for being a bow master. I got another broken handle? Yo, you know who would be really mad right now? David Bowie. Who wants this broken handle? Chemic, you want this? You want another broken handle? These things kick butt. Go ahead. Take it. I dare you. I can't believe that I found 2 of them. David Bowie's been searching for hours. Never found one. I assure you, I'm very mad. Oh, David's still here. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were still here. I'm sorry. Sorry, I found another one. Now you will become more strong than anyone could ever imagine. Okay, there we go. Put that in there. Yo, we kind of working it. We kind of working it, y'all. We got 69 bars. You making yourself an iron outfit yet, Alec? I think you need one. Hey, Human One, what's up? We've got shenanigans. We got some bonus shenanigans. Look at all these peeps. We got 4 people in the mines. Things are getting advanced out here. Sis, let me tell you, this game is stressful as heck. I've died a million times. How are you doing, Human One? Oi, oi, oi. I'm excited for gaming. I'm excited. Whenever it happens, I'll be there. I'll be there. Let's put this, there we go. Pick. If y'all want some picks, pick yourself up one. We could plant this little petunia. This little petunia plant. I love my little knight guy. He looks so strong, yet he's so gentle. What type of plant is this? It's a bomb pepper, so it needs to go over here. Oh, Rosera. I guess I'll just put this in the box. Rosera is our gardener, apparently. Thanks for gardening, Rosera. You can stop whenever you want, but you're literally on fire right now. Let us put everything in our hands so that we can go. What's the next thing that we should aim for? We should kill a boss. What's the next boss? We killed Glom. I feel like Hive Mother's next, right? Isn't that what y'all are feeling? Hive Mother, Big Bee Mommy, Bee Mine, Gorm. I feel like this guy's the worm. I feel like this is the filthy worm that I doubt that we can scratch. I mean, I hit him a couple of times, but I'm pretty sure that he just schmoves in a big circle. We might have to make like a trap. Might have to make some trap. Worm boss is next? Dude, seriously? You're supposed to use traps on that thing? Seems like it would just schmoove through the traps. You're supposed to chase him? Like get on some... Maybe you get Prozera. Oh my god. Why are you over here in the dark, Eerie? You're really putting meaning to the word eerie. Coffee. Coffee's looking more and more eerie. Worm boss is next. Maybe we gotta run. Maybe we have to like run after them. You found a bunch of traps in here? Oh, nice. Hive spike traps. That's cool. Yeah, I feel like you could trap it, but maybe we gotta get like super fast and chase it. I don't know, and hit it in the butt, possibly? It moves so fast, I feel like it will... listening to the plan. The who? I don't know how we're gonna beat this guy. Does anybody have strats? Does anybody have worm strats? There's probably multiple ways to kill it, but I'm sure you have to schmoove, right? You gotta dash. I mean, I've already got like a minor dash. There's slime, which slows us down. That's true. Prozera sounds like a pharmaceutical. It does. Just take 3 Prozera. You'll be fine. Hey, don't worry. Listen, you got headaches. You're not sleeping well. You're growing unexpected hair on different parts of your body than you're used to. Just take some Prozera. Do you really want me to tell you? I'm nervous with you saying it like that, David Bowie. You're making me nervous now. Now you're making it sound like there's a big secret. Big secret, huh? Oh yeah, where are my snacks? I never got any. Jedi, the snacks are in the chat. The snacks are in the chat. Are y'all blind? There are literally so many snacks in the chat right now. Oh my god. SNACC snacks in the chat. Clear to see. How could you miss all of... Drex? Where? Okay, well, we got 45 snacks. Listen, if Drex, I'll have none of that talk. None of that talk. It was too good to be true. You what? I'm so confused. You guys are so chaotic this evening. Sounds like y'all all deserve... wait a second. Oh, yeah, we could wooden shield it. I've got the ugly. Oh no, you caught the ugly. Not again. Shucks. You're a liar. A liar. A liar. Nobody believes you, Drex. Nobody believes you, Drex. All lies. Not to be taken seriously. Listen. You may not have caught the ugly, but you sure caught the liar. What is this? Food? Max health? Does this heal though? Oh, it does. Okay, sweet. You said there isn't like one strat to do it. Well, I mean, I've hit it with a stick before. I have hit it with a stick. You can either go spike traps, or big bombs. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that it would require some like setup. Spike traps or big bombs. You say big bombs. Once you damage him a certain amount, he'll stop and fight you. Oh, okay. Sweet. We should make some bomba. We gotta make some bombs. Because I take Prozera, that's how you're so cute. How do you achieve such cuteness? It's the Prozera. The Prozera makes me look healthy and youthful. Where do you make bombs again? Oh, we have to make another table. We have to make a alchemy table. An alchemy table. What does it cost? Wood, slime, tin. That's easy. Yeah, we should be cracking out some more tables. I'm gonna move this table over there so that we can get it straight out of the box. Sorry, guys, I'm breaking this. Ah! I'm sorry. I've done it again. I've done it again. I regret it all. You need a bed? You should be able to make a bed. There should be stuff enough. Stuff enough for bed making. What is this? Oh, we need food. If you need food, is there any food? Is there any food to be had? Where'd the food at? Do I need to go harvest some? Oh, shucks.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, we just need more wood. I'm gonna go grab some more. You say he's pretty simple once you stop him? So it's the stopping they're trying to do, eh? Well. It's because he's in such a hurry. Stupid old worm. Stupid old worms trying to get to places. I just want him to slow down and die, you know? Wood in chest. Very funny, alchemic. Wood in chest. I get it. I get it. No need to repeat it. No need to repeat it. Bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk. Free wood for lunch? Rosaria, your garden is so beautiful. So beautiful. I love how I just stole my, I just stole a table from y'all. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm trying to do my best for everybody. All right. Alchemy, still need more slime. Need more slime. There we go. Grab the slime. Make the table. Alchemy table. Boom. Painter's table. Boom. Carpenter table. Poop. Poop. No table. No table, only poop. Okay. Now I will replace. And did I pick up that floor? I did. So sorry. There we go. Put that right there. And we can put the other special tables up here. If we want to get up to some shenanigans, this will make bombs with bomb peppers and slimes. Nice. You could also get some health with heartberries. Oh, paintbrush for painting things blue. And this is secondary colors, eh? Primary, secondary. Green paint. All it is just slime. Just slime and wood. That's all it takes, y'all. That's all it takes to make your world colorful and beautiful. Just a little bit of slime and a little bit of wood. It's a lot of iron. Holy moly. Is there... What do we need next? We need Scarlet, but we have to kill the big wormo. So we need bomb peppers and slimies. Slimers? Dang, you guys kind of lagging around. That's pretty rad. There's plenty of slime here. I shouldn't say I got it because it's kind of all of ours. Put that there. Got some bread. Get some bread. Hey, what? Oh, did you just give me a bomb? Thanks. Thanks for the bomb, friend. Appreciate it. For tossing a bomb to your witcher. Babamba. It's 300 explosive damage. I mean, that's worth a few hits on the sword. Do you live in the caves? You bet I do, Mars. I've been living in these caves for... Oh, you mean in the game? Yeah, this game is set in caves. Yeah. This game is set in caves. It's true. You can't escape. There's no escape. I suppose maybe you can escape via this portal, but we don't have any confirmation. We have no confirmation that there is any escape. Mood, like somebody said, I'm trying to remember who said it, but somebody said mood lighting always. That is true. Nothing but mood lighting. Nothing but moonlighting. All right, so we're supposed to kill Grandpappy Worm. So we need babamba peppers and... Do we have like 1 million of them? Oh my god. Oh my god, we have hecking peppers. Also, what the heck did I just get experience from? Picking up peppers? How many can we make of these? Oh. So, how many bombs do you think that we need? How many bombs? How many bombs are we thinking, Bowie? Like, do I gotta hit it like 5 times? Gonna make myself schmoovier. Gonna make sure that I can schmoove. Everybody check your skills. Check your skills if you haven't for a bit. 3,420. Okay, good deal, Drex. Thanks for the info. Okay, sweet. You like how enthusiastic it was? Yeah, I mean, I'm proud of my home. I'm honestly really pleased with living underground with the mole people. I've made friends. You made 40. You didn't need all 40, but I made 40. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I'll be doing it with... Who wants to try to fight this worm with me? Because we can split up these goodies. We got 25 bombs. 25 bombs, now we're out of peppers. Alchemic, I'm guessing you want to help? I could give you 10 bombs. But we can try to kill this sucker. Murder. Ooh, little rooms? I kind of like that. Did you make a paintbrush? Nice. It's 10 bombs for you. Whoever wants to go with us, I got 5 bombs. You thought that I beat the worm? No, we beat a slime. We beat a slime. I really want to try to murk this worm. Which way is the closest way to the worm? I think the right might be the fastest way. We could even optimize it and make it easier to get over there. We could also put beds over there. Oh, Taiyaki, you want to come too? Okay, sweet. Let me put down, let me give you some bum. Give you some bum. Oops, sorry, Alchemic. Works only on beds so far. Nice. Okay. Okay, I think I'm going to schmoove my bed, actually. I think I'm going to make my bed near the worm. Near King Daddy Worm. Even though it won't be too helpful. Ooh, Brad, so aggressive with that worm. Yeah, I'm going to take my bed. I'm going to take my bed. There's also an item that may or not exist that you can track him. Yeah, I saw that item up here, but it's a little expensive, isn't it? It's ancient gemstones and mechanical parts. Oh, well, I guess we could afford that. We could indeed afford it, but what would that truly afford us? What would be the benefit of such things? He'll just re-health if we get too far away from him, right? Are you opening the... Oh, you're trying to paint the door. I see. It just looks like you're opening and closing the door. You just go... They're unpaintable, my friend. Just give it up. Just give it up. You can never do it. Can you paint the floors? Can you not even paint the floors in this game? This game busted. You have to time your bombs right to explode once he comes through. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, so there's kind of no chasing him, eh? Time your bombs, eh? Well, how long does this tracker last? Is it like permanent? It says scans it. Consumes on a successful scan. So this only works like one time, right? Isn't it just like it goes like bloop bloop and then it tells you where he is and then it just like then that's it. That sucks. That sucks. I don't want to do that. Oh man, this thing filling up, ain't it? This thing filling up. I think it's time to get rid of some of this peasant armor. Sorry. I gotta get rid of it. Oh, what? Oh, it's permanent? Oh, sweet. You can just keep an eye on him. I guess you only get to kill him once. Okay, well, that sounds like a good investment then. There you go. Nice. Fiber. Okay, if it's permanent, I'll make it. I'll make it. We'll keep this sucker tracked, all right? We'll be tracking this fool. This fool's about to get tracked. We got mechanical parts. The Devourer Scanner. Okay. Here we go. Bing, bang, boom. Okay, so I just consume it and then it's done? Yo, that's so cool. Oh, there he is. Good Lord. Good Lord, look at that worm. Good luck with the cave thing. It's time for you to bounce over to your friend's birthday stream. Hey, wish him happy birthday. We'll see you later, Mars. Thanks for popping over and saying hi. Oi, oi, oi. Thanks for hanging out with us for a minute. See you later, Mars Mud. Enjoy birthday party. Yes, yes. Say happy birthday for us. Oh, splendid. Oh, splendid. We stand a birthday. Put that right there. All right, so we got our bombs. I guess it's time to start kicking this guy's buns. His big worm buns. Grima worm buns. I kind of need to fix my armor, but we'll do that later. We'll do it later. I see Gorm is coming around. I think I'm gonna try to hit him with this Babamba. So he should still have damage from whenever I hit him with my sword, right? Worm buns. Yeah, I mean there's buns between every leg, so he's got a lot of buns to kick. He's coming around. Gonna see if I can hit him with the bomb. With the bomb. Ooh. Here we go. Worm butt. How to eat fried worm butt. Oh, he's coming around. I'm gonna be too late. There he goes. See you later. Thanks, Gorm. Thanks for existing. Dude. I guess I can just mine for iron. I could do iron mining. Yeah, because I can't catch up with this fool. He just leaves a bunch of goop in his wake. We'll catch up. I can feel it. We're so fast. Oh, yeah, I can feel it. We're gaining on him. Here we go. There's so much shininess. Once we kill this worm, we'll be able to use this cave to be able to find goodies everywhere. This will be very convenient. Oh, giant gold. Oh, my gosh. Dude, I can't believe I'm catching up with him. Wow. We've almost got his butt. Never mind. He kind of quick. All right, we'll go back. Just taking a peek around, you know. Also, these worms really don't attack you unless you are aggressive towards them. Do I have any glow food? I don't think I do. Bummer. No food for glowing. Maybe I can eat one of these just by themselves. Yeah. Go away, you filthy rascal. Yeah, can I just eat one of these? Yum. Hey, it worked. How long does this last? For a minute? Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll take it. Don't mind if I do. Yum, yum, yum. Add another minute. Oh, wait. I don't know if it adds. Kind of wish it did. Ooh, got something shiny up here. Got some iron. We really need, there's something called Crimson or something like that we have not run into yet. I'm quite hungry. I see that. There we go. Much better. I guess we could murk dudes and look for iron while we wait for this worm to schmoove around. We could also make a better area for waiting for him too. More of an arena. Maybe clean. Oh wow, I killed them in one shot. That was lucky. Lucky crit. I guess I could head this way because I'll encounter him faster. There's really no point in removing the goop unless you think that you're gonna get to kill him then. On that time around, because he's just gonna leave goop behind him. My glow. My delicious glow. Dang it. I can't see anything. I'm as blind as a bat. That's my iron over here now. Nice. Yeah, I think we have a lot of iron, but not everybody has iron. Not everybody has iron armor. We should really try to get iron armor for everybody. Ooh, finish is getting real, y'all. Sheesh. Wait, what? Finish? Oh, you're saying that you're studying your finish. Oh wow, y'all are fast. Holy moly. Eerie and Tayaki are coming around. Yeah, Gorm's coming around the circle. He's getting here. He's getting here. It's about time to drop a babumba. Oh, you headed down, Alchemic? All right. We'll get him at multiple junctions. I think you got to leave him out on the road. I might miss him the first time because I don't really know how to time this. He's pretty quick. Yo, pretty good timing. Get him. No, I'm got stuck. I was gonna try to shoot him. No. I got him with 3 bombs. 3 bombs. I don't know how many times we got to bomb that sucker, but that was a fair bit of damage. Good timing, good timing. There he goes. See you later, Gorm. Thanks for existing. Thanks for being a pain in the neck, my boy. Did you see that timing, Alchemic? It was like, it was whenever the rumbling started. It was a little bit after the rumbling. If I could find like some, maybe I should go back and get some glow food. I think that we can make it back to base before he comes around. I think his rotation takes about a trip to the. Oh wait, Eerie, you're just up to shenanigans over here. I didn't realize. I can also go south if I'm too late. But let's go home and maybe see if we can make some more bombs. I didn't really check. Oh dang it. Dang it, Alchemic and I made this shaft earlier. Oof. Oof. Yeah, what did you just learn in Finnish, Callie? What was like the big word that you were like, oh, it's getting serious now? Is this a way back? Where the heck am I? I don't think that I made this way. I think this is somebody else's way. I've got myself all turned around. All turned around upside down. Which way to the base? I think it's this way. Once they teach you how to say fish and finish, then you know it's getting serious. Whack. Whack. Stop. Or is it like grammar? What's getting serious? Did you just make a mistake? That's how I judge Japanese difficulty, is if I get a bunch of things wrong, then I'm like, okay, now it's serious. I'm going too slow. I'm going too slow. Let's go with the power of the gnome. Back to base, quick. With the power. Go, 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 go. With the power of lag. Power of lag be with us till we meet again. Here we go, here we go. Thank you, human one. All right, we have the power of the puff. Power of the puff. When it rumbles, eh? Wait, did you miss it? Did that not work, Alchemic? I'm sorry. Listen, I was trying to help you. I was trying to help you, all right? No need to be toxic. I'm just gonna make some more bombs real quick. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's a question? Oh, yeah. It seemed to work. It seemed to work for me. I don't know how to explain the timing exactly. I don't know how to say it exactly. Bonk. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Okay. I should be able to make it back. Pufferfish be with us till we meet again. I'm schmoving. Yeah, I just dropped the bombs like, oh, I think I might make it. I dropped like 5 at a time. Okay, yeah, I'm going faster than last time. We might make it. I hope. I hope we make it. Oh boy, oh boy. Now, if you look at it logically, a worm this size could not survive. The world can't hold a worm this big. It must be made by a god. Oh, wait. I'm gonna... Okay, I should be safe here. Where is he? Gorm, here he come. Here he come. Be careful, Taiyaki. Oh! Taiyaki dead. Just kidding. Taiyaki's fine. Oh my god, there's a giant guy over there. Oh no, oh, they just blow up if he hits him, I think. Okay, I hit him a few times. He did. He kept the, Was that Jordan? Yeah. Sad Kermit. Sad Kermit Jordan energy. Look at the history of worms. You'll see that it's a very complicated, very complicated tale. Whack, whack. Lobster. Okay, how long is it gonna, hey! Obst! Obst is not here. Hello, Obsty. Oi, 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 oi. Much love to Obst. Ow, ow, ow. More like nopest. That's exactly right. Also, nice hair. What? Thank you, Obsty.
How dare you?
Oi, 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 oi. Enjoy your stream. Enjoy your stream, Oopsty. I'm only gonna be streaming for a little while longer, so I'll see you over there in a minute. Whammo. There we go. Do I just need to wait for this worm to come around? Because I got 6 more. Just make your bed in your... Just make your bed in your lily pad. A lily. The lilies of the valley. I mean, I'm gonna sit here. I guess we just sit here and wait for this dang worm to come around. Brrr. Come on, wormy. Come on, wormy. Yeah, because what are we gonna... Is it keeping all of its damage? Alchemic, was it injured? Was this sucker hurting? Hey, Mystic Silver Moon, what's up? Do I see some, wow, it's been a long time since I've heard that name. Dr. Gluion. Dr. Gluion. Oh, I haven't seen that bean in a little while. How you doing, Mystic Silver Moon? Hey, what's up, what's up, what's up? His health resets after he gets away. You need to chunk his health away in 1 bombing run. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we got to get closer then. We all got to get closer, and we got to get more bombs too. I think whenever he runs into them, then they blow up. Oh, nar. Yeah, I don't know if we could do that tonight. Not sure if we're going to be able to pull that off. Got to do it in 1 bombing run. Okay, everybody give up. Give up. We got to go back. We got to get close to each other and like drop a bajillion bombs at the same time. This game broken. Where do we go? Where's my escape? Hashtag there is no escape. Worm's coming back. Boom, boom. Yeah. We need more. We need more. Let's go back. Let's save up these bombs. Let's, I mean, I guess we can just like, we could also wait for him to pass. We could dig up a bunch of this goop, and then we could drop bombs while we're running away from him and have like an escape route. That might work too. Because then we could drop bombs for way longer. We could just, we can eat some spicy good food so that we can run a little bit faster, have a clear running path, and just run away. And just drop bombs behind us. As many as we can. And he should just run into them and blow up. And I guess we'll make a little exit in case we need to cut off the path. But there's actually really no negative to dying in this game. There's no big thing that you lose. I guess maybe you lose some skills or something, but I haven't noticed. Whoa, Rosera's replanting. Oh yeah, we could put out spike traps too. Yeah, we should do that. We should do that. Vipers at work tonight. Busy bean. You're all on your own, Demolion. All on your own. All by myself. Oh, we need more slime. Yeah, we should put out these traps. Okay, I've made all the bombs that we can. I've only got 10 on me now. We're gonna need like 20, 30, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. This music's kind of busting. Hang on. We're gonna beat this boss, though. We're gonna beat this boss. This worm's going down. This clown's going down. We've got this fool. He will eat our dust. What does it take? Oh, it takes 4 iron bars to repair this thing? Holy crap, dude. Hey, free followers. Sweet. Thanks, KNT. Much love. Most of the words are really logical when you hang on. What? What words? Where? Silvery Soul, did you just say something to me? Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you speaking English? What does that mean? I'm about to kill my friends. I got a sword. I'm about to backstab somebody. Sorry. Had to be done. Thank you, Lens, for deleting that Bologna message. I'll give you some of these goodies right here. Boop. Doot, doot. We need lots of 10. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, Erie. Is that a fact? Is that a fact? Also, whose bedroom is this? Oh, it was a reply. Oh, yeah. And Calico was talking about the lesson I'm in teaches more about places in Europe. In Finnish, there are different suffixes for different tenses of the word. Today, I'm learning the difference between the suffix in a place versus being the place. Does that make sense? Yeah, that does kind of make sense. Yeah. You're saying like, I mean, yeah, you kind of explained it. Like being somewhere versus being somewhere. I mean, like, I'm thinking about how confusing it is where it's like, I still am slightly confused by Japanese where it's like, sometimes if you say like des, you'll be talking about something, but most of the time if you say des, you're like, you could be talking about like yourself. You could say like sensei des, and that's like, I am a sensei, I believe. But if you ask somebody, if somebody's a sensei, then, or like what their job is, I think that you would also say sensei des. And I think that it matters how you structure the sentence. But yes, language, complicated. Lens. Hooray! So you found something about the legend games for Pokemon are not part of the main games. Oh yeah. The Legends of Arceus. That's not part of the main game. It's not a mainline game. And Miss Obi, what's up? You're not late. You're not too late anyway. We're still alive. We're still hanging out. We want to kill this worm. We're trying to kill this nasty giant worm. And I've got help. I've got the help of Alchemic, Eerie Coffee, Rosera, and Taiyaki. But we're gonna kill this bugger. You hear me? We're gonna kill it. We got 10 Babamba. We're playing a game called Core Keeper. It's not called Slurp. It's called Core Keeper. So what else do we need, friendos? Do we need more peppers, I guess? I mean, Rosera's been working their buns off. Rosera has been an absolute champion out here. Like, holy mackerel. Like, Rosera is like incredible. We've been making as many bomb flower things as we can. Yeah. So I guess the only thing that we can do is make traps. Has anybody already made traps? I see that there's hive spike traps we could use. But we'll have to do this all in like one loop. So we'll probably have to wait for it to leave. Put down a bunch of traps. Try to carve a little pathway away. And then just run with bombs. I mean, I've got 10 on me. How many other bombs do we have? Do we need to get more? Rosera's feeding an army. It's true. Rosera's feeding the war. The south path has a straightaway. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Okay, then I'll check out Alchemic's south path. Southpaw. Wiggles onto the left. Okay, yeah, I see there's a straight way there. It's pretty straight where we were battling it, but yeah, it's not perfectly straight. So desu means to be. It's a form of other verbs, but yeah, it's like saying is, are, am, etc. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Yeah, it's to be. To be or not to be. But it can be you to be or that to be. I was just saying. Like, I don't know how to explain it because I'm not a language major. I didn't study any language, not even English. So I don't know how to explain, like, oh yeah, language complicated. I could have just said that. I could have been like, yes, Calico, language very complicated. That's very true. Finish strange. How's the co-op going? Pretty great so far, Homestar. Watashi wa... Wait a minute. Pineapple. Is that what you're saying? Watashi wa pineapple desu. Watashi wa pineapple. Omae wa mo. Let's go. Let us go the south way. Here we go. La 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 la. Oh. Alchemic, did you just make a straight path? Holy mackerel. This is nice. This is efficient. Efficient, very high quality path that you built here. I appreciate it. Omae wa mo pineapple. Wait a second, what? I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not sure if that turns into a sentence there, but all right, I see what you're doing. Pineapple pizza. Pizza in pizza desu. It's pencil. Okay, we're getting ourselves a nice big flat area. I should have checked the cartography table, shouldn't I? There's a flat. Oh, are you tearing it up out of here? Holy moly. All right, let's go. Let's go. What are we doing? Where are we dropping, gamers? Are we gonna try a bombing? Are we gonna try bombing it this run? It's about halfway through. Are we doing it? Are we doing it live? Is this happening? It's happening right now. Y'all preparing for battle? Oh dear. Oh dear, I'm starting to get frightened. Now the nerves are kicking in. I've got 10 bombs. What do we just like, want to do our best and just throw everything out? Is that what we're doing? I mean, whenever it starts, screen starts shaking, that's when to start dropping and running. Dropping and running, y'all. Got 10 bomba. I mean, we can always cut upward to try to escape him. If you drop all your bombs, that is. Maybe whip out the swords. Start smacking him, because you can definitely hit him. I've hit him a few times. I think I hit him 3 times on a pass one time. Okay, my shovel broke. Do we have any traps? Oh, I've got some traps. I'll lay them. Okay, okay. Guess I'll put that up here. I don't know if these traps can hurt y'all, so just be careful. Sweet. Okay, we got some traps here. I guess we'll just, like, run. Drop all the bombs. Yeah, he's almost here. This is about it. Okay, you might want to eat anything if you got any food. If you got any food, eat it. Here they go. Here they go. Here they go. Here you come. Here you come. Here you come. All right. Oh, did he stop? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. The battle's begun. The battle. Oh, my God. Worm Almighty. Oh, my God. He's super strong. Uh-oh. I don't think we're going to... oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. This guy is crazy. Oh, he turned his head. Oh, okay. We might have to keep fighting him with the bombs. Oh, my God. No. I should have dropped a bed. No. I should have dropped my bed. I had it in my pocket. Oh, no. Are we all dead? Did we all die? Oh, no. My mistake. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What have I done? What have I done? I was a fool. I was a fool. The worm was too powerful. I mean, I'm running as fast as I can, but I don't think it's going to do no good. I think everybody's dead. I should have put down my bed. I'm so dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. Dum da da dum, dum da da dum, da 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 dum. And I don't have my bed anymore. And my pants broke. Oh no, my pants are broken. I'm running. Full speed ahead. Oh no. Rest in peace, brave champion. I tried my best. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, I died. I mean, I'm kind of moving down here. Worm's still here. Woo! Oh no! Oh, did he get away? That's all right. We should have prepared better. Well, is he still alive? Oh my God! Whoa! Hello, hello there, friend. Can I hit him with a sword? He's really hard to hit. So small. Yeah, I think I kind of can't use the sword against him. He's too powerful. I feel like he'd break my bed if I put down a bed. Okay, I just gotta make sure that he don't turn on me. No! He's crushed me so easily! He crushed me so easily. I didn't have a chance, and I didn't put down my bed either! Gosh darn it. But I didn't know how close I could put it. Oh my God. This is not going good. Not going good at all. Oh dear. I mean, my slingshot hasn't broke, but just about everything else has gone. Bad has happened. It's an Alaskan bullworm. What? From SpongeBob. SpongeBob. I hope we're dying in different times. Okay, I definitely can't hit him with a sword. You can't let him touch you. It's so difficult. Oh boy, oh boy. How are y'all surviving? Y'all are actually good at this game. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by y'all. Let's go. Getting carried by chat. Getting carried. Okay. Oh, I can't put it on my bed because I didn't pick it up yet. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Everyone's dead. You still got bombs? Oh, Eerie, you survived all this time? Eerie, you're incredible. You're incredible. Ah! Ooh. Grab that. Grab it. Oh my god. Okay, maybe. Oh, nice. How Kimmy's got bombs out of here? Oh my goodness. Ah! Oh no. He already hit me. Where is he? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I don't think that this, Ooh. Oh god, that was close.
My gracious.
Ooh, you blew yourself up. Oh no. Oh no. Am I the last one alive? It's not good. Okay, so standing where there's no slime is definitely good. Ooh. Big guy. Big guy, big moment. Ooh. Ooh, got some big hits in there. Okay, I think that was hits for me. Ah! Oh! Oh, that scared me. Oh my god. Okay. Definitely need to stay well away from him. Okay, he's coming back. Here he come. Oh wait, no, he's after somebody else. Okay. Oh, I'm missing him. I can't tell how close I can get. I can tell much better whenever I'm below him. See, there we go. That's some hits in there. I think that was me. Yeah, those are big hits. Okay, stay below. Okay, he's gonna come up. Bottom. Noish, noish, noish. Big smacks. Ooh. Uh-oh, that was a little careless. A little careless. Oh. I couldn't care less. You coming back? Ooh. Nice. Yeah, we getting some smacks in here. Holy moly. We smacking him. Is he coming? Okay, he's going that way. Oh, he got me. Dang it. Okay, he's gonna eat me. Help! I'm being eaten by a worm. I'm worm food now. Oh no. Oh bother, he's fast. Yeah, I think he's gotten faster. I'm scared. I think he entered his next stage. Ooh. I think he might be faster. I can't quite tell. Nice. Ooh. Oh, I survived that? What the heck? Okay, I'm about to die out here. Oh, he's dead. Kill him, kill him. It's so close. It's so close. No, I wish I could have dropped my bed. Dude, we've got him though. We've got him. Just land that last hit. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna miss the climax. Shucks. Dang it, dang it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I died at the end. I died at the end. Oh no. I'm running as fast as I can. I think he's already dead, right? Is he already DED dead? Dead. Okay, I think we got him though. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I was worried that he was gonna get away and we would have to rebuild all those bombs. This would be a good climax to the stream. Oh, oh, I feel shaken. Oh, is that him killed? Guys, do we survive? Should have dropped the bed. Yeah, that's because I would get like into combat and I was scared to get out of it. And I knew that if I left, like I couldn't leave whenever I was the last one there. And it was hard to tell who was down there because I didn't want to leave the boss area. If I dropped my bed in the boss area, then he could break the bed. If I left the boss area whenever nobody was there, then we could have lost the whole fight. So I was like, I wanted to drop it, but I really couldn't. It really wasn't an option. I wish. I wish I could have. Ooh, nice. Hey, we shoveling up some business. What do we get? Oh my God, there's so much stuff. This is enough stuff for everybody. So much gold. There's gold larva meat. There's mysterious idol. You guys, everybody can take a stomach bag. Let me see. What is the, yeah, the stomach bag is better than the normal bag. There's 3 of them. A lot of this is just standard stuff. Like, I'll take this and I can just go put it back in the chest. That's all normal. There's a horn gemstone that lets a larva grow way beyond its maximum size. What? Larva meat's food. I'll take that back. I need to fix this copper shovel. Let's see. Yeah, everyone, I mean, 4 of us fought. That's true. This is gonna be hard to split up. It's hard to divvy it up. It's too bad that they don't make it like even. So maybe one person, what is this? Max health? There's a 2 set, a grub egg necklace and a larva. Ew. That's gross. A living ring, not for the squeamish. You don't need a bag. You have a 10 slot bag? Okay, sweet. Then I'll take a bag. Because that's an upgrade. Nice. Bag upgraded. Also, I'm gonna, the set ability, yeah, it's so strange. You get like a goop set. What'd you say? Sorry, I missed it. I'll take the chest if no one wants it. Oh yeah, you can have the chest, that's for sure. Let's see. Is the horns, mysterious idol is the, may attract somebody looking for mysterious idols. Ooh, sweet. Okay, I'll take that. We'll build a room. If you're thinking about taking the chest, I kind of want this larva ring. That's gross. Immune to being slowed by slime. That's incredible, dude. What? So this is the larva ring. There's a grub egg necklace. What the heck is that? But this gives max health versus, this is mining damage. Oh, there's actually King of Rock and King of Stone. Oh, this is a set. Okay, well, does somebody need a ring? Because you could take this ring. It just gives you more max health. I already have like a really cool set. That's just extreme mining damage. Lots of mining, lots of armor. Does somebody like this worm? It gives you, what is it? 21 max health. And if we can find the other one. You don't have a ring here. Take this then. Sweet. Then you definitely need it. What ring is it? It's a interesting ring with a set bonus. Okay, I'll just take all this stuff back and I'll just put it in a chest. And y'all can snag it if you want to. The larva ring, if we can find us some grub earrings, then we'll be able to, then Alchemic would be immune to the slime. Which would be rad. Rad as heck. But yeah, if we want to, we can head back, you know, get everything kind of sorted. And then I think I'm going to call it a night. So I want to make sure that y'all get y'all's stuff done. Make sure you get your stuff in your chest. I'll give you a little bit. In fact, I think I'm going to leave the game running in the background. And I'll find somebody for us to raid. But I'll leave the game open so that y'all can, like, figure out your stuff. But tonight's been super fun. Tomorrow I'll probably be taking off unless OT and Human 1 want to play Fortnite. Then I'll play that with them. But otherwise, probably be taking off tomorrow to get some stuff done. And I'll be back on Thursday. I think Thursday is normally a maybe day. Now I'm thinking about my schedule. I want to make sure that I figure this out. So I don't have any plans until the weekend, I don't think. So, yeah, I think that we'll plan on saying next stream Thursday. Next stream Thursday. Unless there's a stream tomorrow, then we might have to change it. But yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you enjoyed this game. I think that this game is a lot of fun. And honestly, I would like shout out for the beans who played. Dude, you could give a shout out to Eerie. Yeah, you could give a shout out to Eerie. That's a good idea. Eerie Coffee also did created. Let me see. Do I have a picture of the? Where is the mug? Okay, I'm just gonna hopefully this game can be like left in the background and y'all can just like keep doing things. Thank you for the follow, Brownie Exorcist. Thank you so much for keeping the demons out of those brownies. Or are you keeping the brownies out of people? I'm slightly confused. But either way, you know, we appreciate exorcism. Okay, bing bang boom.
We need to find everybody to arms. We shall go find somebody to raid. This game was a lot of fun. I'm glad that we tried it with a
The first one. Oh, okay. Your exorcist. Getting the demons out of the brownies. No demons in these brownies. We only want the most supple and delicious brownies. There's some shout outs going out for the people that were playing with me. Rosera does some streaming. And then, yeah, Eerie Coffee streams too. I was going to show y'all the little mug that they made me. Mug. Is this it? Yeah, there we go. Here's a little mug. Mmm, tasty. Big mug. This was made by Eerie Coffee. They've also got a link down at the bottom in a panel too. Anyway, you guys, we should find somebody to raid. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be here definitely Thursday, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I'll talk to OT and also Human One. We'll see. Maybe we'll play some Fortnite. But thanks so much. David Bowie, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. It was nice. Thank you for the help and for the suggestions. Appreciate it. We're going to be playing this game some more, I think. I think that we're going to play some more co-op of this. Yeah, we'll say on Thursday, we should probably be playing this game. I want to beat all these bosses, and this co-op was super fun. Definitely way more fun to play with other people. We can raid a friend. Last night we tried out a new stream. I think tonight we're gonna stick with the classics if I can find one. We could raid Rimage doing arts. Caplooni's playing some P-Nano. We could raid Opes. We could raid Opes, my boyfriend. Wait a minute. Do y'all want to raid my boyfriend? Say hi to him. Say hello. Give him the old howdy doody. The old howdy doody. We could also try raiding somebody that's playing this game. Also, Blitzkrieg, it's good to see you. What's up? It's been forever. Where the heck have you been? I hope you've been doing good. Oi, oi, oi. Boyfriend raid. Okay, fine. We can do it. I feel a little, don't want to give him too much of favoritism now, but we will go say hi. Let's go say hi. Let's go say hi to Opes. He said earlier that he wasn't here, so maybe we can say that we're not there. I'm not sure. What should we do now that you talked him into it? Yeah, listen, I need a little talking to. All right, you gotta tell me a thing or two. Help me out. All right. What should we say? What should we say? But he's your favorite. I mean, that's true. Technically, Darren's my favorite streamer. What should we say? What should we say? Totally not a raid. That's pretty funny. I like that. Anybody got some other suggestions? I like that. Otherwise, we can just say totally not a raid. That's a good idea. Darren's a good bean. That's true. That's true. That's the way to disarm all of my mods is talking about Darren, because everybody's got a soft spot for that beautiful wizard. Earl not found. Totally not a raid. Earl not found. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do totally not a raid. Let's go say hi. Go be nice to my boyfriend. He's a good bean. He's gonna be visiting soon, and we might do some like co-op streams. Not sure. He's playing Animal Crossing New Horizons, so probably be playing Kirby after this. I'd bet, if he hasn't beaten it. I'm not sure. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. Much love. Y'all mean the world to me. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, and thank you so much for the raids and stuff like that. We were raided by, let me thank Tomb TTV again. Thank you so much for the raid. I think some friendos came over from that. Thank you everybody for the bits and for the hype train that happened earlier. I super appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. I appreciate y'all so much. I'm gonna get this raid started, and I will see you guys on Thursday, probably. Thursday, I should say Thursday, definitely. Probably not tomorrow, but you know, we'll figure it out. You can follow the Discord if you want like live updates on what I'm doing. I try to keep that nice and updated. Love y'all very much. Thank you so much for the mods that have been watching over the chat. Thank you so much too. Let me open up my dang Twitch. This is so difficult. Why did Twitch make it so hard? Twitch makes it so hard. Okay. I need to be able to see my chat. I need to be able to see it because I can't remember everybody. All right. I can't remember everybody. It's impossible. Okay. I muted that. Now let me read. It was nice to meet you, David. It was nice to meet you, Brownie. It was nice to meet you, Smiley. Come on, load, quick, it's almost too late. Thank you so much, moderators. Alchemic Refuge, Jedi, Linz, Die. They were all here. Thank you, VIPs, Bratterfield, Calico, Darren, Gonda, Hey Human One, King of Squirrel, Crane Couple, and mine, Taiyaki, Mushroom Gal, our newest VIP, Sarah, and Rosera. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see y'all later. Thanks so much for redeeming that, Sarah. Congratulations on being a VIP. I'll see y'all later. It was nice to meet y'all. Okay, bye. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the good vibes. Take some water. Eat some food. Don't forget to sleep. Don't take too much melatonin tonight. And good night, Mystic. Good night, Silvery. Good night, Rosera. All right, let's go. Now get out of here. Otherwise, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Okay, boom. Yo, thank you so much for watching the videos. Much love. Like, comment, subscribe. Otherwise, I will eat your shoes. I don't know.